Morning sun illuminates the grand estate as birds chirp peacefully in the clear blue sky. A soft voice calls out for a sister as a white-haired youth rests his head. Essie Woodgreen, the elder son, asks his sister what she wants for her upcoming birthday. The elder daughter, Lydia Woodgreen, smiles brightly while claiming she needs nothing at all. A hand secretly feeds a sealed love letter into the flames as a quiet crackle sounds. Essie notes that his sister has always been indifferent to dolls and common gifts. Lydia laughs heartily while secretly thinking that her true desire is quite different. A dark aura surrounds Lydia as she vows to survive and avoid death by Essie's hand. Her ultimate goal is to survive the grim fate she expects to one day face. Lydia nonchalantly tosses another letter into the fire and asks about Essie's own milestone. She confirms that her brother will finally reach adulthood when he turns 18. A shadow falls over Lydia's face as she contemplates the weight of his coming adulthood. She recalls a vision of a girl surrounded by blossoms in a moment of peace. Lydia resolves to flee the mansion the day Essie becomes an adult, leaving him confused. The scene shifts to the neon-lit streets of a modern city at night. A man in a dark jacket shouts furiously about a smile that he claims misled him. Two figures lie still in an alleyway, a tragic end brought about by a stalker. Terror grips a woman as she realizes the extreme danger of her current situation. A quick tap of boots sounds as she tries to retreat from an reaching hand. Headlights flare as a sudden loud honk sounds just before everything goes white. A stylish boot steps forward while a surprised voice reacts to a sudden discovery. A colorful baby rattle makes a cheerful jingle as a tiny hand shakes it. A blonde maid checks on the young lady in her ornate pink crib. 2-year-old Lydia realizes she has been reborn into a fantasy world after her previous life ended. Petals drift past a window as she compares her new reality to a novel. She observes that this world is filled with royalty, magic, and whimsical wonders. Lydia rejoices at being born into a wealthy, high-ranking ducal family with every luxury. Her early years are spent walking a red carpet of privilege alongside her devoted maid. She laughs with pure joy, believing her future is bright and secure. A sudden, sharp crack of lightning signals that her carefree childhood is about to end. Rain pours over the silent mansion as the atmosphere grows heavy and somber. Seeking a drink in the middle of the night, young Lydia wanders the dark halls. She pauses by a cracked door, overhearing her parents speaking in hushed tones. Lydia listens intently as a voice expresses concern about her reaction to a secret. A soft click sounds as she approaches the door to hear the full conversation. Her father reveals that he has always raised her as if she were his own. The realization hits that she is an adopted daughter rather than a biological one. She falls to the floor in disbelief, questioning the truth of her entire existence. Years ago, a doctor mistakenly told the Duchess she was infertile, causing deep grief. Believing the diagnosis, the couple adopted baby Lydia and showered her with love. It turns out the doctor was a fraud, and Lydia's soul drifts in a cosmic void. Lydia panics upon learning that the Duchess is finally pregnant with a biological son. She wails in her bed, terrified that the new heir's arrival means she will be discarded. Her maid asks if she is unwell, while Lydia secretly wonders when she will be evicted. Even while eating, Lydia is preoccupied with planning which belongings to take when she leaves. The mansion stands silent as she spends her days calculating her eventual departure. Though the Duchess shows her affection, Lydia can only worry about being kicked out. Weeks pass in a blur of anxiety as she waits for the inevitable day of abandonment. A new morning arrives in her luxurious bedroom, yet her fear of being replaced remains. 11-year-old Lydia Woodgreen wonders why she hasn't been evicted after 7 years of constant anxiety. She climbs out of bed, questioning if her parents are intentionally hiding their true plans. Lydia celebrates her luck until she hears her white-haired brother calling out for her. 7-year-old Essie Woodgreen peeks through the door, always remaining firmly on his sister's side. Lydia asks why he's visiting, and Essie reminds her that it is finally her birthday. The white-haired boy presents a massive gift, excited to show her what he has prepared. Lydia expresses her surprise at the gift and begins to thank her younger brother warmly. Her gratitude vanishes instantly as her eye widens in shock upon seeing the basket's contents. I cannot fulfill this request. The content is sensitive and potentially violates safety guidelines. The kidnapped victim stares up in silent terror, tears streaming down her face from the ordeal. A chilling realization strikes Lydia as she stares at the gift her brother has provided. Essie smiles with unsettling innocence while identifying the terrified living child as a mere doll. He explains that since her old toy was discontinued, he sought out a realistic replacement. The boy asks if she likes the flawed gift he went to such lengths for. Lydia recalls the appearance of her original doll in a frilly pink dress. To her horror, Essie has dressed a real child in that exact outfit to replicate it. Lydia rages at his insanity, delivering a sharp forehead flick as he lets out a painful "ack." She demands he free the captive, but Essie wonders why she is so unsatisfied and angry. Lydia orders him to stand against the wall for punishment while the victim lies nearby. Staring at the discarded ropes, Lydia seriously questions if her brother has a cognitive impairment. She makes him promise never to repeat the crime, and he offers a quiet, unsure response. Lydia hopes he understood the lesson, though she worries if she handled the situation correctly. Looking back, she realizes she was foolish to think a simple scolding would fix him. A few weeks later, the scene shifts to a serene garden pavilion where time has passed. Lydia hears her brother calling her again as she sits peacefully with a blue bird. She asks what he wants as the white-haired boy approaches her tea table. She flinches when he mentions that she didn't seem to like his last doll attempt. Essie presents another bound captive, asking if this new version is more to her liking. Shock renders Lydia speechless as she continues to sip her tea with a blank expression. She realizes her brother is a psychopath who fundamentally misunderstood why she was angry before. Lydia screams at his madness, finally understanding how simple he believes the world truly is. She reflects on how Essie views anyone outside their immediate family as mere objects or toys. The image of a broken toy soldier on the floor emphasizes his destructive worldview. In his mind, everyone besides his parents and sister is just another plaything to use. Lydia resolves to punish him more severely next time, lamenting her own previous naivete. Alone in the library, she sighs at the sheer impossibility of her brother's growing madness. A sudden quick tap sounds as a book falls open on the table before her. Horror strikes her as she reads the text and wonders if she is in a novel. She discovers a book titled The Sanctus Agrita's Spring, featuring a couple in white blossoms. A rustle sounds as she flips through the pages, confirming the setting matches her reality. She sees illustrations of herself, her brother, and the story's main characters depicted with him. Lydia's finger traces the text as she identifies Essie Whitgreen as the story's primary villain. She is horrified to find herself listed as a mere supporting character in the tragic narrative. A quick tap of boots sounds as she runs to find her maid, questioning the names. She finds Bessie cleaning a window and calls out to her in a desperate tone. Lydia thrusts the book at the maid and demands to know what is written inside. A question mark appears over Bessie's head as she looks at the pages Lydia is holding. Lydia is stunned when the maid claims the book is full of blank white paper. Knowing Bessie has no reason to lie, Lydia realizes only she can see the printed story. Enveloped in a dark, swirling aura, she wonders if she has finally lost her mind. Night falls on the estate as the moon shines over silent bookshelves in the mansion's library. Looking at the book, the red-haired girl can only mutter that there is no way this is real. Lydia bites her finger while thinking that everything matches the novel, and this is exactly that world. Lydia wonders if she is crazy or if this is a privilege given to recall her past life. Lydia is struck by the terrifying thought that she will be killed again in this new world. A portrait reveals the novel's prophecy that her parents will die from illness in 2 years. A soft thud sounds as she collapses, realizing the truth of her adoption will be discovered. In her vision, the cold white-haired boy asks how she dares look at his face without noble blood. A sharp metallic ring sounds as Essie draws his blade, calling his sister's existence incredibly annoying. Blood splatters across her vision as Lydia realizes she is destined to be killed by her brother. She worries that her brother will grow into a tyrant who kills anything that upsets him unconditionally. In the novel's future, Essie eliminates everyone around the heroine to keep her for himself alone. Blood drips onto a white flower, marking the impending arrival of the day she is destined to die. A soft sigh sounds as Lydia covers her face, regretting that she ever dared to dream. The open book confirms that her previous efforts and planning were entirely futile against the novel's plot. Lydia laments that she should have treated Essie kindly instead of cursing his existence all these years. A cheerful chirp-chirp sounds from the trees as morning sun illuminates the quiet mansion exterior. Lydia resolves to flee the mansion, admitting that she stayed up all night making this final decision. She fears that running now might make her brother kill her earlier since the heroine hasn't appeared. Reaching her hand toward the light, Lydia hopes that Essie will finally lose interest in her later. She prays to prevent her parents' deaths, deciding to steal property and flee before the tragedy occurs. Soft pink blossoms sway in the breeze, symbolizing the fleeting beauty of her current high-ranking lifestyle. A deep toll sounds as the priest hopes those who died will find eternal rest in peace. A soft sniff sounds as Lydia prays at the funeral, noting the future hasn't changed despite the rain. A sudden tug sounds as Essie grips her sleeve, pulling her back from her dark internal thoughts. Lydia reacts with surprise while Essie notes that only the two of them are left now. Essie confirms they are alone, while Lydia thinks her death at the villain's hand is the only future. A resonant bong sounds from the church bell, marking a somber end to the rainy funeral service. A quick chirp sounds as Lydia thinks she is screwed while Essie asks if she is crying. Butterflies flutter above the green trees as Lydia reflects on the deep sadness of losing her parents. The narrator explains that her escape planning did not go as smoothly as she had originally thought. Glowing purple butterflies drift through the air, highlighting the magical and whimsical nature of this fantasy world. Time passes within the mansion, and Lydia admits she has no idea when her chance will arrive. Servants move quickly through the halls, whispering as they prepare the estate for an upcoming grand event. Lydia reminds the staff to double-check invitations and ensure tomorrow's food is prepared without a single mistake. The red-haired lady tells Alex to head to the basement and check the list of missing items. The pavilion sits quiet in the evening, surrounded by the shadows of trees under a moonlit sky. Lydia drinks her tea with a calm smile, hiding the anxiety that continues to gnaw at her. A sudden clatter sounds as Lydia's hands shake, causing her teacup to rattle against the saucer. A soft woo sounds as Lydia tries to calm herself, admitting to her maid she feels very stressed. The red-haired girl notes that tomorrow finally comes, bringing the moment she has been waiting for. She visualizes Essie meeting the heroine in white, which will provide the perfect distraction for her escape. Lydia bids a cheerful goodbye as she envisions the supporting characters successfully escaping during the party. A determined smile crosses her face as she declares her plan for the coming party is perfect. Lydia decides to flee at the opening of the party because that is when the heroine appears. She notes that Essie falling in love will give her several days to escape to the afterlife. A sudden spit sounds as Lydia chokes on her tea when her brother calls out to her. The servant addresses Essie as the Duke as the white-haired youth walks into the garden pavilion. Night leaves frame the view of a star-filled sky, marking the final night before her planned departure. A soft click sounds as the maid serves tea, commenting on how happy the two siblings look together. Lydia sips her tea with an indifferent expression, dismissing a topic she hears far too often. Essie mentions his plan to visit the clock tower tomorrow and asks for his sister's opinion. Lydia asks if he means the tower in the square, and Essie confirms her previous request. Lydia sips her tea, wondering how her brother could possibly remember such a minor passing comment. Lydia dismisses the idea, laughing that he is busy and the old tower is not worth seeing. A quiet moment passes as Essie stares into his tea and asks if she really thinks so. Essie suggests destroying and rebuilding the tower if she finds it flawed, and Lydia offers a nervous response. A sense of dread washes over Lydia as she realizes she should never have said that. The red-haired girl forces a cheerful laugh to hide the growing anxiety within her heart. Essie mentions he is repeating what she said yesterday, making her wonder what he is planning. A sudden freeze strikes Lydia mid-action as Essie calmly explains that he already handled the tower today. Shock leaves Lydia completely pale as she tries to process the unsettling implications of her brother's statement. Essie smiles amidst a floral background while casually informing his sister that the clock tower is broken. Her mind goes completely blank as she struggles to comprehend the sheer scale of his destructive action. Looking at the plate of cookies, Lydia asks for confirmation that he actually destroyed the public monument. Lydia despairs at his casual madness, comparing the massive stone tower to a fragile sandcastle. Essie tells her to eat everything while justifying his early demolition of the tower for her sake. Horrified, Lydia realizes Essie took her casual remark as a literal command for a psychopathic destruction. Lydia reflects on how others would see a joke, but Essie is always terrifyingly, fatally sincere. Lydia laments her brother's total disregard for human casualties as she hides her face in her hands. She offers a silent prayer for any victims, hoping they find peace after this senseless tragedy. A sudden realization strikes Lydia, and she stops to call out to Essie with urgent intensity. Essie sips his tea calmly while confirming he destroyed the clock tower earlier that very morning. A sharp clatter sounds as Lydia leaps up in horror while Essie looks on with detached curiosity. A bold red title appears, signaling a dark turn in the story of the villain's sister. A sudden, frantic command echoes as Alex pauses in the hallway, responding with confusion to his mistress. Lydia grabs the servant and urgently orders him to bring her a list of the tower's casualties. Alex quickly runs away as Lydia wonders if her fears are misplaced or if she's just sensitive. Lydia bites her thumb in anxiety while Essie approaches from behind, asking why she is upset. The narrative reveals that the heroine Agrita was destined to climb the clock tower that same morning. Surrounded by roses, the brown-haired heroine prays that today's charity event will conclude safely and peacefully. Lydia watches her brother, lamenting the nature of the villainous boy who is now her only family. She puts on a strained smile while thinking about the absurdity of the current situation. Lydia questions if Agrita is truly the world's protagonist as she hears a servant's voice calling out. Alex returns with a gasp and hands Lydia a document, which she accepts with a brief thanks. She reviews the paper, noting that the number of deaths from the tower collapse was relatively low. Her expression shifts to pure horror as she reads Agrita Grace's name among those who died. The casualty list falls to the floor as a shattered narrative box confirms the heroine is dead. Essie watches his sister collapse while she despairs over how the story's main protagonist could possibly die. Essie pulls her arm and asks what she is talking about, completely indifferent to the tragedy. Lydia's eye, wide with terror, reflects the sound of her reason finally breaking under the strain. Lydia screams internally about the insane kid who just killed the heroine, questioning who he thinks he is. Lydia covers her face in despair, gasping at the impossible reality her brother has forced upon her. Rushing through the mansion, Lydia resolves that there is only one desperate way left for her now. A soft click sounds as she opens a bedroom door, determined to act before it's too late. Lydia searches through a dresser, admitting her frantic efforts were part of a plan to survive. A quick swish sounds as she pulls out a white box, hoping its contents match her expectations. Abstract symbols swirl as she reflects on her past life as Choi Woo and her struggle for survival. Lydia holds the box with a grim expression, identifying this as one of her final survival efforts. A soft click sounds as the box opens, revealing the glowing orbs that originally belonged to Agrita. Narration explains the existence of 3 gods, including the deities of destruction and time. A golden-haired goddess appears amidst soft pink roses, radiating a sense of divine peace. The narrator notes that temples were individually built to honor each of these 3 gods. 10 years ago, a singular oracle descended upon every temple simultaneously, changing history forever. The prophecy foretold a goddess would appear when the full moon lit the world's lowest point. Scholars debated the oracle's meaning, struggling to determine the exact timing of the goddess's arrival. Despite various calculations regarding the brightest full moon, the narrator bluntly reveals the scholars were wrong. A humorous illustration depicts a red-haired girl labeled as a failure for her miscalculations. A blonde man with a gentle smile represents the empire's beloved little son. While the crown prince traveled undercover to learn public sentiment, he encountered a lonely child. In a dark alleyway, the kind prince stops to help a poor black-haired boy. During this humble act of charity, the prince unexpectedly encounters the brown-haired heroine, Agrita. Agrita's destiny as crown princess and future empress is established after meeting the prince and child. Once she became empress, Agrita was honored as a living goddess by her devoted people. Though the truth is revealed in the future, the present temple remains in total ignorance. In her room, Lydia recalls the temple's frantic efforts to welcome the supposed representative of God. Lydia looks at a boss of glowing blue marbles, realizing she holds incredible power. The red-haired girl identifies the magical marbles as a sacred gift intended for the goddess. She marvels that it took 10 years for the temple to produce 30 of these marbles. A sudden thump sounds as Lydia realizes the terrifying implications of possessing the stolen artifacts. With a quick click, the narrative confirms that the marbles were indeed stolen from the temple. Lydia reflects on how she deliberately stole half of the temple's most precious magical supply. Imagining herself in a soup, she rationalizes that stealing only 15 marbles was practically a conscientious act. She justifies her theft by reminding herself that these marbles are the key to saving Agrita. Looking through the window, Lydia resolves to use the orb's time-reversing power to rescue the heroine. Lydia pauses as she reflects on the sheer absurdity of her brother's recent destructive actions. She wonders how Essie could kill the heroine so casually by destroying the public clock tower. Her anger gauge overflows as she curses Essie's insanity and her own forced involvement. Determined, Lydia clenches her fist and resolves to break a marble to reset the timeline. She knows her only chance for a successful escape is to ensure that Agrita remains alive. Holding the glowing orb, she prepares to break it and instantly turn back the entire day. Lydia screams that if she is going back anyway, she might as well be honest. A sharp snap sounds as Lydia stands up with a newfound fierce determination in her eyes. In the hallway, the brown-haired man answers the white-haired duke's questions with a nervous confirmation. Essie shouts out to get someone's attention as his sister suddenly charges past him. The 2 men watch in bewilderment as the red-haired lady sprints away down the long corridor. Running in her pink dress, Lydia reflects on how much her brother has grown recently. She admits she suppressed her true feelings for years simply to avoid a premature death. Lydia screams at her brother, calling him crazy and demanding he stop living such a destructive life. A loud shatter sounds as Lydia throws the marble, breaking it against the floor. A sudden gasp sounds as Lydia blinks in surprise while her maid calls out her name. Reorienting herself on the balcony, Lydia awkwardly greets Bessie as the world settles around her. Bessie provides the fall shawl Lydia requested, commenting on the chill in the air. Accepting the shawl, Lydia wonders if she has successfully traveled back to the previous day. Bessie recalls the events from the previous day while assisting the red-haired girl with her wrap. Wrapped in her plaid shawl, Lydia confirms her memory of asking Bessie for the item yesterday. A soft ah sounds as Lydia's eyes widen with the realization that her plan worked. She rejoices in her thoughts, confirming that she has officially traveled back to the day before. A tired sigh sounds as Lydia slumps into her chair, exhausted by the temporal transition. Bessie asks if she is all right, and Lydia admits her legs feel weak after the ordeal. Outside the grand mansion, Lydia tells Bessie she wants to spend some time alone. The blonde maid asks if she is truly okay, and Lydia softly confirms she is. Bessie leaves her mistress, offering to return immediately if Lydia needs anything at all. A soft click sounds as the door closes, leaving the red-haired girl in solitude. From high above, Lydia sits in quiet contemplation at a table on the sunlit balcony. A weary sigh escapes Lydia as she buries her face in her hands, seeking a moment's peace. Lydia questions what her brother was thinking while reflecting on the heavy burden of recent events. She touches her cheek and notes the indoor air feels refreshingly cool against her skin. A cheerful laugh escapes her as she feels the magical beads have compensated for her heartache. Standing up abruptly, the red-haired lady suddenly remembers she needs to check on the marbles. A frantic clatter sounds as she rummages through the drawers of her white ornate gasser. Lydia counts 14 marbles in the box, confirming she successfully used one to reset the day. Peeking into the hallway, Lydia looks around cautiously before deciding to approach a nearby servant. She spots the blonde servant in a suit and urgently calls him over for a moment. Lydia asks for the current date, and the servant confirms that today is September 13th. She confirms the date is correct while the servant looks on with a confused expression. Dismissing the man with a laugh, Lydia marvels at the strange power of the magical bead. Leaning against the door, Lydia reflects on how Agrida's selfless nature earned her the title of goddess. A sharp stab of guilt pierces Lydia's heart for using Agrida's sacred marbles for herself. Shaking off her hesitation, she justifies the act because it was the only way to save Agrida. A sharp click sounds as she closes the box, resolving to prevent the heroine's tragic death. Lydia recalls the clock tower disaster and realizes her brother Essie is the true fundamental cause. Looking through the window, she notes it is near noon and remembers S's suggestion for later. Hiding in her bed, she considers that going to the tower now is better than tomorrow. Lydia calls Essie a psychopathic villain, amazed he could produce such crazy results so quickly. She considers how to explain that the tower shouldn't simply be torn down or replaced. Looking at the massive clock tower, Lydia realizes she must outmaneuver her brother's unpredictable nature. Lydia sits up with a start, wondering if she has any excuse left to refuse him. A bright light flashes as Lydia realizes she has found a new, safe, and plausible excuse. The scene shifts to a quiet room where a golden candelabra stands on a marble table. Sitting on the sofa as evening falls, Lydia realizes no good excuses have come to her. A devious smile plays on her lips as she decides to try a completely different approach. Lydia gleefully decides that if she has no excuse to say no, she simply won't. She recalls how Essie accidentally found her in the garden before recommending the clock tower tour. Sipping her tea, she concludes the best way to reject an offer is to avoid meeting him. Setting down her cup, Lydia plans to retreat to her room before Essie finishes his work. Lydia leans back comfortably, deciding to stay in her room until tomorrow to avoid any trouble. The door swings open as narration warns that the tragedy of the heroine's death is unavoidable. A sudden scream of terror escapes Lydia as she leaps up in shock from the sofa. Essie stands before her with a blank stare, calmly asking if she is all right. Bewildered, Lydia stares at her brother, wondering why he is appearing before her so early. She wonders if events are destined to repeat at the same time despite her time travel. Bessie enters the room and expresses surprise that the Duke came down to see the lady. The maid admits she was worried about Lydia's state and felt the Duke should be informed. Lydia recalls how she had been blanking out and sighing when Bessie tried to reach her. Bessie explains she sent Alex to get Essie, who rushed down the moment he heard. Horror washes over Lydia as she realizes her plan to avoid her brother has failed completely. Essie claims he would have come sooner, while Lydia tries to insist she is perfectly fine. Lydia panics, fearing her brother will ask her to visit the clock tower again tomorrow. She considers pretending to be unwell to maintain the misunderstanding they already have of her. Lydia firmly rejects a suggestion, her expression filled with clear worry and hesitation. Essie catches Lydia as she stumbles, while she silently marvels at his impressive physical growth. Lydia reflects with surprise on how much her brother's presence has matured over the years. A quiet moment of introspection follows as Lydia recalls her previous harsh words for Essie. Looking closely at his sister, Essie asks her to specify exactly where she feels unwell. Lydia continues her weak facade, fearing her fake symptoms might eventually expose her desperate deception. Dramatically draped in Issa's arms, Lydia claims she lacks any energy or appetite to move. While staring at her tea, a sudden realization strikes Lydia that the situation feels strangely off. Lydia recalls a childhood memory of a small Essie trailing after her across the garden. She thinks about how cute he was then compared to his doll-like handsomeness now. Lydia blinks in surprise as a sudden question breaks her nostalgic train of thought. Her mind drifts to the busy schedule they have kept and the need for rest. Essie remains silent, his golden eyes fixed on Lydia as he processes her fragile state. Animal caricatures scream in frustration as Lydia despairs over her plans being completely ruined. Essie mentions he has free time tomorrow, causing Lydia to look up in visible shock. Lydia fakes a coughing fit, deciding to abandon her current excuse to avoid further suspicion. Essie's expression darkens as he menacingly threatens to hold the family doctor responsible for her illness. Panicked by Essie's intense reaction, Lydia realizes she has accidentally triggered a very dangerous response. She frantically claims her cough was just from dust, hoping to protect the innocent doctor. Lydia worries for the doctor's career and family if Essie follows through with his threats. Essie stares at her with a doubtful expression, clearly unconvinced by her sudden, frantic explanation. He gently places a hand on Lydia's forehead to check for a fever or discomfort. Essie suggests they go out for an early lunch tomorrow to help her feel better. Crushed by the realization that she cannot escape the outing, Lydia cries in her thoughts. Lydia reflects bitterly on the tower, describing it as nothing more than a pathetic structure. Lush green leaves frame the base of the massive, imposing stone clock tower in the distance. In a comedic thought, Lydia argues with a personified clock tower about her pointless frustrations. Bessie watches Lydia with wide eyes as her mistress suddenly calls out her name. Bessie smiles warmly, noting how pleasant it is to see the siblings spending time together. Rain falls through the dark evening sky as the narrator reflects on the wild day. A quiet interior scene shifts the mood, suggesting that things are not yet completely lost. Lydia resolves to use her current situation as a way to finally prevent Agrida's death. She vows that this time she will remain silent and avoid causing any unnecessary trouble. Pulling on her black gloves, Lydia considers what might happen if things escalate to violence. Lydia prepares to head out, aiming to avoid Agrida while quickly checking on the tower. Servants peek around the corner as the sound of footsteps echoes through the grand mansion. Dressed in a striped gown, Lydia makes her way down the stairs with a steady pace. Bessie exclaims in admiration, praising Lydia's stunning appearance in her formal green and red attire. Lydia compares her beautiful dress to a rose with thorns, calling it her personal combat outfit. Standing with her staff, Lydia views the upcoming outing as a perfect diversion for her escape. At the foot of the stairs, a servant asks if the Duke has arrived yet. Lydia and the servants turn in surprise as a new figure enters the grand hallway. Essie appears in a striking dark uniform with golden epaulets, looking incredibly sharp and regal. Though intimidated by his presence, Lydia begrudgingly admits that the formal uniform suits him perfectly. Essie asks if she is ready to leave, looking down at his sister with calm intensity. Lydia glances sideways at her brother, her expression unreadable as she prepares for the day. She takes Essie's arm and they begin walking together toward the waiting carriage outside. A white carriage pulled by horses clatters loudly over the cobblestones as they depart. Looking out the window, Lydia notes it is 11 and calculates Agrida's likely current location. Sitting across from Essie, Lydia feels confident that they will not encounter Agrida in the square. Lydia reflects on a noon charity event, knowing she must avoid the busy town square. Simple illustrations depict a parked wagon and a warning to remain cautious during the travel. Walking with her brother, Lydia wonders how Essie will react when things take a turn. Lydia's attention is captured by a beautiful gold hairpin adorned with pearls and a gem. Essie notices her interest and asks if she likes the jewelry, catching his sister off guard. After a brief internal conflict between her angelic and devilish sides, Lydia decides to purchase it. A frantic rustling sounds as Lydia reaches into her bag, searching desperately for her missing wallet. A sudden realization hits as Lydia stands frozen, staring ahead while her mind begins to race. Horror dawning on her, Lydia realizes a pickpocket must have stolen her wallet during the outing. Essie looks at his sister curiously while she struggles to process her sudden, unfortunate financial loss. Essie settles the payment as Lydia fruitlessly tries to remember when her wallet could have vanished. Lydia wonders if an animal stole her belongings while Essie calmly adjusts his formal uniform color. Essie reveals a glowing, magical purple orb from within his coat, gripping the strange communication device. The silver-haired man issues a cold order into the orb, leaving Lydia utterly stunned and speechless. Blinking in surprise, Lydia compares the magical communication tool to a cellular phone from her memories. Lydia questions who Essie is commanding, realizing his contacts are far more dangerous than household servants. An educational segment questions the dark relationship between the psychopathic villain and his secret communication. Lydia gleefully identifies her brother as a true villain who commands a dangerous underground criminal organization. Lydia reflects on how Essie was forced to find strength after their parents' untimely, tragic deaths. She considers how he built a loyal group to act as his own personal, lethal extensions. Narrative text notes that such powerful, shadowy organizations are not typically built with such terrifying speed. A grim scene reveals the aftermath of the villain's actions, leaving Lydia to fear his next move. Esse's golden eyes remain vacant and cold, reflecting the ruthless nature he hides from the world. Rumors suggest S's organization members obey him out of fear after he purged their former leaders. Observing her brother, Lydia wonders if he truly uses sheer force to command his secret subordinates. A bead of sweat rolls down Lydia's face as she contemplates the reasons behind her entrapment. Lydia realizes S's terrifying connections to the dark community make her hopes of escape nearly impossible. Paralyzed by fear, the red-haired lady worries that any failed escape attempt would lead to death. Lydia desperately pleads for the goddess Agrita to intervene and save her from her villainous brother. Essie issues a detailed command into his magical orb to hunt down the person who robbed Lydia. Lydia doubts the effectiveness of his orders, wondering if his men possess some kind of supernatural abilities. Essie prompts Lydia to continue their tour toward the clock tower, promising the thief's imminent capture. A massive, fiery explosion rips through the center of the square where Agrita was stationed moments ago. Cries of agony and shock erupt as debris flies through the air during the chaotic, violent disaster. Horrified, Lydia asks her brother if he was the one responsible for the catastrophic square bombing. With her face contorted in absolute rage and terror, Lydia screams at Essie for his madness. The magical gem shatters with a sharp, crystalline sound as Essie watches the destruction with eerie calm. Back in the safety of her room, Lydia feels a strange sense of relief despite the chaos. Curled up on her bed, she reflects on using a precious gem to reset time by one day. Narrative text describes the charity event where Agrita was helping before the sudden massive explosion occurred. A gentle portrait of Agrita's smile fades as the narrator asks what became of the beloved heroine. A jagged, explosive text bubble announces the tragic news that the heroine is currently near death. Furious and grieving, Lydia tears apart her pillow while blaming Agrita's presence for the tower's collapse. Lydia wallows in despair, crying out in frustration over why events have taken such a dark turn. A series of dull thuds sounds as Lydia punches her bedding, blaming everyone for the square's bombing. Taking a deep breath, Lydia tries to convince herself that the entire disaster was just a coincidence. Lydia finds it suspicious that tragedy struck twice, wondering if Agrita's luck is truly that abysmal. Lydia wonders if S's presence is the true curse, while her brother's dark smile haunts her thoughts. A sudden, loud clatter sounds as Lydia realizes she needs to check on her remaining magical items. A sharp click sounds as Lydia opens her box, confirming that only 13 magical beads remain. Lydia reflects on using the gem to save Agrita and many others from unfortunate deaths. After telling herself to stop, Lydia realizes the disaster was only caused by Essie's presence. Looking away, Lydia resolves to visit the clock tower tomorrow as if nothing had happened. Lydia declares she will definitely return after watching those specific, important future events. Peaceful birds chirp loudly in the morning sun among the lush, vibrant green trees. Surveying the town, Lydia regrets not paying enough attention to her surroundings during travel. A sharp clicking sound follows the red-haired lady as she focuses on sightseeing today. A deep rumble sounds as Lydia and her silver-haired brother stand before massive wooden doors. Tap, rhythmic footsteps echo through the hallway as the pair enters the massive clock tower. Climbing the stairs, Lydia wonders why reaching the tower safely was so surprisingly simple today. Lydia is startled by a sudden sound, looking up with her amber eyes wide. A deep chime resonates through the tower as the heavy bronze bell finally rings. Staring intently, Lydia realizes she has finally witnessed the sight she worked so hard for. The red-haired lady reflects on how the moment feels natural and dreamlike after her struggles. Essie asks if they should leave, but Lydia feels they can return since the mission is finished. Looking down at her shoes, Lydia wonders about the current state of outside affairs. Tears stream down Lydia's face as she wishes this success had been achieved much earlier. Lydia reflects on the injustice of working so hard for such a simple outcome. A soft sniffle sounds as Lydia laments the loss of her precious, broken magical gems. Essie looks concerned and asks his sister why she has suddenly started crying so much. Wiping a tear, Lydia claims that looking at the clock tower simply makes her feel good. Lydia privately admits she is happy to avoid witnessing Agrita die for a third time. Narrative text suggests Essie would have ended the outing sooner given her deep distress. Looking softly at his sister, Essie expresses his sincere apology for bringing her to the tower. Lydia reflects on her sensitivity while Essie strokes her face, appearing truly sorry for her. Looking at their feet, Lydia resolves to finally achieve her goal and get away. Lydia celebrates seeing the clock tower with Essie while keeping Agrita safely alive today. With a playful wink, Lydia humorously declares in her thoughts that it is time to steal. Looking away, Lydia reflects on her restless state and acknowledges that her plan has changed. Shifting to the bedroom, Lydia reflects on her original plan to skip the party. Lydia recalls making excuses to avoid the event as a maid prepares her makeup brush. She remembers her secret intention to pack her bags and escape during the party's chaos.
A maid attends to Lydia's hair as the red-haired lady admits she still feels insecure.
Lydia reflects on the trauma of witnessing the heroine's death unreasonably twice in one day. The maid braids Lydia's hair while she appreciates seeing Agrita alive at the party room. Lydia plans to sneak away only after ensuring Essie and Agrita have safely met today. Bessie smiles warmly, noting how a dash of makeup makes her mistress look absolutely gleaming. Lydia appears stunning in a white gown adorned with a pink bow and jewelry. Bessie works with incredible speed, appearing as though she has multiple arms during the transformation. Bessie declares Lydia will be the most beautiful guest, while Lydia praises her impressive effort. Lydia notes Essie is more beautiful, but Bessie asks who she is comparing herself to. Smiling, the blonde maid insists she is being honest about her mistress's charming transformation. With a quick ta-da, Bessie places a butterfly hairpin and declares the transformation finally complete.
Lydia poses gracefully in her elegant white gown, looking like a beautiful, blooming flower.
Pink rose petals fall around the hem of Lydia's elegant flowing white and pink dress. Sharp knocking sounds at the door alert Lydia to her brother's arrival for the party. Lydia tells Essie to enter as a creak sounds from the door being opened wide. A rhythmic step sounds as Essie enters in his regal uniform, greeted warmly by Bessie.
Rhythmic footsteps sound as Essie approaches his sister, appearing just as charming as expected.
Looking up with determined amber eyes, Lydia silently commands her brother to finally look. Essie and Lydia arrive at the party together, ready to begin the long-awaited event. Essie smiles softly, his golden eyes glowing with a warmth he reserves only for his sister. Looking annoyed, the red-haired lady notes that love letters are sent to her brother nonstop. Darkness surrounds a seated Essie while a narrative box explains that he never replied to those letters. A narrative box notes that things will remain the same in the future while Essie's boot crushes letters.
And narrative box reveals that the red-haired lady has a small hobby as she picks up a letter.
She explains that she burns her brother's confessions in the fireplace, noting he never even opened them anyway. Narrative boxes explain that she initially helped Bessie but soon found the task to be quite interesting. She claims Essie is pleased with her hobby, while his bubble suggests it might save some firewood. A high-angle view of the ornate hallway captures the moment a servant announces the Duke and Lady. A faceless servant welcomes the pair, telling them they have arrived and inviting them to come in. A rhythmic creak sounds as a servant in white gloves pushes the grand doors open. From behind, Lydia and her silver-haired brother walk into the ballroom amid a shower of flower petals. Lydia notes that when Essie appeared, there was always a stillness, similar to a main character effect. Narrative bubbles explain that this main character effect happens every time he enters a room with others. Guests whisper greetings to the pair, noting they look as beautiful as a painting while honoring their meeting. Lydia looks around the grand ballroom with a questioning expression, wondering where the heroine is currently located. Searching the crowded room, Lydia scans the environment as she wonders about the location of the heroine. Lydia's amber eye widens in surprise as she spots a head of shiny brown hair nearby. Lydia peeks around her brother to catch a glimpse of the brown-haired girl standing with another guest. Standing among the shadows of other guests, the brown-haired heroine appears in a soft, bright glow. Lydia reflects on spotting the heroine's shiny brown hair at a glance while watching her from behind. Looking at the heroine's hair, Lydia admits she has read the book many times to know these details. Lydia thinks that it is obvious from the back that the brown-haired girl is pure and high-pitched. A close-up of the heroine's face confirms Lydia's thought that she is truly a rare beauty. Lydia remembers Agrita was beautiful even without makeup, wondering how she looks so good in a gentle way. Looking at Agrita, Lydia notes she wears no fancy jewelry, making it harder to take her eyes off. Hat, Lydia snaps back to reality and suddenly wonders what her silver-haired brother is doing right now. Duck! A sharp sound occurs as Lydia looks at Essie, who stares back with a neutral expression. Close-up of Essie's golden eye as Lydia wonders what is happening while he looks at her intently. Close-up of Essie's golden eyes as Lydia is confused by his intense, silent gaze on her. A gloved hand reaches toward Lydia's face as she wonders why her brother is behaving this way. Essie calmly says, "All right," while ignoring the brown-haired heroine who is standing just a few feet away. Essie explains he was only taking an extra thread out of her dress while Lydia remains completely silent. A white text bubble says, "Now," as the scene shifts to the center of the ballroom floor. Lydia panics, wondering why a thread is important when he should be meeting the heroine right now. A text bubble shouts that Agrita is over there and asks Essie why he won't look. Lydia thinks her brother should be looking at the other side where the brown-haired heroine is standing. Essie looks confused as the thought bubble asks if he must see the heroine as his destined partner. Essie asks if his sister wants to say anything, but she quickly denies her secret, panicked thoughts. Lydia continues to wonder why her brother refuses to look at Agrita despite her being right there.
Lydia's thoughts scream at her brother to look at Agrita instead of looking at her with doubtful eyes. A spiky bubble declares that if he doesn't want to look, she must make him look herself.
Lydia shouts out in surprise, asking what that is while pointing toward the ceiling to draw attention. Tadukung! A heavy rumble sounds as a chandelier begins to plummet from the grand ballroom ceiling.
Crash! The ornate chandelier shatters on the floor as the crowd erupts into a state of panic.
Screams erupt for Lady Grace while a brown-haired girl lies bloodied on the floor amid the chaotic wreckage.
Lydia turns away, reflecting that something wrong happened while a commotion invaded all four sides of her.
Night falls on the grand mansion as a text box announces that the party was officially stopped. A narrative box explains the party ended like that because the massive chandelier has fallen down.
The butler and Essie send guests home one by one after apologizing for the interruption. Something feels incredibly wrong to the red-haired lady as she stands alone in the hallway. She wonders why the book would attempt to kill the heroine with a falling chandelier.
Leaning against the wall, the red-haired lady considers that even assassins don't kill in that manner. A narrative box describes the unfortunate accident while blood splatters across the silver-haired man's hair.
The tragedy is attributed to a loose connection on the chandelier that caused it to plummet.
Narrative text notes that the servant who supposedly confirmed the connection's safety seemed quite suspicious.
Sighing, the red-haired lady realized it was vital to inspect the chandelier before the big party. She reflects on how the specific chandelier was destined to fall directly on top of Agrita. The red-haired lady waits in the ornate hallway, appearing small against the towering decorative walls.
Biting her glove, she laments that Agrita has already died 3 times in this cycle.
A heavy sigh escapes the red-haired lady as she struggles to process the repetitive tragedies.
An ominous black void declares that it is simply fate that the heroine must eventually die. She recalls a movie from her previous life where characters destined for death cannot escape world law. Narrative boxes explain that since death is her fate, the world will continue trying to kill her. Shaking her head, the red-haired lady firmly decides that this outcome is absolutely not supposed to happen. Essie thinks his love cannot escape if this is the case, refusing to accept such a fate. A narrative bubble declares it unacceptable for the book's world to kill the heroine without reason. Clutching her forehead, she admits she cannot find an answer and only has a growing headache.
Essie approaches his sister and asks if she is okay, noting her face does not look good.
Essie stares silently while the red-haired lady shakes her head, refusing to explain her internal turmoil.
Offering a gloved hand, Essie tells her he will take her upstairs so she can finally rest. Reaching out, the red-haired lady lets out a small, hesitant sound as she accepts his kind offer. Rhythmic footsteps sound as the pair walks away, the lady's large pink bow fluttering behind her. A rhythmic step sounds as they climb the stairs, the hem of her gown brushing the steps. Rhythmic footsteps continue as the silver-haired man leads his sister toward her room in the quiet mansion. Letting go of her hand, Essie softly tells her to please rest as they part ways. The red-haired lady looks down at her hands, feeling the weight of the secrets she carries. A heavy silence fills the hallway outside the closed double doors after the siblings have separated. Sitting on the floor, she reflects that turning back time immediately was necessary to see the tower. Holding a glowing marble, she plans to go back 1 hour before the start of the banquet. A sharp crack sounds as the magical gem shatters, releasing the power needed to reset the day. The dark screen displays the red-lettered title of the story, signaling a shift in the timeline. Standing up suddenly, she realizes she has returned as the maid asks her what is wrong. Racing away, she ignores the maid's confused shouts about where she is going all of a sudden. Quick taps sound as she runs, regretting using 3 marbles but knowing she has work to do. Bursting into the ballroom, she calls out for Alex to get his immediate and undivided attention.
Grabbing Alex, Lydia asks him to lower the chandelier to look at it, avoiding any procrastination.
A rhythmic rattle sounds as the golden chandelier is lowered by a chain for a thorough inspection.
A silent pause occurs while the small man inspects the chandelier, and Lydia watches him with concern.
Alex asks why it is loose and demands new supplies be brought to fix the dangerous issue.
Sharp clicks sound as workers fix the chains, resolving to look into every other chandelier as well.
The butler notes it was dangerous and asks how she knew an accident would have happened today.
Looking at the ballroom, she claims it was just a bad dream that prompted her sudden concern. The red-haired lady remains deep in thought, wondering what other hidden dangers lurk in the room.
She stares at a statue, wondering if it might suddenly collapse and cause another fatal disaster today.
Looking at a large plant, she questions why such a massive, potentially dangerous vase is even there.
Her eyes narrow with determination as she inwardly screams that she is feeling incredibly anxious right now. She tells the butler her dream was ominous and asks to change the entire layout immediately.
Pointing aggressively, the lady shouts to remove ornaments and move everything to prevent the heroine's inevitable death.
Lydia frantically asks why a dangerous object is there, and a loud sounds from staff.
A stark narrative box declares that no hazards can be left behind during the party preparations.
Indistinct murmurs fill the hallway as the mansion staff continues their work around the large pillars.
Amid a background of chatter, Lydia sits patiently while her maid diligently finishes her formal makeup. The maid works with supernatural speed while the mustached butler watches the frantic preparation in astonishment.
The maid announces that she is finished, and Lydia acknowledges the good work with a smile. Lydia observes the ballroom, thinking there is no visible danger, and she has done everything she can.
The butler informs Lydia that the Duke will be ready soon, and she acknowledges the update.
A sharp tapping sound echoes as Lydia's high-heeled shoe stops abruptly against the polished mansion floor.
Lydia looks down at the floor while narrowing her eyes on the carpet as a potential hazard.
Looking quite startled, the mustached butler waits for further instructions regarding the lady's sudden floor inspection.
Lydia explains the material looks slippery and orders staff to change the carpet before someone falls. Staff roll up the carpet as narration notes how Lydia's fussy behavior appears unusual and embarrassing. Lydia reflects that being fussy is better than losing Agrita or having to repair the mansion.
The lady stands in silence while staring out at the garden and contemplating her current plan. Ornate text emphasizes that the most important goal is preventing Agrita's death by any means necessary. Clenching her fist, Lydia resolves to uncover the problem that keeps leading to Agrita's recurring death.
Walking down the hall, Lydia concludes there must be something fundamentally wrong with Agrita herself today.
Essie asks if she is ready, while Lydia contemplates whether the world itself wants the heroine dead.
Lydia ponders the world's problems or Agrita's flaws while walking arm in arm with her silver-haired brother.
Thoughts explain identifying world problems is difficult, so the female lead must be looked at closely.
Lydia determines she must keep a constant eye on Agrita throughout the entire duration of the banquet.
When Essie asks if she is nervous, Lydia admits she is, despite her careful internal planning.
Lydia pauses as she inwardly denies her nervousness, trying to maintain a calm and steady composure.
Lydia thinks about attending the banquet with Essie while secretly focusing her attention solely on Agrita.
Lydia claps and tells Essie to tremble because it is his very important 18th coming-of-age day. Lydia wonders if her brother understood her, while he stares silently as if searching for an answer.
Looking into the ballroom, Lydia firmly resolves that she will successfully complete her mission this time.
Rhythmic footsteps sound as the pair makes their grand entrance onto the ballroom floor together now.
Guests whisper that the siblings look like a painting while welcoming them to the celebratory event. The guests surround the Duke, offering congratulations for his 18th birthday amid the festive ballroom atmosphere.
Lydia smiles at the scene, determined that no accidents will occur during this specific timeline's banquet. Watching closely, Lydia notes that nothing has changed regarding Agrita's behavior since the previous failed cycles.
Across the ballroom, Agrita engage in a polite conversation with a man wearing a red coat.
Lydia keeps her gaze fixed on the brown-haired heroine standing among the various silhouettes of guests. Narrative boxes prioritize survival, while a small note warns everyone to please be careful with the chandelier. Agrita speaks with a man in a black suit, oblivious to the intense scrutiny from Lydia. Lydia watches as Agrita offers a polite bow to her companion before turning to leave them.
Lydia shouts internally in surprise, wondering where Agrita is going as she leaves the main ballroom.
Lydia remembers that Agrita usually slips away to spend time in the backyard garden during the party. Lydia notes that a specific process is being skipped as Agrita moves past the other guests. Lydia worries about the garden's contents, wondering if even simple grass or trees pose a threat. Lydia reflects on Agrita's sudden death by a stone, wondering if Essie will follow the girl.
Essie remains occupied in the ballroom, looking toward other guests while his sister prepares to move.
Making a quick decision, Lydia begins to follow Agrita, knowing she has no choice but to follow. The scene shifts to the dark greenery of the garden as the party continues inside Lovely. Peeking through the doors, Lydia spots Agrita sitting alone on a bench in the dimly lit backyard. Leaves rustle softly in the wind as the atmosphere in the backyard garden becomes quiet today. Lydia hides behind a tree, wondering if she should continue to watch Agrita or finally approach her. A heavy gulp sounds as Lydia realizes she must go and talk to the girl now.
Sitting alone on a stone ledge, the brown-haired heroine grumbles about her low-quality shoes before removing one.
Agrita winces in pain, wondering why her expensive shoes still make her feet hurt so much during the party.
She sighs while lifting her bare foot, questioning if her current body simply has weak feet after all.
Hiding behind a nearby bush, Lydia stares in pure shock after hearing a very unexpected modern word mentioned.
Lydia questions Agrita's personality while reflecting on the limited knowledge she gained from reading the original book story.
Considering a direct approach, the red-haired lady notes that celebrities often look different from their televised shows.
Agrita sighs deeply while wishing for a cell phone to search for a way back home right now.
Lydia remains frozen in disbelief as she processes the modern technology reference mentioned by the heroine just now.
A narrative bubble questions what she just heard, emphasizing the shocking nature of Agrita's sudden, modern statement.
Green leaves rustle softly in the wind as a heavy silence stretches between the two women in garden. Turning around suddenly, the brown-haired girl looks startled as if sensing someone is watching her from the bushes. Stepping out from hiding, Lydia repeats the word cell phone, catching Agrita completely off guard in the garden. A sharp scream sounds as the girl shouts to know who is there and if her words were overheard. A sudden gasp sounds as the girl covers her mouth, worrying she has spoken too much in her vulnerability.
Lydia observes her closely, wondering if mentioning a cell phone was just a common habit or a mistake.
Clapping her hands nervously, Agrita lies and claims it was only the name of a toy she had once.
Lydia stares intensely at her, mentally confirming the girl's identity while dismissing the obvious and very clumsy lie.
The red-haired lady asks if she is from Korea, causing the girl to freeze in absolute silent shock.
Grabbing Lydia's hands with frantic energy, Agrita gasps in realization and asks if they share a secret together.
With wide, hopeful eyes, the brown-haired girl asks Lydia if she is also originally from Korea too. Agrita's face lights up with joy and her eyes sparkle upon finding someone from her previous world.
Lydia remains silent and stunned as the girl eagerly awaits a confirmation of their shared otherworldly origins now. Inwardly celebrating, Agrita feels an overwhelming sense of relief at finally meeting a fellow countryman here today.
Beaming with happiness, she admits she felt alone and is overjoyed to find another person like her here.
Agrita apologizes for her sudden outburst, explaining that she was simply too surprised and happy to contain herself. Lydia struggles to process this revelation, wondering how the book's heroine could also be a reincarnated person today.
Narrative text emphasizes that the original story never mentioned Agrita had a past life in modern Korea before. The cover of the novel titled Spring of New Lady Agrita rests against a decorative lace background.
Lydia continues to spiral, noting that the heroine remembering a past life completely contradicts the original book's contents.
Clutching her forehead, Lydia wonders how to handle this unexpected situation while Agrita watches her with mounting concern.
Agrita asks Lydia how she ended up here, explicitly acknowledging that they are both currently inside a book.
A sudden gasp sounds as the girl covers her mouth, admitting she is speaking nonsense in her excitement.
Looking at Lydia with deep sympathy, Agrita asks how she also came to inhabit this strange fictional world.
Lydia reflects on the subtle hints regarding past lives while staring at the girl who shares her incredible secret.
Excitedly raising a fist, Agrita suggests they share their stories before asking any more complicated questions today.
A simple narrative bubble declares that the details of their arrival didn't really matter in the end.
Agrita recalls her final moments as a student, running down school stairs toward a canteen for her lunch.
She explains that she slipped on a wet step, leading to her sudden and accidental death that day.
The memory of falling through the air flashes as she recounts the tragic end of her previous life.
Lydia gasps in surprise, asking for confirmation that a simple fall led to her reincarnation as the heroine.
A narrative bubble notes the strange similarity of their experiences, as Lydia also had a sudden transition here. With renewed excitement, Agrita points out they both ended up inside a novel they only heard of before. The scene focuses on the hem of a gown as the two women find common ground together.
Flailing her arms happily, Agrita declares she will call Lydia sister because they share such similar fates today.
Thoughts confirm they both woke up in unfamiliar bodies within a fictional world, creating an instant deep bond. Lydia finally asks the crucial question, seeking to confirm that this girl is not the original Agrita now. Scratching her head, Agrita explains that Agrita is just the name of the girl whose body she inhabits. The brown-haired girl laughs brightly, feeling a weight lifted after sharing her secret with another person. Lydia stares in horror, realizing that the real story is vastly different from anything she ever read before. An open book flips its pages rapidly as the narrative highlights how different everything has truly become. An open book rests on a decorative lace background as the mysterious story continues to unfold. The brown-haired girl looks up with wide eyes as she reflects on her sudden arrival here. In the garden, the brown-haired girl explains her previous life in Korea and her subsequent rebirth. While the heroine celebrates finding a friend, Lydia remains deep in thought about the strange situation. Lydia ponders the girl's original name, Ari, while looking at her with a concerned expression. Lydia realizes the girl is following the novel script because of her memories attending the banquet. Narrative bubbles suggest that following Agrita closely will allow her to change the tragic upcoming events. The brown-haired heroine laughs brightly, her joy radiating through the quiet backyard garden during the party. Close-up of the girl's face as she beams with pure happiness, eyes closed in a wide smile.
An intense thought bubble emphasizes the impossibility of revealing that the heroine has already died thrice.
A light-hearted giggle sounds as the heroine celebrates while Lydia stands by, processing the heavy secret. Under the starry night sky, a thought bubble questions if the current plan is truly right. Standing near the fountain, the pair discusses their future actions and maintaining safety during the event.
The brown-haired heroine continues to laugh joyfully, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of her situation.
A pair of pink heels sits alone as text claims returning Ari home is necessary. A single prominent bubble asks the difficult question of how such a return could ever happen. Clutching her head, Lydia wonders if returning the girl home would bring back the original Agrita.
The heroine waves her hand and calls out to her new sister, breaking Lydia's deep contemplation.
Agrita asks if a pond exists in the garden, causing Lydia to question her sudden interest. Looking at her bare feet, the heroine admits she was too excited and forgot her shoes.
Agrita decides she must wash her feet and repeats her inquiry about the location of the pond.
A hand points toward the interior of the garden while suggesting the pond might be located there. The heroine thanks her and prepares to leave while Lydia offers a stunned and hesitant confirmation.
Rhythmic footsteps sound as Lydia stands silently, watching the brown-haired girl walk away toward the fountain.
Lydia's eyes widen in terror as a sudden sharp gasp sounds, signaling an immediate and unexpected danger.
Startled by the sudden noise, the brown-haired girl turns back with a confused and questioning look.
A frantic thud sounds as Lydia runs, warning of danger while the heroine asks about the pond.
Scurrying quickly, Lydia panics that walking barefoot might lead to a fatal encounter with a poisonous ant.
More footsteps sound as the heroine insists on washing her feet despite Lydia's internal frantic screaming.
A sudden sharp slip sounds as the heroine loses her footing on the wet grass near the pond.
A loud splash echoes through the night as the heroine falls headlong into the deep, dark water. Lydia's face is consumed by terror as she screams Agrita's name in the silent, moonlit backyard garden.
Bubbles rise to the surface as the heroine struggles underwater, realizing everything in this world is threatening. A sudden, powerful grab sounds as a hand reaches into the water to seize the drowning girl. Another massive splash erupts as Lydia plunges into the pond to save the girl from certain death.
While struggling in the water, Lydia shouts for Agrita to wait as they both fight the current.
Underwater, a sudden gurgle sounds while narrative boxes admit the mistake of thinking Agrita could be saved.
Thrashing frantically, Agrita gasps for air while Lydia tries to calm her down amid the chaotic splashing.
Sinking shoes and bubbles fill the dark water while Lydia reflects on the exhaustion of rescuing someone.
Lydia curses her situation while submerged, her eyes shut tight against the stinging water and mounting panic.
Bubbles rise past floating text that warns her not to jump and to use other saving methods.
A sudden strong pull sounds as a gloved hand reaches down to haul someone out of the water. Gasping and soaked, Lydia collapses onto the grass near the pond as a heavy thud sounds.
Spluttering and coughing, Lydia tries to clear her lungs while a confused question escapes her trembling lips.
Lydia looks up at her silver-haired brother Essie, who stands over her in a dark uniform. A gloved hand rests firmly on Lydia's shoulder, while a thought bubble senses something deeply wrong here.
Close-up of Essie's face reveals cold, golden eyes burning with anger while Lydia begs him to help. From a low angle, only the top of Essie's silver hair is visible as the atmosphere becomes tense.
A sharp swing sounds as a gloved hand draws a sword from its scabbard with deadly intent.
Rhythmic footsteps sound as the silver-haired man walks away, brandishing his long sword toward the dark woods.
Lydia wakes up sweating and dazed, coughing as she wonders where she is in her room.
A heavy thud sounds as Lydia lies down, struggling to understand her current and confusing situation. Sitting up with a sudden start, Lydia realizes she is back in the safety of her bed. Lydia confirms she is in her room wearing indoor clothes, feeling deeply confused about her arrival there.
Lydia wonders about Agrita's safety, recalling the terrifying sight of Essie drawing his long, sharp sword.
A sharp creak sounds as Lydia startles, noticing a dark figure sitting silently beside her large bed.
Looking at the silver-haired man, Lydia hesitantly asks for Essie while noticing his intense golden eyes.
Sitting calmly in a chair, Essie asks what Lydia is doing there as she sits upright.
Lydia lies back down with a thud as Essie gently places his hand on her sweating forehead.
Essie's hand remains firm yet gentle against her skin during a moment of heavy, silent tension. Looking at his sister, Essie asks about Agrita while Lydia remains silent and still in her bed. The silver-haired man continues, explaining he will do anything as long as it is his sister's wish. Essie stares intently at Lydia while stating that it doesn't matter what the request actually is.
Lydia watches in confusion as Essie slowly moves his hand to cover her eyes completely from view.
He reassures her that it is okay to do anything if that is truly what she wants.
Essie's golden eye narrows slightly as he prepares to change the subject of their late-night conversation.
Looking down, Essie admits he is angry this time, as Lydia watches him with wide, fearful eyes. A sudden flinch sounds as Lydia's hand twitches under the covers after hearing his terrifying admission.
Recalling their meeting at the pond, Lydia reflects on how she correctly thought Essie was angry.
Looking around the dimly lit room, she confirms that his terrifying aura was no illusion at all. Essie offers a quiet apology for causing concern, while Lydia lies in bed, staring blankly ahead.
Chibi young Lydia and Essie appear as narrative text notes. He kills people with his own hands. The dark narrative continues over a grim and unsettling image of a girl lying dead on the floor. A book floats through the air as the perspective shifts back to the current scene in bed. Essie continues to watch over his sleeping sister from his seat beside the large, ornate bed. Lydia realizes that Essie wouldn't answer her now even if she asked more about Agrida's well-being.
Closing her eyes, Lydia decides to simply sleep and process everything once the morning sun arrives.
A loud gasp sounds as Lydia's eyes snap open, waking her from a deep and restless sleep. Lydia sits up in her large bed and wonders if her previous conversation was only a dream.
She remembers talking to Essie, but remains uncertain if it was a dream or a real event.
Sitting up, Lydia remembers she must find out what happened to Agrida during the banquet yesterday. The door bursts open with a loud bang as someone shouts for their sister in great excitement. A person lunges forward and catches Lydia in a sudden embrace, nearly knocking her over in bed.
Lydia looks surprised as the brown-haired girl clings to her with a look of great confusion.
Lydia asks for Ari as the brown-haired girl clings to her in a desperate, tight hug. Fast footsteps sound as a booted foot steps firmly onto the ornate carpet in the quiet room. Entering the room, Bessie shouts for her lady while the doctor confirms that she is finally awake.
Bessie admits she was very worried while a small, crying face illustrates her deep distress today. Approaching the pair, the doctor asks Lydia how she is feeling after her recent and dangerous ordeal. The doctor checks her pulse while Lydia claims she is fine but trails off in deep confusion. Lydia wonders what kind of nonsense is happening as Agrida clings to her during the medical checkup.
Crying loudly, Agrida admits she was really scared, while Lydia offers a hesitant and awkward comfort.
Lydia gently pats Agrida's back while a soft comfort sound echoes in the quiet, sunlit room.
Looking away, Lydia ponders if her silver-haired brother was actually the one who saved the drowning heroine.
Lydia questions why Essie would have been carrying a sword at the pond back then during the rescue. Agrida wonders if the pond is cursed, but Lydia insists it is just an ordinary pond nearby. Agrida regrets her actions while the doctor notes she suffered a leg cramp after falling into the water.
Agrida recounts being unable to move her ankle, leading Lydia to wonder if aquatic weeds were involved.
Recalling the rescue, Agrida mentions Essie drawing his sword, making Lydia wonder if he cut the weeds. Lydia finds the idea of an altruistic Essie completely unfitting for his established, cold-blooded character today. A speech bubble floats above the sunlit room, confirming that the young lady is perfectly healthy. The tan-haired doctor tells the red-haired lady she owes her safety to the Duke while Bessie cheers. A close-up of the blonde maid reveals her great surprise at the sudden turn of events. A sudden thud sounds as the brown-haired girl continues to cling tightly to Lydia in bed. A small, crying face illustrates Agrida's deep distress as she tearfully apologizes for the dangerous incident.
Lydia waves her hands frantically while explaining that her decision to jump in was her own fault.
The tan-haired doctor remarks on everyone's worry while the maid huffs with her arms crossed. Looking from behind, the silver-haired Essie watches Lydia while a bubble notes his constant silent observation. Recalling their earlier meeting, Lydia looks up as she remembers Essie mentioning he slept recently. Looking worried and serious, Bessie huffs and insists that Lydia must listen when they ask to enter. Sitting in the dim room, Essie's golden eyes remain fixed forward with a cold and steady gaze. Standing near the window, Lydia reflects on how rare it is to find such a sympathetic family. Looking at two lonely graves, the narration explains the tragic loss of the master and his wife. Standing together in the room, the two women agree they must prioritize the Duke's well-being above all. Narrative text appears over a darkened face, noting the heavy impact of hearing an earnest request. Essie stares with intense golden eyes while text explains his deep awareness of why he had to die.
Narrative boxes describe Essie as a man who values others and serves as her only source of affection.
A text box in front of a sunlit window confirms that Lydia is his last remaining family. From behind, the silver-haired man looks away while text claims he views her as his only special person. In a close-up, Essie's golden eyes remain stoic as the text notes his doubt-free affection for her. Looking down with a somber expression, Lydia reflects that Essie would never actually be able to save her. A side view of the tan-haired doctor shows him watching the scene with a quiet and observant look. The doctor asks what she is doing while a sharp tap sounds as he startles the blonde maid. Looking down at their feet, the doctor chides the maid for her constant and annoying nagging. The pair bickers loudly while Lydia raises her voice, trying to calm them down and stop the fighting. Lydia raises her hands to stop the argument, promising to be careful to satisfy both Bessie and the doctor.
A small icon illustrates Bessie's intent as she offers to bring hot water for Lydia to wash up.
Lydia waves her off, claiming she can easily use cold water from the bathroom instead. A fast scurrying sounds as Bessie runs toward the door, shouting for Lydia to wait for heated water.
Before leaving, the tan-haired doctor instructs Lydia to call them if she feels anything wrong with her body. The doctor warns Lydia against self-diagnosis while she offers a nervous confirmation of his medical advice. Agrita sits quietly on the edge of the blue sofa, watching the room after the others have left. In a chibi-style panel, the narrative confirms that the brown-haired girl also wishes to stay by Lydia's side. Lydia's hand rests on the large wooden door handle as she calls out to the girl, Ari. A sharp creak sounds as Lydia opens the door, telling Ari she will see her at dinner. The sunlit bedroom stands empty and quiet after everyone has finally exited the room for the morning. A long, exhausted sigh sounds as Lydia closes her eyes, feeling the weight of the recent chaos. A sharp knock sounds as Lydia startles, letting out a sudden shout of surprise at the door. A soft creak sounds as Lydia peeks through the door with a confused and questioning look. The gray-haired butler asks if she is all right while Lydia realizes who is standing in the hallway. Standing at the threshold, Lydia confirms she is fine while her bare feet are visible below her hem. A sharp zap sounds as the butler's eyes widen in intense shock, his mustache twitching with alarm. Narrative text questions why she jumped into the pond and warns her to call for help next time. The butler's face is surrounded by text describing his storm of nagging while Lydia holds her head. Wearing sunglasses, the butler continues his ruthless lecture while Lydia lies exhausted on the floor in memory. Another loud knock sounds as Lydia stands by the door, groaning in frustration at the new interruption. A man and woman stand together, thanking Lydia profusely for saving their daughter during the banquet. Lydia looks completely bewildered as she processes the sudden and unexpected gratitude from the couple. A blurry memory appears underwater, with text clarifying that it was actually Essie who rescued Agrita. Lydia clutches her face in embarrassment, reflecting on the madness of everyone arriving the moment she woke. A sudden heavy thud sounds as her feet touch the ornate rug. Sitting on her sofa, Lydia decides it is time to organize her many complicated thoughts. Dark shapes loom as narrative text questions why the world is behaving so strangely. Narrative text explains that the current girl is no longer the real original Agrita. Lydia reflects on how the world tries to kill the girl possessed by Shin Ari. Holding her quill, Lydia wonders if the world's deadly intent is actually possible. Recalling her near drowning, Lydia realizes she needs help to save Agrita from the underworld. Thinking of Shin Ari, Lydia wonders if the girl can truly assist her. Fading visions illustrate her doubt regarding the assertions kept hidden within her heart. Lydia sits in deep contemplation while resting her finger against her chin. Narrative text notes that Essie was once drawn to Agrita only for who she was. A vision of the silver-haired Essie appears, looking stoic and elegant in his formal suit. Agrita's happy face appears as text notes the uncertain future for the non-original girl. A hand reaches out as narrative text explores the growing doubt within the current situation. Lydia recalls Essie staying by her side all night instead of falling for Agrita. A sharp gasp sounds as Lydia realizes the significance of the changes in the timeline. Looking stunned, Lydia wonders if she should wait and process this surprising new realization. Closing her eyes, Lydia takes a moment to breathe and calm her racing heart. A quick tap sounds as Lydia sets her quill down, her heart feeling heady. A sharp clap sounds as Lydia decides to think positively about relying on Agrita. Beside her bed, narrative text explains her fear of staying still or running away. Lydia holds her notes while thinking there is no possibility of falling for Essie. Looking at her slippers, Lydia remembers Essie's sponsorship after saving Agrita from the pond. A rhythmic creak sounds as Lydia looks toward the drawer, finding hope in the book. Placing her hand on the table, she determines the one thing she must do. A soft knock sounds as the butler asks if she has washed and suggests eating. The butler asks if he should bring the meal directly to her private room. A firm tap sounds as Lydia instructs him to set it in the restaurant instead. Smiling warmly, Lydia confirms that she will eat her meal in the public restaurant. Rhythmic clicking sounds follow as the red-haired lady walks confidently down the long hallway. Walking along, Lydia considers how to prevent a crisis for the oblivious, brown-haired girl. Lydia ponders how to make the girl believe she has already died 3 times. A loud shout for sister echoes through the hallway, interrupting Lydia's private thoughts. Agrita waves enthusiastically while the butler looks on with a very panicked expression. The butler lectures Agrita on her attitude while the girl looks on in total confusion. Lydia watches in disbelief, realizing the butler nags everyone, regardless of their social standing. Lydia's eyes widen in surprise as her attention is suddenly drawn to the wall. Pointing toward a small black dot, Lydia wonders exactly what that strange object is. A cute illustration of a bee appears as text expresses shock at the insect. A sudden kya sounds as the maid screams while the other notes the bee's return. Narrative text mentions that bees are common in the front yard garden or the sponsorship. A loud shout to wait and catch the insect rings out through the hallway. A panicked clamor sounds as the butler warns that the poisonous bee could be deadly.
Lydia realizes this is no ordinary bee, as it appeared exactly where Agrita was standing.
Thinking quickly, Lydia wonders if she can catch the poisonous bee with her bare hands. A terrified Kaya sounds as the girl flinches away from the buzzing flying insect. Seeing the danger, Lydia shouts a panicked warning as the bee lunges toward the girl.
A sharp whoosh sounds as something moves through the air with incredible, blinding speed. Lydia watches with a look of pure shock as a sudden action occurs before her.
A soft thud sounds as the bee is struck down and falls to the carpet. A rhythmic thud sounds as the red-haired lady encounters someone she has not seen recently.
Standing in the hallway, the blonde-haired man in the red uniform continues his steady approach. Lydia looks up in surprise while the man explains he returned late last night.
The man reveals his orders are to remain by her side as her constant escort. Surrounded by white roses, the man introduces himself as Darbury, the family's loyal knight.
Saluting formally, Darbury Sack identifies himself as her knight while mentioning he accidentally overslept.
A bright laugh sounds as Darbury cheerfully begs her to keep his lateness a secret. Standing in the sunlit hall, Lydia wonders what the punishment for his mistake might be. Darbury looks puzzled, explaining he caught the bee simply because he felt he had to.
With a comically shocked expression, Lydia cries out to Sir Darbury in sudden alarm.
A questioning look crosses Darbury's face as he processes her sudden and loud exclamation.
The maid joins them, praising Darbury's incredible skill in striking down the tiny insect.
Looking at the crushed insect, the butler asks if the bee was actually poisonous.
Darbury shouts in shock while the tan-haired doctor rushes in, panicked by the poison.
A quick slide sounds as Lydia presents the paper containing the dead poisonous bee.
The doctor adjusts his glasses, closely examining the dangerous insect Lydia recovered. Confusion fills the hallway as they wonder where such a toxic creature came from.
Looking out the window, they note how rare it is to find such poison nearby.
The doctor warns of the danger while asking if everyone avoided being stung during the chaos.
Recalling the scene, Lydia realizes Agrita was nearly struck by the deadly insect's flight. A soft hiccup sounds as the pale Agrita stands beside the worried mustached butler.
The group wonders how Lydia knew while realizing a disaster was narrowly avoided today. A rhythmic hiccup sounds as Lydia silently watches the visibly shaken Agrita.
Walking across the ornate rug, Lydia calls out to the brown-haired bro.
Reaching out, Lydia places a comforting hand on Agrita's shoulder to calm her. The scene shifts to the high, ornate towers of the mansion under a clear sky. A rhythmic thud sounds as Lydia reflects on escaping death twice in 2 days.
Lydia considers this a perfect opportunity to finally make her claims seem believable.
The realization of the poison's presence hangs heavily in the quiet hallway. Darbury instructs them to kill any bees on sight while Lydia remains deep in thought.
Feeling followed, Lydia wonders how long the knight intends to stay right behind her.
Stopping in her tracks, Lydia turns her attention back toward the loyal knight.
Darbury stops and responds immediately, waiting to hear what the red-haired lady wants.
Lydia asks if he can wait outside so she can speak privately with Agrita.
Darbury flatly refuses, citing his absolute orders to never leave her side for a second. The pair bickers over the knight's refusal to allow her even a moment of privacy. Standing together in the hall, Lydia fumes as the knight remains stubborn about his duties.
Darbury smiles, noting that her annoyance is nothing compared to the Duke's strict orders. Narrowing her eyes, Lydia feels a surge of frustration toward the absent Duke.
A quick slide sounds as Darbury covers his ears to avoid eavesdropping on her conversation. Lydia questions his ability to hear while he awkwardly tries to prove his innocence.
Darbury urges her to speak while Lydia questions what happens if he refuses her request.
Smirking, Lydia threatens to tell Essie that the knight's negligence nearly got her killed. A tense silence follows as the threat of the Duke's wrath lingers in the air.
Darbury shouts in terror while Lydia ruthlessly questions if he will survive to see tomorrow.
Panicked, Darby tries to excuse himself, claiming he was also in danger from the bee. Lydia dismisses his excuses, knowing the Duke will only believe her version of events.
Darbury facepalms in defeat, realizing he has no way to counter her clever threat.
A quick slide sounds as Lydia offers a final warning for him to stay safe. A sharp slam sounds as the door closes, leaving the knight alone with his thoughts. Seated across from Agrita, the red-haired Lydia suggests they eat and talk if she is hungry. Agrita admits she was hungry but completely lost her appetite after the shock of the incident. A rhythmic gulping sound follows as Agrita quickly drinks her water while Lydia watches with a smile.
A heavy, rhythmic thud sounds as Agrita sets her glass down firmly on the table.
Looking terrified, Agrita questions how such a poisonous bee could even exist in this place.
Agrita rants about the disaster of the poisoned bee while Lydia listens to her endless frantic chatter.
Looking away, Lydia realizes that Agrita's constant talking makes it difficult to find an opening for business.
A rhythmic clatter sounds as Lydia sets her glass down, reflecting on the strange misfortune of yesterday.
Agrita wonders if she is cursed or if the mansion is the problem, before apologizing for being rude. Encouraging her guest, Lydia agrees and asks the brown-haired girl what she actually wants to say.
Agrita laughs joyfully, noting that Lydia seems much younger than her own 17-year-old sister.
A rhythmic pause sounds as the realization that Agrita is only 15 hits the shocked Lydia.
Looking down at the table, Agrita questions if Lydia is 16, but Lydia clarifies she is 15. The weight of Agrita being only 15 hangs in the air outside the sunlit dining room.
Lydia stares forward in total shock, unable to believe that Agrita is only a young girl.
Recalling her past, Agrita laughs about nervously rushing down the stairs after a mock exam at school.
Agrita asks Lydia what she wanted to discuss, while narrative text notes the girl's extreme immaturity. The question of whether Lydia is being serious lingers over the quiet, ornate room.
Puzzled by the shift in tone, Agrita wonders if there was something specific she should have noticed.
Narrative text warns that Agrita is destined to die unless she is extremely careful from now on. Lydia reflects on how she was trying to raise awareness to save Agrita more easily. A simple, heavy realization follows. Lydia is doing this simply because she needs to survive. Looking up in surprise, Agrita questions Lydia's sudden use of the word sister. Narrative text explains Lydia's resolve to save Agrita for her own future as she looks down solemnly. Standing in the room, Lydia asks Agrita the heavy and direct question, "Do you want to live?" Agrita looks at the red-haired lady with a puzzled expression, asking her to repeat her question. A close-up of Lydia's determined eyes shows her focus as she prepares to reveal the truth. A rhythmic tapping sounds as Lydia walks alone through the long, ornate stone hallway. Walking with her hands clasped, Lydia remains silent as she processes the weight of her conversation. Stopping suddenly, Lydia mutters a curse under her breath as a rhythmic pause sounds. A sharp, heavy thud sounds as Lydia strikes the wall, venting her frustration and fear. A hand reaches out to touch Lydia's head comfortingly as she huddles in the empty hallway. A soft call for the lady breaks the silence as someone approaches the distraught princess.
Darbury Sack admits he is scared and asks Lydia to tell him if she needs anything.
Looking up at her knight, Lydia remains silent while he continues to offer his support. A rhythmic tapping sounds as they walk together past the large windows of the mansion. Narrative text notes that it is now up to Agrita to choose her own path. Lydia reflects on telling Agrita everything, though not strictly for the purpose of keeping her alive. Lydia explains the possibility that dying here might return Agrita's soul to their original world. Looking away, Lydia admits it is only a possibility, leaving the decision to the younger girl. The choice rests with Agrita, whether to chase that possibility or try to survive here. Narrative text confirms that the ultimate option has now been passed into Agrita's hands. Lydia reflects on her promise to help if Agrita resists fate, but otherwise she won't intervene.
A sharp thud sounds as Lydia reels, while Darbury thinks she has finally gone crazy.
Lydia questions her own conscience, remembering how easily she used to rationalize less noble actions.
A wave of guilt and remorse washes over Lydia as she grapples with her manipulative plan. Narrative text explains her struggle between her own needs and the confidence to save another life. Darbury Sack watches her closely, noting his own weakness to children as Lydia remains distressed. Gripping her head, Lydia groans as she realizes her entire future now depends on Agrita's choice. Walking away dejectedly, Lydia prepares for a tragic end, accepting that she brought this on herself. Looking surprised, the red-haired lady turns as someone calls out to her in the hallway. A blonde maid smiles brightly, her face lighting up with joy during their morning conversation. A rhythmic tap sounds as the maid offers a tray with a glass of honey. Explaining the drink is for the Duke, the maid asks the lady for a favor. Taken aback by the request, the red-haired lady points to herself in sudden, wide-eyed confusion. Encouraging her, the maid claps her hands and suggests the lady check her own reflection. The blonde knight, Sir Darbury, appears suddenly and offers to take over the task himself. A soft glow illuminates the glass of honey water, highlighting its golden and syrupy texture. Declining the knight's help, the red-haired lady firmly takes the tray to deliver it herself. Looking at the bright window, the lady reflects on someone staying awake all night for her. A rhythmic tapping sounds as the lady walks through the hallway, recalling her parents' tragic passing. Standing outside a door, she decides to knock as a matter of polite and professional courtesy. A sharp knock sounds before a voice invites her in, leaving the lady momentarily stunned. The lady enters the quiet room, questioning if the inhabitant had been sleeping after all. Seated at a desk, the silver-haired Essie works diligently amidst a floral and decorative border. A close-up of Essie's golden eye shows his calm and focused expression as he works. Turning around, Essie acknowledges his sister's presence as she enters his private and quiet workspace. Presenting the tray, the lady explains she brought freshly prepared honey water for him. She reflects on how a maid named Bessie views honey water as a universal cure. Essie questions her arrival as she sets the tray down, though she expects him to refuse.
Sitting together, Essie asks how she feels, and she replies that she slept very well. Essie watches her closely, using her reaction to gauge the absolute truth of her words. Shifting the focus, the red-haired lady asks Essie how he is doing after his long night. She mentions hearing that he stayed up, questioning why he chose to work instead of rest. Looking at the desk, she wonders why he decided to work here instead of his office. She imagines the butler nagging him with a magical necklace if he worked in the office.
Correcting herself internally, she realizes her true intention was to ask if he felt tired. Essie stares back silently, his calm demeanor giving away nothing of his actual physical state. Observing his face, the lady notes he doesn't look tired despite having not slept at all.
A soft rustle sounds as a hand moves gently toward the red-haired lady's face. Reaching out, Essie tenderly strokes his sister's head while they sit together in the room. Surprised by the sudden gesture, the lady wonders why he is touching her hair so affectionately.
Recalling a past moment with Sir Darbury, she realizes the true reason for her visit today. A heavy realization hits her as she questions the purpose of her long walk here.
A sharp crackle sounds as the lady panics, demanding Sir Darbury speak to her about his role.
A soft hum sounds as the conversation shifts awkwardly toward the state of the weather. Feeling flustered, the lady covers her mouth while waiting for his response to her comment. Suddenly accusing him of lying, she questions Essie's claim of not being tired at all. She points out that he is speaking much slower than usual, a clear sign of exhaustion. Recalling their childhood, she notes that Essie always spoke slower when he was truly fatigued. A vision of young Essie appears as she reflects on how his childhood habits remain unchanged. She wonders why he doesn't recognize his own signs of tiredness even when others do. Smiling gently, the silver-haired Essie simply denies that he is feeling any fatigue at all.
The red-haired lady stares at him, her expression a mix of concern and lingering skepticism.
A quiet moment follows as the narrative confirms Essie's insistence that he did not lie. Looking away, Essie admits that while he isn't tired, things aren't exactly going well either. Essie questions if she is worried about him since she knows he stayed up all night. Fidgeting with her fingers, she softly admits that she was indeed worried about his health.
The narrative text confirms her deep concern, reminding her that they are, after all, family.
Reflections on the complex nature of family ties linger over the quiet and decorative room. A bright, warm sunlight pours through the window, illuminating a pink plant on the floor. Lydia and Essie sit together in the quiet room, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. Looking at his sister, the silver-haired Essie remains silent as a rhythmic pause sounds.
Lydia watches Essie intently, trying to read the emotions behind his calm and focused gaze. A close-up reveals Essie's sharp golden eyes as he stares back with unwavering intensity.
A rhythmic clatter sounds as the glass is set down, echoing through the ornate room. Essie drinks the honey water in several quick, thirsty gulps while Lydia watches in surprise. Lydia asks if he was thirsty, noting her shock that he drank the entire glass. Essie admits that he does occasionally feel thirsty, his expression remaining calm and thoughtful. Touching his lips, Essie explains that his thirst only becomes intense under very specific circumstances. Lydia remains silent, processing his words while the soft light of the room surrounds them. Lydia reflects on how Essie only showed these signs of physical thirst during their childhood. Realizing he is exhausted, Lydia points out his fatigue, which surprises the silver-haired Duke. Narrative text notes that despite Essie's claims, his body is clearly suffering from extreme tiredness. Calling her name, Essie gets Lydia's attention as she looks at him with focused interest. Shifting the topic, Essie asks Lydia if she has developed any feelings for Agrita Grace. Lydia stares at him with wide, startled eyes, caught off guard by his direct inquiry. As he maintains a slight, enigmatic smile, his golden eyes watching her reaction very closely. A dark, ominous thought bubble suggests Essie is considering turning the girl into a doll.
Lydia panics and shouts a refusal while Essie questions her reasons for being so upset.
Essie explains a doll wouldn't jump into ponds, reminding Lydia of her own past actions. Feeling scolded, Lydia wonders if he is lecturing her for her impulsive behavior yesterday. Lydia assures him she appreciates his work and has no intention of ever disturbing him. A soft rustle sounds as Essie moves his hand, preparing to deliver a heavy warning. Leaning in close, Essie warns Lydia that he cannot spare anyone who harms his sister. Essie tells her that is all she needs to know, leaving Lydia looking quite flustered. Lydia realizes with terror that Essie is willing to kill others for the sake of her safety. Sweating nervously, Lydia asks her brother who exactly he includes in his threat against others. Essie declares that everyone except his sister is a potential target if she is ever hurt. A soft creak sounds as Lydia leaves the room, closing the heavy doors behind her. Sir Darbury Sock waits in the hallway, looking surprised as Lydia exits the Duke's office. Darbury asks if the lady delivered the drink safely, noting her dazed and troubled expression.
Lydia stares into space, her mind reeling from the intensity of her conversation with Essie. A sharp thud sounds as Lydia reels, while narrative text describes her overwhelming sense of dread. Leaning her head against the wall, Lydia groans as she processes Essie's extreme and dangerous protectiveness. Lydia walks away dejectedly, thinking about how Essie's cold warning still rings in her ears. Narrative text explores Lydia's internal struggle as she wonders about her role as an older sister. A memory of young Essie's smiling brightly appears, contrasting with the man he has become. Lydia reflects on how her younger brother has always possessed a somewhat extreme and intense personality. She wonders if she could have handled his dark declaration with a much lighter heart.
The siblings walk together through a floral garden, their backs turned to the bright sunlight.
Narrative text describes Lydia's habit of projecting herself into the situations and places of others. A dark memory surfaces of Lydia being accused of merely pretending to be part of a family. Walking through a dim and quiet hallway, Lydia appears lost in a sea of dark thoughts. Narrative text delivers a final, heavy warning. The ultimate price for her failure is death. Darbury notices her stop suddenly and asks if she is all right, startling the red-haired lady. Narrative text encourages Lydia to stop dwelling on the dark sentiments that are weighing her down. Looking ahead, Lydia calls out to the blonde knight, Sir Darbury, as they continue walking. Lydia asks the knight a deep question about the true meaning and value of a family. She questions how precious a family is, leaving Darbury looking quite surprised and uncertain. Darbury reveals he doesn't have a family, causing the red-haired woman to react with shock. Lydia realizes she was wrong about the blonde-haired man's background as she sweats nervously. Fumbling for words, Lydia apologizes for her mistake while wondering about his social standing. A cheerful laugh sounds as Darbury dismisses her concern, considering it a normal question. Darbury mentions his imaginary sister, admitting people find his hypothetical affection for her uncomfortable.
Discussing the non-existent sister, he claims she would only wish for Lydia's death.
Rhythmic footsteps sound as Darbury insists a little sister would be cute, confusing Lydia. Darbury enthusiastically describes his ideal siblings, while Lydia notes his blatantly biased remarks. The conversation shifts as they debate why an imaginary sister would be considered cute. Darbury claims his hypothetical sister would be beautiful simply because she looks like him. A confused silence follows as Lydia stares blankly at the blonde-haired man's narcissism. Hearts surround an image of the perfect sister Darbury describes as talented and humble. Lydia questions if this is just a fantasy, but Darbury firmly insists it isn't. Lydia argues that it is definitely a fantasy regardless of what he claims. Adopting a prayerful pose, Darbury admits he was waiting for someone to ask about his sister. Darbury claims his portrayal is realistic, leaving Lydia to respond with a dismissive noise. Lydia wonders if the blonde man dropped his conscience somewhere within the mansion grounds. Parodying a fairy tale, Lydia holds golden and silver axes while Darbury laughs heartily.
Lydia reflects on Darbury's odd personality, noting she hasn't seen him in a year.
The scene shifts as an unknown voice addresses the lady in a grand hallway. A moment of transition occurs as the narrative pauses between the ongoing social events.
A voice asks the lady about the importance of family against a floral background.
Lydia ponders the concept of family while standing alone in the quiet palace hallway. Walking with Darby, Lydia reflects that no true family exists within the specific mansion. She admits she has no way of knowing if her real family even exists. Lydia shouts that parents are extremely important, her expression full of sudden, intense energy. Comparing them to land and sky, Darbury reacts with surprise at her sudden outburst. Speaking near the trees, she mentions that although he has no sister, things are complicated. Lydia looks away in deep thought as she processes their strange and revealing conversation. She notes that his way of thinking is quite one-sided despite his confident delivery. Realizing it was a confession about a real sister, Lydia wonders how to respond properly. Cheering him on, Lydia hopes his heart is recognized, while Darbury offers his thanks. Lydia questions his character, but Darbury insists he is exactly as he previously stated. Lydia wonders if the fantasy sister he described is actually a real person after all. Darbury confirms the sister is real, causing Lydia to back down from the argument. Rhythmic footsteps sound as the two characters finally arrive at Lydia's private room. Darbury asks if she wants him to enter, but Lydia refuses his protective company. She questions if the blonde man plans to rest while she stays inside alone. Complex calculations appear as Darbury processes her words before Lydia tells him to rest. Lydia promises to call him when she leaves, and Darbury agrees to wait outside. The grand bedroom stands empty and silent after the two figures finish their conversation. A soft flop sounds as the red-haired woman collapses onto the bedroom floor. Finally alone, Lydia lets out a contented sigh as she relaxes on the carpet. Thinking about her belongings, Lydia decides she must eventually organize her things.
A lazy hum sounds as Lydia decides she simply doesn't want to move anymore.
She recalls her original plan to take her trunk and run away from the mansion.
A narrative box confirms that changed circumstances have made her escape plan impossible now.
Sunlight filters through the leaves outside the window as the scene remains peaceful.
The story pauses as a decorative title card signals the end of the chapter. Steady knocks sound against the door, startling Lydia as a voice calls for her.
Lydia sweats nervously as she wonders how much time has passed before asking what is happening.
A servant's voice informs Lydia that Lady Grace has requested a meeting with her immediately. Rhythmic footsteps echo through the quiet palace hallway as Lydia makes her way to the meeting.
Lydia recalls breaking up with Agrita, fearing the world would conspire to kill her this time. The quiet study stands still as Lydia considers the weight of the decision Agrita has made.
A brown-haired girl in a light purple dress waits patiently within the ornate sitting room.
Thorny vines frame a realization that Lydia's future hinges entirely on the young girl's choice.
Lydia and Ari sit across from one another, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken secrets and tea.
Leaning forward, Ari reveals her true identity to Lydia with a quiet, knowing declaration. Lydia's eyes widen in shock as she realizes the girl sitting before her is also reincarnated.
A moment of profound silence follows as the brown-haired girl questions if she truly died.
Visibly shaken, Lydia asks for clarification as the reality of the situation begins to set in.
Ari explains that she died after slipping down the stairs in her original world, not Agrita.
Clenching her fists, the brown-haired girl looks down while haunted by the memory of her death.
Ari ponders the nature of souls and how she migrated from her original world to this. Tears fall onto Ari's hands as she remembers the terrifying height of the stairs she fell. Lydia remains motionless, listening intently to the girl's tragic story about her past life and demise.
Ari admits she avoided thinking about the high stairs that caused her sudden early death.
Crying into her hands, Ari laments missing her college years and her unfinished winter break plans.
A delicate teacup sits on the table as the brown-haired girl continues her emotional, honest confession.
Tears stream down Ari's face as she releases the bottled-up grief of her lost original life. Reflecting in silence, Lydia admits to herself that she understands exactly how the young girl feels.
Lydia remembers her own past life with blunt clarity, feeling detached from her current second existence.
A dark void emphasizes Lydia's empathy for Ari, recognizing the things they both left unfinished.
Ari weeps for a future she anticipated but never got to live in her first world.
Over a view of the drawing room, Lydia observes that Ari is too young for such tragedy.
Lydia pulls the crying brown-haired girl into a warm, protective embrace to offer her some comfort.
Startled by the sudden contact, Lydia's expression softens as she holds the emotional girl close.
Ari clings to Lydia, finding solace in the first person who truly understands her strange situation.
A loud, sharp hiccup breaks the emotional tension as the scene in the room suddenly shifts.
After sharing everything, Ari blows her nose into a handkerchief, looking slightly better and relieved. Lydia offers encouragement to Ari while the girl promises to support her in return. A vision of Ari's past self in a school uniform appears, confirming her original body's death. Over tea, they form an alliance. Lydia will help Ari survive, and Ari will assist Lydia. Lydia looks on with a confused expression as she tries to process Ari's sudden question.
Ari shouts in indignation, calling her brother a villain for wanting to kill someone like Lydia.
Breaking into a cheerful laugh, Lydia agrees with the girl's blunt assessment of the difficult situation.
Ari holds a rose dramatically, vowing to use her charms to aid in Lydia's escape. A decorative clock stands on the mantel as Lydia considers the concept of the art of seduction.
Lydia wonders if she can effectively use the new strategies they discussed for her survival and escape. Reaching for her tea, Lydia reflects on the cold, calculating way the white-haired man always speaks. Essie, a man with white hair, smiles deviously while questioning Lydia's feelings toward Agrita Grace. Sitting regally in a black uniform, Essie exudes an aura of confidence and hidden, dangerous intentions.
A streaked purple background represents the lingering, unimpressed voice of Essie in Lydia's memory.
A promotional card featuring a small dog appears as the chapter concludes with a thank you. The sun sets behind the Grand Palace, casting long shadows over the quiet and sprawling grounds. Lydia recalls following Ari from the banquet hall as a secret sponsor the previous night. She remembers the silent rescue as she pulled Ari from a pond without a single word. Lydia considers the indifference of Essie while a close-up shows the white-haired man's knowing, calm gaze.
Sitting alone, Lydia wipes sweat from her brow as she plans her next move with intense focus. Lydia observes a girl with white skin and a peach-red blush, noting her delicate facial features.
She admires the girl's long brown hair, describing it as exceptionally smooth and calm. Lydia notices the girl has clear, shining eyes that give her an elegant and pure appearance.
The brown-haired girl laughs joyfully while surrounded by blooming flowers in a bright, sunny garden.
A sudden clack sounds as Lydia sets down her tea, wondering how to use her knowledge. Thinking deeply, Lydia realizes that Essie is completely uninterested in others, regardless of their physical appearances. She reflects on how Essie's impartial attitude towards everyone's beauty has contributed greatly to his popularity. Lydia considers how others view Essie's indifference as a sign of maturity and lack of superficiality. A realization dawns on her that she needs a new strategy to capture the man's attention. Addressing the girl directly, Lydia calls out to Ari across the ornate white marble table.
Lydia encourages Ari to work hard, and the brown-haired girl enthusiastically agrees to the plan.
A narrative note mentions that Ari is recovering quickly and possesses a high level of ambition. Ari exclaims that the tea is delicious as she drinks it with a bright, happy smile. Sitting alone, Lydia reflects that thanks to Ari's help, she can finally focus on surviving. With a soft flop, Lydia collapses onto the sofa, grateful to have someone to discuss the future. She concludes that there is something far more vital to their success than the art of temptation. Lydia believes survival is the priority, comparing Ari's fragile fate to that of a vulnerable sunfish. A narrative box declares that Ari's primary mission is to survive her fate at any cost. Looking determined and surprised, Ari gives a firm confirmation to Lydia's plan for their survival. Lydia privately thinks that she must witness Ari in danger a few more times to confirm something. Seeing dead insects, Lydia decides she needs Sir Darbury's help to ensure Ari avoids future disasters. A loud crash echoes as a falling vase shatters, but Darbury catches Ari just in time. Running along the balcony, a terrified maid repeatedly apologizes for accidentally dropping the vase from above. A soft huff escapes Ari as Darbury assures her that no one was hit by the glass. Narrative text confirms that although the vase nearly hit her, the blonde knight successfully saved the girl. Glancing at the time, Lydia notes it is exactly 12:15 as she observes the aftermath of the accident. Approaching the pair, Lydia asks if Ari is all right, and the girl shakily confirms she is fine. Scratching his head, Darbury notes that both girls seem surprised by the sudden and dangerous event. A narrative box highlights that Darbury has already saved Ari's life twice in a single day. In a sudden gap in the conversation, Darbury offers to help the maids clean up the mess. Leaning in close, Lydia whispers to Ari, telling her to listen carefully to her new discovery. She explains her theory that Ari is only in mortal danger 3 specific times every day. Visions of explosions and falling chandeliers emphasize the dangers scheduled for breakfast, lunch, and dinner times. An image of shoes near a pond recalls a previous near-death accident that occurred during dinner time. Lydia lists the morning's poisonous bee and the falling vase as the day's first 2 dangerous events. She points out that she has never been in danger during the quiet gaps between the main meals. Ari expresses shock at the revelation, while Lydia notes this knowledge makes their situation much better. Lydia instructs Ari to stay close today so they can verify the pattern of these life-threatening events. Low mumbles and whispers fill the quiet hallway as the 2 women continue their secret, urgent discussion. Both women react with confusion as a sudden noise from around the corner catches their immediate attention. A sob sounds as the maid kneels in apology, but Darbury gently tells her that everything is fine. A narrative bubble explains that many innocent people are being used by the world to kill Ari. With a tired sigh, Darbury listens as Lydia and Ari comfort the crying maid in the hallway. The grand ballroom stands empty with ghostly silhouettes, signaling the transition to a major social event. A narrative card notes it is the 2nd day of the 4-day coming-of-age and birthday banquet celebration. Lydia is startled when her maid, Bessie, suddenly drags her away for an unexpected and hurried dressing session. Emerging in a stunning red gown with white ruffles, Lydia looks absolutely radiant and every bit a lady. Seeing her transformation, Ari shouts in amazement that her sister looks incredibly beautiful in the new dress. Lydia stares intently, her detailed earring catching the light as she processes the young girl's sincere compliment. Calling it a strange thing to say, Lydia tells Ari she is pretty too, delighting the girl. Portrait of Agrita Grace wearing a white dress with purple ribbons she borrowed from the lady. Lydia thinks smugly to herself as a flurry of hearts surrounds her playful, blushing expression. Turning to the blonde knight, the red-haired Lydia asks Darbury if he agrees with her assessment. As a rhythmic hum sounds, Lydia playfully admits she isn't being sincere, surprising the brown-haired Agrita.
Dramatically shielding his eyes, the chibi Sir Darbury claims both women are far too dazzling to behold.
A light-hearted laugh echoes through the room as Agrita and Lydia share a genuine, joyous moment together. Looking over the banquet hall, Lydia reflects on the fact that Essie hasn't arrived yet as expected. Observing the crowded hall, Lydia notes that Essie would have escorted her earlier if he intended to attend.
A memory of Essie appears, showing how he typically only fulfills his duties on the first day. Focusing on the task at hand, Lydia reminds herself to watch Agrita carefully during the banquet. Surveying the silhouettes of guests, Lydia recalls dealing with the men who previously approached Agrita to dance. Checking the clock at 6:30, Lydia notes how perfectly Essie follows the events written in the book. Processing the day's events, Lydia realizes nothing notable has occurred since the vase shattered during the lunch hour. A sweeping motion sounds as Lydia imagines herself removing every possible threat from the grand banquet hall. Watching Agrita closely, Lydia feels confident that the girl will not put herself at risk today. Suddenly, Lydia's eyes widen in surprise as she spots something unexpected across the busy and ornate room. A gray-haired man in a red coat smiles warmly, greeting the red-haired lady with a polite gesture. Turning away, Lydia offers her thanks but hesitates, leaving her sentence hanging in the quiet hallway. Confused by the stranger's familiarity, a chibi Lydia bluntly asks the gray-haired man who he is. Smiling nervously, the man introduces himself as Riga Kami, the son of Count Kami, whom she met previously. Lydia acknowledges Mr. Kami politely, but mentions that she has not seen the Duke anywhere all day. Flashing a bright smile, Lydia suggests that Essie must simply be busy with other important matters right now. Riga Kami explains that managing a clan is exhausting, while Lydia privately doubts she will remember his face. A swirling darkness gathers as Riga offers her a drink, and Lydia considers accepting his polite invitation. A sharp command to not drink sounds just as a glass shatters, spilling red wine everywhere. Shocked silence falls over the hall as Riga, Lydia, and Darbury stare at the mess on the floor. A bead of sweat rolls down Riga Kami's face as he reels from the sudden and violent interruption. Pointing an accusatory finger, the pink-haired Lady Dianda demands to know what Riga Kami is doing. Enraged, Lady Dianda shouts that she is the one who deserves an explanation for his suspicious behavior. A rhythmic thud sounds as Dianda confronts Riga before the crowd, accusing him of a heinous act. A booming shout rings out, accusing the gray-haired man of putting dangerous drugs into the wine glass. A low murmur ripples through the crowd as guests begin to gossip about the shocking accusation. Riga Kami heatedly denies the claim, insisting he was merely helping a drunk guest at the previous party. A sharp cry pierces the air as Lady Dianda reiterates her claim that he drugged the wine. Clenching her teeth in fury, Lady Dianda glares at Riga Kami with a look of pure, unadulterated hatred. Riga defends himself against the unfair blame, while Lydia and Agrita peek out, confused by the unfolding drama. Observing Riga's nervous expression, Lydia finds it difficult to determine if he is telling the absolute truth. Stepping between them, Sir Darbury asks everyone to calm down as Lydia watches with a startled expression. Lady Dianda explains that the drug induces extreme fatigue and memory loss, worrying about her friend's safety. Calling him a shameless liar, Lady Dianda continues her assault while Darbury tries to de-escalate the situation.
A calm voice suggests asking someone for help, shifting the focus to the outskirts of the crowd.
Looking toward the entrance, the group realizes that the someone being summoned might be the Duke himself. A rhythmic tapping sounds as the silver-haired Essie approaches the scene, his presence instantly commanding the room. Surprised by the sudden arrival, Lydia wonders if Darbury truly meant that her brother was coming here. Clad in his formal white uniform and black cape, the Duke Essie stands tall amidst floral decorations. Lydia stares at her brother, her expression tight with worry as she processes his unexpected and timely arrival. A rhythmic clatter sounds as several uniformed men march into the hall surrounding the area under Essie's command. Essie looks directly at his sister, his golden eyes calm and steady despite the chaos in the room. Standing before the group, Essie announces that he has heard everything and apologizes for the lingering bother. Looking at the gathered men, Lydia wonders why so many guards have suddenly appeared in the banquet hall. Startled, the gray-haired Riga Kami listens as narration states the incident wasn't their fault. Men bow before Essie, begging for forgiveness while he asks about their drug sales. Darbury, Lydia, and Agrita look on in shock at the mention of bought drugs.
Darbury identifies the men as dealers, making Lydia wonder how Essie caught them so fast.
Essie questions the dealer specifically about a drug purchase made exactly 1 week ago. A dealer points a finger into the darkness, identifying the man who bought the drug. The finger points directly at Riga Kami, who looks on with a sweat-beaded, panicked expression. Startled by the accusation, Riga Kami falls backward as he attempts to flee the scene. Essie watches the chaos with a cold, detached gaze and sharp golden eyes. Narrative text describes the drug as colorless, odorless, bitter, and capable of causing memory loss. Lydia ponders the drug's properties, realizing that Lady Dianda's previous assessment was entirely correct. Riga Kami desperately demands evidence, admitting to the purchase but claiming he never used it.
Riga stands up, regaining a bit of nervous confidence as he protests his complete innocence.
Essie looks at the dealers and calmly confirms that he already knows the truth.
Essie explains he can distinguish the drug easily because he is the one who sells it.
Essie looks down while a man on the floor tastes the spilled wine to verify.
A hand dips a finger into the red wine and brings a drop to their gun.
One of the dealers identifies the mixture as a love potion, surprising the silver-haired duke.
The crowd whispers in shock about a love potion while looking at the broken glass.
Lydia is skeptical, thinking a drug that forces love is far too convenient to exist.
As the scene shifts, Lydia's internal monologue trails off with a confused, lingering thought.
Lydia's face contorts into a hilarious expression of pure bug-eyed shock as realization finally hits.
The hallway remains eerily quiet as the festive atmosphere of the banquet hall suddenly shifts.
Her alarm is spiked by a sudden, shrill scream of "Kya!" as someone shouts for Lady Grace.
Lydia stares ahead, her face pale with terror as she witnesses a sudden, violent turn. A sharp dagger is held against Agrida's throat as an angry voice demands an explanation.
Riga Kami holds Agrida hostage, cursing the situation and his unexpected failure to escape.
Riga demands that the Duke promise his family will not be held responsible for today's events.
Thoughts ripple through the room, questioning how he could possibly threaten hostages in front of everyone.
Terrified, Lydia wonders why Agrida is in trouble again while a pained sound echoes.
Lydia shouts at Darbury, demanding to know why he isn't moving to protect Agrida.
A chibi-style Darbury admits he prioritizes Lydia's safety first despite the intense hostage crisis.
Riga Kami demands a quick promise from Essie as he holds the knife to the gall.
Lydia panics, fearing that Essie might accidentally kill Agrida while pretending to care for her. Essie calmly asks if he can save the girl, his golden eyes fixed on the situation.
Startled by his calm question, Lydia turns back toward her brother with a confused expression.
Essie addresses the hostage directly, asking if he can save her as Lydia nods frantically.
The silver-haired man moves his feet with incredible speed as a soft sliding sound rings out.
A sudden, sharp "ah" rings out as the knife clatters loudly onto the stone floor. Riga Kami falls to his knees, groaning, "ugh," in pain after his arm is struck.
Lydia is stunned, thinking that Essie moved so quickly she couldn't see anything at all.
Rushing forward with quick steps, Lydia calls out to the brown-haired girl in the paddock.
Lydia pulls the trembling Agrida into a tight embrace, asking if she is still alive.
Essie commands his guards to take Riga back to the mansion for a personal interrogation.
The guards seize the defeated and slumped Riga Kami to lead him away from the hall.
Lydia comforts the shaking Agrida, noting that the banquet will be noisy for some time.
Essie and Darbury stand together in the center of the hall, watching the sisters depart.
Darbury tells Lydia to change her seat so he can safely clean the broken glass.
Walking away, Essie reflects on how today's incident has finally helped him remember a vital detail.
Lydia realizes that she has found something better than a love potion, a way to defeat Essie.
Lydia considers a plan to defeat Essie, viewing it as a superior alternative to love.
Standing beside the blonde-haired Darbury, the red-haired Lydia begins a new thought with a casual remark.
Gazing at the ornate interior, a mental question arises about the necessity of such extreme measures.
Whispers fill the hall as guests gossip about the previous chaos and the safety of the princess.
Relieved that no harm occurred, the red-haired lady smiles warmly while surrounded by the gathered guests. Hearts float through the room as everyone in the party area continues their lively, non-stop conversations.
Vigilant beside the princess, Darbury blocks a young girl who desperately wishes to greet the royal.
Lydia watches in shock as Darbury strictly pulls the young pleading child away from their group.
Surrounded by sparkling effects, the blonde-haired man beams with a bright and incredibly cheerful expression.
Observing the situation, Lydia realizes that her brother Essie is the true source of the problem. Night settles over the grand estate, marked by a quiet, rhythmic sound echoing through the darkness.
The scene shifts to a luxurious bedroom featuring a large canopied bed and a detailed rug.
Seated comfortably, the red-haired Lydia focuses her attention on the pages of an old, open book.
A rhythmic fluttering sound fills the room as Lydia quickly flips through the pages of her book. Her eyes widen with a spark of discovery as Lydia announces that she has finally found something.
Decorative text introduces the concept that 3 powerful gods exist within the context of this world.
The gods of time, love, and destruction appear behind a serene goddess figure in a sacred temple.
Narrative text reveals that a specific preparation has been made within the sacred walls of the Cupid temple. Flowing pink fabric drapes across the frame as a text box identifies it as enchanting material.
Elaborate stone pillars and arches frame the scene as Lydia reads about what the book describes. Thought bubbles suggest that a true goddess should be universally loved and never hated by anyone.
A hooded figure presents a soft purple garment as a special gift prepared for the young lady.
The girl grasps the fine material, reacting with quiet surprise as she inspects the unique temple gift. The hooded man explains that clothing made from this enchanted fabric intensifies the love of any observer. Surrounded by cherry blossoms, the girl glows with a power that attracts everyone, regardless of their gender.
Petals drift through the air as the text explains how the fabric deepens love among family. Lydia ponders the significance of the treasure, noting its dedication to the powerful god of love. Sitting alone on a red sofa, Lydia determines that stealing the treasure is a justifiable course. She imagines a successful scenario where a girl charms Essie, reducing him to a love-struck, blushing mess. Pinkish light swirls as the text notes that Agrita did not actually utilize the enchanted temple fabric. Cherry blossoms frame a message stating that everyone simply loved her, even when she remained perfectly still.
Surrounded by flowers, two handsome men devotedly tend to the brown-haired girl's hands and flowing hair.
Feathers drift around the girl as the narration confirms that everyone ultimately fell in love with her. A personified sad closet groans as the text explains that the fabric has little effect on owners. Dark shadows loom as the crown prince is revealed to be fully aware of the fabric's existence. Burning fragments fall through the air as he deliberately destroys the item under the guise of an accident. Lydia shivers with a chill as she realizes the prince's coldness mirrors her brother Essie's ruthless nature. A sharp thud sounds as Lydia firmly closes the book, signaling her readiness to take immediate action. Ornate windows brighten the hallway as Lydia formalizes her plan to steal and gift the enchanted fabric. Thinking back to a previous gem theft, Lydia sits with a smug expression, plotting her next move. Lydia studies a massive chandelier, theorizing that most temple structures share the same methods for hiding treasures. Clasping her hands together, Lydia offers a fervent prayer to be a successful thief once again. She justifies her actions to the heavens, explaining that her thievery is purely for her own survival. Night falls over the grand mansion as Lydia's heart pounds with a prayer from a deep conscience. Gazing at the bedroom interior, Lydia reaffirms her goal of stealing the treasure from the Cupid temple. A rhythmic scratching sounds as Lydia uses a quill to write, planning to outmaneuver her bad brother. The grand, classical structure of the Cupid shrine stands tall against a clear and bright daylight sky. Text bubbles explain the strict requirements for visiting, including advance appointments, permissions, and mandatory donations. Sitting by a window, the red-haired Lydia carefully folds a piece of paper as she prepares her visit. An annoyed chibi Lydia notes the obvious smell of profiteering coming from the temple's strict donation rules. Standing in a bright hallway, the red-haired lady calls for her butler's immediate attention. She hands a sealed letter to her butler requesting that he send it to the temple. The gray-haired butler asks if she is visiting the temple, surprising the young red-haired woman. He questions why she changed her mind about the temple as she looks away quite nervously. Narrative text explains a story concerning tragic fates, specifically focusing on the events of past lives. Lydia writes intensely, remembering a period of resentment when she believed that God did not exist. A floating bubble in the hallway mentions that her feelings didn't actually reach a point of hate. Lydia claims interest in the romantic Cupid shrine, while the butler recalls her calling the god selfish. A thud sounds as a chibi Lydia silences the butler, stating that it is finally lunchtime. The dining room remains quiet and empty before the group arrives for their afternoon meal together. A loud quack sounds as a blade slices a golden snake into two bloody pieces suddenly. A bloody sword retreats from the table where Lydia and Agrita sit in a state of shock. As blood pools around the snake, a voice asks if her luck is inherently that good. A sharp chulkuk rings out while the blonde-haired Darbury wonders how often these incidents occur, Bailey. The text identifies the severed golden snake as an unfortunate victim cut in half by Darbury Sack. Darbury protectively grabs the brown-haired girl, pulling her away from the site of the snake's death. Fragments of glass cover the floor as text describes Darbury saving Agrita from a falling frame. A bubble recounts a fortune teller's prediction that this entire year would be filled with bad luck. Lydia and Agrita share a hearty laugh, agreeing that the strange situation is actually quite funny. Darbury scratches his head and tells the girls they really need to be more careful now. A question regarding the earlier events arises as the group sits together in the quiet room. Lydia asks Darbury if other people are actually capable of catching snakes in such a manner. Chibi versions of the girls realize they only learned the truth after Darbury killed the snake. Darbury admits he caught the snake, explaining they usually only get caught after biting the target. A bubble notes that his extraordinary skill proves that he is certainly not an ordinary man. The blonde-haired man laughs, confirming he is Darbury Sock and his incredible skills are indeed real. A decorative frame mentions that the Widgreen family possesses many talents in the use of swords. The text identifies Darbury Sack as a strong candidate for selection due to his exceptional combat skills. Narrative text states that the young man has officially taken on the important position of captain. A blue transition panel emphasizes that above all else, one specific detail remains the most important. Text beside the silver-haired Essie explains his ability to recognize and achieve greatness through his talents. Narrative boxes emphasize Darbury's strength, while Lydia considers if there are any other ways to survive. Lydia ponders who would be capable of saving Agrita if Darbury were not around to help.
She considers recruiting bodyguards but worries they would be useless if they failed to protect Agrita.
Resting her chin on her hand, Lydia dismisses her previous thought with a simple, no. Lydia wonders if Essie can manage alone, despite her thought bubble containing the placeholder lorem ipsum. Narrative text explains that everything depends on Essie continuing to feel sympathy towards the brown-haired vrouw.
Essie puts his jacket on Agrita while the crowd whispers that she is his true crush.
A loud bullcook sounds as Lydia and Darbury react with sudden shock to a loud noise.
An older man stands in the room staring down at the dead snake with an open mouth.
The man screams, "Flora!" and collapses to his knees, calling the death of the snake impossible.
Lydia looks on with a sweat drop, her face contorted in annoyance at the man's dramatic behavior. Lydia asks what is going on as the butler approaches the man crying on the floor. Crying hysterically, the man explains he is a door-to-door supplier of rare animals and various goods. The butler explains the supplier made an offer at the mansion and his pet snake disappeared. Lydia considers the owner responsible for the snake and thinks she should be compensated for the danger.
The gray-haired butler smiles warmly and describes the young red-haired lady as being extremely generous. A soft "ha-ha" bubble floats near the window as the chaotic scene finally begins to settle. Text notes that although dangers come to Agrita steadily, Darbury has successfully solved every single one.
Sunlight shines over the estate as text announces the temple's answer arrived after 2 long days. A maid carefully brushes the red-haired Lydia's hair, marking the day after a long party.
A black shoe steps down a staircase as a letter is reportedly received by the household.
Green leaves drift through the bright air as a message emphasizes not forgetting important matters.
A rhythmic clatter sounds as the carriage travels through a forest under a clear blue sky.
The blonde man in the red uniform asks if Riga was banished from the family recently.
He recalls a filthy piece of trash holding a woman at knife point during a past confrontation. Inside the carriage, Agrita asks if that criminal was officially kicked out of his family's house. A loud clatter sounds as someone confirms he now lives as a commoner without a title. Lydia explains that losing his family name means he no longer holds any noble status. A heavy strike sounds as memories show a man being silenced regarding a shameful family secret. A sharp rip sounds as the official certificate of bloodline is destroyed in front of everyone.
An official seal is pressed into wax, finalizing an expulsion that bars any future return.
Lydia reflects on the situation, noting that Earl Kami seems very firm in his decision. The blonde man calls it a reasonable choice to save the rest of the family. A sudden crackle sounds as dark energy surges from a moment of intense, concentrated unhappiness. Lydia suspects her brother Essie might have threatened Earl Kami to force this swift resolution. A soft whisper sounds as Agrita tells Lydia that she possesses a truly powerful bloodline. A shared giggle sounds as the 2 girls decide to dismiss the heavy, suspicious topic. The carriage clatters along as narrative text notes that all previous sabotage attempts have failed. The clattering continues as the ornate carriage continues its steady journey toward the temple destination. Agrita asks how much further they must travel as Lydia mentions the remaining long distance. Feeling motion sickness, the brown-haired Agrita yawns while Lydia offers to help her rest comfortably. A rhythmic clatter sounds as Lydia promises to wake her companion once they finally arrive. A gentle rustle sounds as the atmosphere inside the moving carriage remains calm and peaceful. Lydia watches as Agrita falls asleep immediately after resting her head against her shoulder. The blonde man asks Lydia if she has ever visited the sacred temple of love. A soft rustle sounds as he admits that this trip is his first time as well. The man confesses that there was once a time when he did not believe in God. Lydia reacts with quiet surprise as she recalls her own embarrassing past involving her beliefs. She asks the blonde man if he has finally come to believe in God now. Looking out at the trees, he replies that he believes to some extent at this point. He reflects silently, feeling grateful that his outlook on life has changed in a positive way. Thought bubble suggests that negative situations often make it very difficult to trust in divine existence. The silver-haired Essie ponders the specific turning point that fundamentally changed his perception of God. A sharp jolt and thud sound as the carriage strikes a large rock on the road. A violent rattle sounds as Agrita wakes up in shock while Lydia nurses her jaw. The blonde man looks on with concern while Lydia insists she is fine after the impact. A soft rustle sounds as Lydia pulls back the curtain to see where the carriage is. Multiple rattles sound as Lydia realizes they have veered off course into a dense, unfamiliar forest. A heavy rattle and thud sound as the carriage wheel strikes another obstacle on the path. Constant rattling sounds as the girls realize this rough mountain path is not the original route. A loud rattle sounds as the man offers to question the coachman about the strange direction. A rhythmic rattle sounds as Lydia leans out the window to call out to the driver. A low murmur sounds as the coachman stares straight ahead, muttering a cryptic and repetitive word. Lydia is horrified as the driver mutters about his beggar-like life and not dying alone.
A sinister giggle sounds as the crazed coachman vows to kill everyone inside the carriage.
Terrified, Lydia realizes the coachman's insanity has put them on a path towards certain disaster.
A violent tilt sounds as the carriage careens toward a cliff, prompting screams of pure terror. Rocks tumble as Lydia reaches for a glowing, protective gem during the life-threatening carriage crash.
A sharp crunch and shatter sound as Lydia bites and breaks the glowing pearl to activate it. Lydia screams in terror as she finds herself back in the quiet dining room.
A confused voice calls out to a sister while looking at an empty plate.
Darbury and Agrita question Lydia's behavior, but she remains dazed by her sudden return.
Lydia stares at the clock, wondering if she has actually traveled back to yesterday's lunch.
Sweat beads on her brow as Lydia processes the impossible reality of her current situation. A sudden thud sounds as Darbury slams his hands down, frantically asking if she is all right.
Lydia quietly insists that she is fine as her companions watch her with growing concern.
Announcing she will retire to her room, Lydia retreats from the table in a panic.
A heavy bang sounds as Lydia slams her bedroom door shut to be alone.
Lydia collapses, reflecting on the horrific image of the carriage plunging off a cliffside path. A gruesome sight follows as she vividly recalls the drop into the abyss they faced. Sitting on the floor, she credits her survival instinct for escaping that literal brush with death.
Lydia questions the sanity of the people involved in the life-threatening incident they just survived. Her hands tremble violently as she realizes they all very nearly perished together that afternoon.
Lydia admits she expected external crises, but felt secure with Darbury guarding the brown-haired Agrita. She curses the suicidal coachman who intentionally drove the entire group toward a fatal cliff. Lydia stands up with renewed resolve, realizing a specific moment or person helped her awaken. She reflects on how her sense of ease in this world was a dangerous mistake. Screaming internally, she vows to no longer be nervous and instead treat everything with extreme caution. Lydia approaches a black-haired employee who questions why he is being asked to drive today. Narrative text identifies this man as the employee most likely to have absolutely no worries. Lydia praises Alex for his strong mental health, calling him a trustworthy choice for the task.
Alex happily agrees to help, while Lydia notes his simple, bright nature ignores all pessimism.
Bright sunlight filters through the trees as the scene shifts to the start of the journey. Despite her preparations, Lydia remains anxious, sensing that something is still fundamentally wrong with the situation. Lydia forcefully pushes Darbury toward the carriage, assigning him to guard Alex during the trip.
A soft rustle sounds as she secures both Darbury and another knight to protect the carriage.
Agrita looks out from the carriage window with a nervous and completely bewildered expression.
A rhythmic clatter sounds as the carriage begins its journey through the lush, sunlit forest.
Lydia reminds herself to watch the surroundings through the curtains without missing any outside changes. She checks her pocket watch, emphasizing the importance of keeping track of the time. Looking out the window, she urges the horses forward as her own anxiety continues to build. A sudden neigh and jolt sound as the carriage comes to a screeching, abrupt halt. Darbury alerts Lydia that someone is blocking the path in front of the carriage horses. Lydia and Darbury look on in shock as a desperate cry for help rings out.
The atmosphere tenses as the plea for assistance repeats, demanding the group's immediate attention.
A gray-haired child stands in the middle of the road with his arms spread wide.
Agrita and Darbury wonder what is happening while Lydia watches the boy with a sweat drop. An overhead view shows the small boy bravely facing down the massive carriage and horses. Descriptive text notes the child's ragged and dirty appearance as he blocks the road path. Lydia's eyes narrow as she acknowledges the boy needs help but remains suspicious of the situation. A simple command appears as she decides they should ignore the plea and leave immediately.
Agrita and Darbury turn to Lydia in disbelief as she prepares to ignore the child's plight.
Lydia sternly tells Alex to ignore the distractions and keep driving the carriage forward. She hides her face, thinking that while she usually helps others, her current situation is different. Chibi Lydia cries on a sofa, lamenting that it is currently the dangerous time of 12:30. Lydia dismisses the child's pleas, urging Darbury to move quickly and calling him an old fox. A group of men waits in an alley, confident that a noble's carriage will soon pass. The gray-haired boy cries, claiming he kept his promise to lead the carriage through the village. He begs the unseen men to continue through the village as he trembles in fear. A quick thud sounding, a group of travelers in dark cloaks stands together in a misty clearing. Essie questions the presence of the cloaked bandits while Lydia worries about the strange and suspicious situation. A soft chuckle sounding, the travelers note how unusual the situation is while observing the ancient building. A sudden, sharp clink sounding, the blonde man in red prepares his sword while wondering what to do. A quick sliding sound as the blonde man draws his sword, prompting Lydia to call for Sir Darbury's attention. Peeking out from the carriage, the red-haired woman asks the young duke if stopping the group is possible.
The white-haired duke reassures his sister, explaining that a security station is nearby if they divert the carriage. Looking determined, Sir Darbury promises to sacrifice his own life to hold back the approaching threat. A soft rustle sounding, the red-haired woman searches through a small dark pouch while sitting in the carriage. A sudden sharp crack sounding, Lydia realizes a gem could save Henri and prepares to use it. A rhythmic, soft chirp sounding, a new day begins as the morning light fills the clear sky. The morning sun shines through the window, illuminating the empty and quiet bedroom of the grand mansion. Pacing back and forth, Lydia decides that taking Henri with her right now is far too dangerous.
Reflecting on her past carelessness, Lydia acknowledges that using 2 gems finally made her realize the truth.
Lydia compares the sheer number of bandits to her few guards, noting the overwhelming difference in size. Narration explains that being outnumbered like this is no accident, as the scale of the threat is undeniable. A sudden realization strikes the red-haired woman as she carefully considers the events that have unfolded. Recalling the past, Lydia remembers the massive explosion and the clock tower's collapse when Henri was present. A quick rhythmic thud sounding, the red-haired woman kicks her legs in frustration while lying across her bed. Feeling defeated, Lydia laments having to waste 2 more precious gems just to reach this obvious realization. A soft rustle sounding, the red-haired woman wanders through her room, trying to convince herself she isn't actually upset. A sudden sharp click sounding, Lydia worries that going out together will only lead to another massive disaster. A quick, heavy thud sounding, Lydia decides to visit the temple alone while worrying about Henri's safety. Still walking, Lydia realizes she cannot trust a servant with Henri's life if something happens while she's gone. Lydia worries that Sir Darbury's protective nature means he will insist on following her everywhere she goes. Staring out the window, the red-haired woman decides she must speak with the knight to settle her concerns. With a look of pure shock, Sir Darbury reacts to the lady's unexpected and quite startling request.
Standing tall, the blonde knight maintains his heroic posture as Lydia approaches him with a nervous face.
Lydia pleads for his help, but Sir Darbury dramatically suggests he would rather die than fail his duty.
Narration questions why Lydia is so determined to go to the temple without her usual protection. Pacing the floor, Lydia reminds herself that no one else possesses her unique abilities and multi-talented power. Lydia asks the blonde knight if he can use his immense strength to guard Henri inside the mansion.
Refusing the request, Sir Darbury firmly states that his sole responsibility is to ensure the lady's personal safety.
Lydia considers asking another guard to escort her just to ease the blonde knight's persistent worries. Feeling dejected, Lydia admits to herself that she only asked him for help because she had no choice. Lydia reflects on how all the high-ranking knights are already busy with their own assigned duties and responsibilities. Staring at the boy's back, Lydia realizes the knight would instantly obey any command given by Duke Essie. Sweating and stuttering, Lydia struggles to find the right words while the blonde knight watches her with confusion. A sudden, dark intensity fills Lydia's gaze as she concludes that involving Essie is her only remaining option. A quick, rhythmic thud sounding, Lydia walks away abruptly, leaving the bewildered knight to wonder what just happened. A quick, rhythmic thud sounding, narration confirms that asking Essie for help is the most logical path forward. A sudden, sharp tap sounding, Lydia halts her steps as she realizes how difficult asking Essie will actually be. Lydia contemplates how Essie always takes her feelings into account before making any major or minor decisions. Narration explains how Essie's constant care makes it even harder for Lydia to ask for favors from him. Lydia stands alone by the window, lost in her thoughts about her complicated relationship with the young duke. The weight of future consequences looms as Lydia considers the fallout once her secrets are finally revealed. A quick, heavy thud sounding, a light-haired knight greets Lydia as she wanders through the mansion's quiet hallways. Smiling kindly, the light-haired knight agrees to let Lydia speak with Essie privately after hearing her request. A quick, soft slide sounding, the knight asks the lady to wait while he announces her presence to the duke. A sudden, sharp knock sounding, the knight informs Essie of Lydia's arrival while she stands nearby looking embarrassed. Her attention is taken by a sudden quick click sounding as Lydia looks on in surprise. A soft creak echoes through the blooming white flowers as the white-haired man invites her inside. Lydia stands before Essie, the white-haired man wearing a regal red and white uniform. The scene shifts to the interior of a grand, sunlit room as the man asks what is up. Looking calm and composed, the white-haired man lets out a small, tired sigh of frustration. Sitting across from the man, Lydia asks if she can make a simple request if he is not busy. The white-haired man offers Lydia some tea, but she politely declines his hospitable gesture. Fiddling with her fingers, Lydia considers her plan to separate Henri and find her a mansion protector.
Laughing awkwardly, Lydia notes that the knight only listens to the white-haired man while she visits the temple.
A narrative bubble asks how much is required if the situation is indeed as great as stated. Lydia asks about the blonde knight while a chibi vision of the energetic guard appears between them.
Resting his chin on his hand, the white-haired man questions the need for a strong escort.
Lydia looks stunned as the man suggests using Darbury, leaving her to react in wide-eyed confusion.
The white-haired man maintains a neutral, stoic profile as the conversation reaches a sudden, quiet lull. Amidst a cosmic background, Lydia asks for a minute while the man insists she go with him.
Lydia turns away from a massive mountain of documents piled high on the man's desk.
Looking at the overwhelming stacks of paperwork, Lydia questions if the white-haired man is too busy.
A soft click sounds as the man sets down his tea, reminding Lydia of what she previously said. Lydia stares ahead in stunned silence, her expression frozen as she processes the man's unexpected proposal. The view shifts to the stone balcony where green leaves flutter in the quiet morning breeze.
A narrative card confirms that the decision was finally made for Lydia to go with Essie.
Waving a handkerchief, the blonde knight cheerfully bids them farewell as Lydia reacts with visible irritation. From a high angle, the group prepares to depart as white horses are harnessed to the carriage.
The blonde knight teases Lydia about her change of heart while she rages at his persistence.
Laughing, the knight mentions the sky while Lydia asks how he can speak so much at once.
A chibi representation of Lydia's boiling rage declares that the white-haired man is truly difficult to handle.
Lydia boards the ornate red carriage, calling out for the white-haired man to begin their journey.
Lydia promises to go, instructing the blonde knight to take good care of the brown-haired girl.
The blonde knight reassures Lydia while the brown-haired girl watches the departure with a worried expression. A rhythmic clap-clap of hooves sounds as the carriage departs, and they bid a final goodbye.
Essie looks on as narrative text reflects on the mountain of paperwork left behind on this desk.
A soft rumble vibrates through the carriage as the narrative suggests there is something more to consider. The driver works with all his might while Lydia notes how comfortable the horse-drawn carriage ride feels. Hooves sound with a clop-clop as Lydia realizes the smooth ride is because Essie is traveling.
Lydia stares intensely at the white-haired man, her gaze lingering on him in the silence of the carriage.
A narrative box describes the man's tall and stout physique as he sits with his arms crossed.
Narrative text explains that people found the man difficult even before knowing the truth of his identity.
Over a view of their shoes, Lydia wonders what would happen if they did not know each other.
Surrounded by blooming flowers, a thought bubble considers the upcoming social event they are set to attend. Lydia ponders if things would be different if they had only met by chance for the first time.
A chibi red cat hisses in fear, prompting Lydia to wonder if she would be scared of him.
In a warm vision, Lydia considers that she might have been surprisingly comfortable with the white-haired man.
A simple doodle shows Lydia pushing away a featureless figure as she firmly rejects a particular thought.
A sharp tisk escapes Lydia as she leans close to the man, the atmosphere turning suddenly playful.
The view through the carriage window shows the passing scenery as Lydia begins to speak her mind.
Lydia asks if the white-haired man has ever visited the temple, and he confirms he has not.
Acting nervous, Lydia explains the temple's fame, while the man remains unimpressed by the trivial information.
Looking out the window, Lydia wonders about her sister's plans once they arrive at their destination.
In a comical, jerky motion, Lydia declares that she is simply acting as a spectator today. The white-haired man sits back and calmly agrees that being a spectator is a good role.
A soft rustle sounds as the silver-haired Essie rests with his eyes closed during the trip.
Inside the moving carriage, Essie notes Lydia's tiredness while a rhythmic clatter sounds along the path.
A loud clatter sounds as someone inside the carriage asks if their request has been fulfilled yet.
A grand, multi-story stone building stands prominently under a clear sky as the destination is reached. A rhythmic clatter sounds as the carriage wheel rolls steadily across the smooth, stone-paved temple grounds. The carriage continues its journey along a narrow road as rhythmic clattering echoes against the high walls.
A sudden neigh and jolt sound as the carriage stops abruptly, causing Lydia to react with shock. Stretching after her nap, Lydia wonders how long she was asleep as a soft rustle sounds.
Essie reaches out his hand to help the reddish-brown-haired Lydia step down from the carriage.
Lydia looks upward with a surprised expression as she takes in the scale of the temple facade. The massive temple entrance features towering pillars and lit torches flanking a pair of grand wooden doors. Lydia notes the ease of their arrival while a voice calls out to welcome the group. A quick click sounds as Lydia turns to see a woman in pink and white robes approaching. A friendly priestess with long, light hair greets the visitors with a warm and welcoming smile. Walking forward, Lydia introduces herself and her brother Essie as their footsteps echo softly on the stone.
A soft rustle sounds as Essie remains silent, observing the cheerful priestess with a skeptical gaze.
Hearts float as the priestess blushes, clearly captivated by Essie's exceptionally handsome and striking appearance.
Lydia feels a bit neglected, wondering why the priestess is only paying attention to Essie's beauty.
Narrative text announces the start of a secret operation to obtain the legendary fabric of fascination. From an overhead view, the priestess leads the guests through the impressive and expansive temple grounds. Text explains that the temple was constructed centuries ago by order of the Pope of that era. Lydia analyzes the architecture with sharp focus, paying close attention to every detail of the surroundings. Lydia's thoughts reveal her concerns about the temple's exterior design differing from what she previously expected.
A soft click sounds as Lydia walks, concluding that the interior layout should still match her memory.
Lydia reflects on the existence of a secret space hidden inside the high priest's private quarters. She recalls reading a book that described exactly how to find a hidden cloth in that room.
Chibi Lydia imagines herself as a master thief, determined to find the truth about the hidden item.
As they walk, Lydia observes that the temple surprisingly lacks any visible guards or active security measures.
Lydia is confident that she can move through the area as silently as a ghost without trouble. The priestess gestures toward a small prayer room, inviting the visitors to make donations and offer prayers.
She outlines her plan to show the group the various halls and reception rooms in sequence. The priestess notes that the high priest is currently unavailable while he is occupied with his prayers. She offers to convey a message to the high priest later if the guests have any requests.
A soft twitch sounds as Lydia reacts with a comical, wide-eyed expression to the priestess's information.
Lydia realizes that the priest's current activity means his room is likely completely empty and unguarded.
Lydia asks about the priest's schedule while they are meant to be praying in the small room.
A soft rustle sounds as the priestess agrees to wait outside in the hallway during their prayers. A slow creak sounds as a pair of heavy wooden doors are pushed open to reveal another room. A heavy thud sounds as Lydia and Essie enter the silent grand hall of the temple. Lydia's focus intensifies as she prepares to sneak away from the group and find the secret room.
Narrative text details the steps of her mission to infiltrate the room and return with the fabric.
A soft rustle sounds as Lydia looks around for a discreet way to exit without being seen.
A quick twitch sounds as Lydia remains alert, keeping a close eye on her surroundings for movement.
Lydia looks toward a window, identifying it as a possible route for her silent and stealthy exit.
Lydia explains that she needs to step away briefly, promising her absence will be very short. A soft rustle sounds as Essie watches her intently, asking if she intends for him to wait.
Essie stands tall beside Lydia, the two of them presented from behind as they face the room.
Lydia feels confident that finding the priest's room will be easy given her knowledge of the layout.
She reflects on how this building mirrors a temple she previously infiltrated for a similar task.
Striking a dramatic pose, Chibi Lydia maneuvers through imaginary security lasers during her mental mission rehearsal.
Narrative text calls her actions commendable as a slow creak sounds while a shelf moves.
A soft click sounds as Lydia and Essie walk, with Lydia reacting to their quiet arrival.
Lydia and her silver-haired brother Essie stand in the center of the priest's silent office.
Lydia recalls the book's instructions to push a specific bookshelf to reveal a hidden secret space. A soft rustle sounds as her hand touches the wood and she wonders what she found.
Lydia thanks Essie as he assists her in moving the heavy bookshelf aside to reveal the path.
She expresses satisfaction at seeing a small, decorated chest sitting quietly on the wooden floor.
Lydia concludes that the fabled cloth of fascination must be stored inside that specific hidden box.
Walking toward the chest, she likens stealing it to taking a marble from the Temple of Time.
She makes a playful sound as a question comes to her mind while looking at the chest.
Essie explains that he is watching her because she looks fun, while Lydia wonders why. A thought bubble wonders if he's referring to her or the current life-threatening situation.
Lydia refocuses, thinking that completing the task is the most important thing at the moment.
Narrative text explains a magical method for unlocking the chest by arranging letters that come to mind.
Lydia notes the similarity of this magical lock to the pattern lock on a smartphone.
She asks herself if these ciphers are identical to those at the Temple of Time while dragging characters.
Lydia correctly identifies the god of love, Asimor, as the deity worshipped in this specific temple.
A soft rustle sounds as she expects the text to vanish and the chest to finally click open.
Instead, a warning screen turns red and a loud, sharp sound indicates a major error.
Beep! A piercing alarm sounds repeatedly, causing Lydia to panic as she realizes her mistake.
Beep beep, the alarm blares through the room as she fears they will be caught by guards. Lydia flails in panic, recalling a book mentioning an implicit promise regarding a god's name as a code.
For real, the alarm stops abruptly, much to her surprise and immediate relief. She expresses deep gratitude that the noise ceased, as she has no other ideas for the code.
She tries other names, Amor, Eros, Cupid, and each attempt triggers a sharp and annoying beep.
Frustrated and sweating, she notes that every god of love she knows is resulting in an incorrect entry. Essie warns her that if she continues sounding the alarm, people will eventually arrive to investigate.
A voice outside shouts that a sound came from this room, causing Lydia to panic as they hide.
Lydia reflects on how she hid the chest on a podium in a desperate hurry. She feels relieved that she at least managed to slide the bookshelf back to cover the entrance. The scene shifts to the closed chest as voices outside wonder if anyone is currently in the room. Two guards enter and look around, one questioning if he actually heard something, while the other insists. Lydia looks on from her hiding spot while the guard suggests they look outside for intruders. All right, the guards agree and walk away, their footsteps echoing on the wooden floor. Whew, Lydia exhales loudly as she asks if the guards have finally left the room. A soft rustle sounds as she peeks out, nervously asking if the area is safe. One guard stands in the room, concluding that it is impossible for anyone to be there. A heavy thud sounds as the door is closed, leaving the intruders alone again. Exhaling in relief, Lydia thanks God that the guards have gone for real this time. A sharp beep sounds as Lydia accidentally trips over her skirt and stumbles forward. A sudden jolt follows as she falls onto something soft with a heavy thud. Surrounded by roses, Lydia finds herself lying on top of Essie, who caught her. Essie calls out to his sister as his hand rests gently on her shoulder. Essie stares at Lydia with a serious expression as a soft thumping sound indicates a racing heart. Lydia wonders where the heartbeat is coming from, noting that the earlier tension has vanished. Essie softly calls her sister again as she moves closer, her hand reaching toward him.
No way, Lydia thinks as she cups Essie's face, staring intently into his eyes.
Surprised, Essie falls back onto the rug while Lydia quickly rushes over to the desk. A soft rustle sounds as she begins dragging characters again, determined to unlock the mysterious chest. Tapping and dragging glowing letters, she continues her attempt to solve the puzzle of the chest. Lydia realizes the temple staff values appearance over love, making the password the god of beauty. Lydia tries a new pattern, wondering if this specific combination will finally unlock the mysterious chest. A soft click sounds as the mechanism finally yields, indicating that the puzzle has been solved. The chest opens, revealing the soft, lavender-colored fabric glowing gently inside its velvet-lined interior. Lydia is baffled that a temple for love would use beauty as a blasphemous security answer. She recalls the priestess's obsession with Essie's face, concluding they view beauty as a divine gift. Lydia remembers the priestess laughing as she admitted to entering the code based on her preferences. She realizes these people are snobs who believe that unattractive individuals hold absolutely no value. Essie asks if she is finally finished as she clutches the cloth, ready to depart. Lydia hides the cloth, telling Essie it is time for them to leave the priest's office. Essie asks Lydia to take his jacket off, standing calmly as they prepare their next move. A soft rustle sounds as Lydia assists her brother in removing his heavy, dark outer garment. Chibi Lydia tucks the stolen cloth securely while Essie watches her with a blank, neutral expression. Essie admits he would have stolen the item earlier if she had only expressed her need. Lydia is momentarily stunned, questioning exactly how he would have managed such a blatant, non-stealthy theft. A thought bubble wonders if Essie's version of a stealth mission would resemble her own methods. Lydia imagines Essie kidnapping the priest and threatening to kill her to keep the secret hidden. Terrified by the thought, she insists that she remains a pacifist even when committing a crime. Essie thinks stealing yourself is worthwhile, but Lydia finds his statement to be completely and utterly nonsensical. Looking toward the window, Lydia decides they must move quickly to exit the room completely unnoticed. A slow creak sounds as the door opens, signaling their quiet return to the temple hallway. The priestess greets them, and Lydia complains about the cold temperature inside the small prayer room. Lydia coughs into her hand, claiming she had already contracted a cold before their arrival today. The priestess offers to prepare hot tea for her guests in the temple's grand reception room. Lydia declines the offer, stating that she is ready to go home now that prayers are finished. The priestess expresses regret at their departure, admitting her heart desires to see more of them. Lydia notes the priestess's obvious disappointment at losing the chance to look at Essie's striking face. The priestess offers to guide them to the entrance as they walk through a grand pillared hallway. The scene shows the expansive and ornate architecture of the temple's sunlit and well-maintained courtyard. Walking away, Lydia feels a pang of guilt about visiting the temple while hiding stolen goods. A soft rustle sounds as Lydia checks her sleeve, confirming the cloth is still safely tucked away. Lydia panics upon realizing she forgot to leave the intended donation in the small prayer room. She feels remorse for the theft and believes she must return to leave the money bags. Lydia asks the priestess to wait a moment while she takes care of a final forgotten task. Lydia tells Essie she will return quickly and heads back toward the small prayer room alone. The priestess apologizes to the priest, appearing confused as she stands alone in the stone corridor. Lydia calls back to her brother, insisting she will be right back while she passes the pillars. Lydia runs through the temple grounds, considering herself the only thief with such a virtuous and honest heart. A sudden jolt occurs as she almost runs into someone, the contact shown in a tight close-up.
A heavy thud sounds as she hits the ground, crying out as her head throbs from the collision.
A tall man in a white and gold uniform reaches out, asking if she has been injured.
The purple cloth lies openly on the ground, and Lydia's heart sinks as she sees her prize exposed. Lydia stares in disbelief, realizing that her stolen treasure is now out in the open for anyone to see. A hand wearing a white glove reaches down and carefully picks the lavender fabric up from the stone. The stranger holds the cloth out, and Lydia looks at the white and gold detailing of his elegant uniform. Lydia's inner monologue expresses a sense of dread as she realizes something far worse than dropping the item. A close-up shows the man's white-gloved hand holding the fabric while he comments on its appearance. A handsome blonde man with bright green eyes offers a warm smile, seemingly unaffected by the accidental collision. Lydia reacts with extreme shock and horror as she identifies the man as the prominent crown prince. The final scene captures the crown prince's sharp and focused green eyes as he gazes at the panicked girl. Narrative text identifies the blonde man as Crown Prince Egret, the future ruler of the kingdom. Lydia wonders why this person is here as she stares up at the blonde prince. Lydia bows frantically while Egret observes the little lord of the land standing right before him. Narrative text notes that he remembers seeing the Widgreen family name somewhere in his distant past. Lydia puts on a bright, forced smile while claiming his recognition is a great personal honor. A giant heart reacts with a blush, telling itself to stay calm and take it easy.
Lydia quickly excuses herself to attend to business while Egret offers a polite and standard blessing.
Please provide the text you'd like me to read. Lydia looks over her shoulder with a shocked expression, dreading what the prince might say next. A close-up shows Egret's green eyes staring intently at the girl with a very serious focus. Lydia looks at him with wide, confused eyes, wondering exactly what he wants from her now. She asks herself why he is staring like that while standing in the quiet temple courtyard. A thought bubble simply notes your hair as the scene shifts toward the tall temple pillars. A soft rustle sounds as Egret's white-gloved hand reaches forward toward the girl's long, vibrant hair. He gently touches a strand of hair, making Lydia look surprised and very flustered by him.
A dramatic transition shows the story title written in bold, red, and black stylized Korean script.
Stylized figures float in a purple galaxy, questioning why they are currently in this strange location. Lydia breaks into a nervous sweat, wondering what she could have possibly done wrong this time.
Narrative text explains that the prince is usually indifferent and formal toward everyone he usually meets.
Lydia looks at her hand, suddenly remembering that she is still holding the lavender cloth openly.
She realizes she wore the cloth around her neck so naturally that she completely forgot it.
She clenches the fabric, noting that its magical effect is immediate once it is finally worn. Chibi, Lydia, and Egret stand together, with Lydia concluding that a treasure is always a treasure.
Bubbles asks if she likes it while she responds with a very confused and questioning tone.
Lydia stands before Egret amidst a garden of roses, her back to the ornate stone temple.
Egret smiles warmly while holding the purple cloth, appearing much friendlier than he did just before.
Lydia sweats nervously, realizing her hair is the only thing reacting to his striking presence currently.
She thinks choosing the prince is dangerous since she isn't even wearing the cloth right now.
A chibi red duck wrapped in a towel stands near a duckling, illustrating the messy aftermath.
An ornate frame shows the goddess Asimor, while Lydia calls this place a snop temple. A thought bubble accepts a compliment as an undeserved honor while looking at the temple plants.
Lydia bows deeply, asking Egret for forgiveness as she decides to step back and leave first.
Footsteps sound on the floor as Lydia begins to walk away from the handsome blonde prince. Lydia's long red hair swishes past Egret's white and gold uniform as she makes her exit.
Walking away, Lydia sighs and wonders if the crown prince will actually try to follow her.
A white shoe stops suddenly on the path as Lydia realizes she made a major mistake.
A stylized red figure stands in the corridor, realizing she forgot to leave a temple donation. Essie asks his sister if she is finished, while a priestess stands quietly in the background. An overhead view shows the courtyard as someone notes that the prince was indeed here earlier.
Close-up of Egret looking surprised as if he has been discovered in an unexpected temple location.
An older high priest walks toward the prince, asking if he has become confused once again. The priest explains the waiting room isn't here, and Egret apologizes for being a constant bother.
A chibi high priest leads the prince away as Egret follows like a small lost child.
Egret stands surrounded by roses while looking intently at a white sheet of paper in hand.
Chibi Egret struggles with a map, with text explaining he is terrible at finding his way. Nobody notices his mistakes because they assume everything he does is completely intentional.
Close-up of feet walking on the ground while a speech bubble confirms a simple positive response. Egret touches his chin and smiles, declaring that this place is truly the temple of love. Lydia is surrounded by roses and smiles nervously, with text praising her garden-appropriate red hair.
Framing her in flowers, Lydia looks up with a stunned expression, lost in her own thoughts. The blonde-haired priest smiles warmly while thinking of Princess Lydia Widgreen, puzzling his companion.
In a soft-lit room, the red-haired Princess Lydia stands elegantly, her back turned to the viewer.
A clear blue sky is filled with the prophetic promise that someone will soon fall in love. Touching his chin, the blonde-haired priest looks with curiosity at the dark-haired girl in white robes.
Laughing joyfully, the girl suggests that fate will bring people together within the current year.
The blonde priest stands stoically as two robed figures bicker over the nature of their argument.
Chuckling softly, the blonde priest expresses his sincere desire for the prediction to actually come true.
The scene shifts to a quiet mansion resting under the heavy, dark shroud of the night. Cleaning supplies stand abandoned in a dimly lit corner beside a closed door in the hallway. A heavy, pained groan sounds as the brown-haired man in bed recalls a terrifying interrogation. Trembling violently, the man clutches his sheets while a dark voice threatens to take his fingers. A sudden, sharp "ah" sounds as the man bolsters himself upright in his dark bed.
Gasping for air, the brown-haired man sits up in his dark room, clutching his bandaged head.
With wide, fearful eyes, the man trembles while whispering the name of Essie Whitgreen in dread. Cowering on the floor, the man fears for his life while desperately calling for his parents.
Narrative text notes his total loss of status and health as he groans near a flickering candle. Recalling his crimes, narrative text explains his failed attempt to drug Princess Whitgreen at a banquet.
Shattered glass and spilled red wine stain the floor as he reflects on his unexpected misfortune. Watching his parents turn away, he recalls how his noble name and family standing were stripped away.
Narrative text confirms the harsh reality that he was ultimately expelled from his own family.
A sharp rhythmic tear sounds as the legal documents severing his family ties are ripped apart.
Watching the paper scraps fall, the brown-haired man admits he initially failed to take the situation seriously.
Looking at his parents' cold departure, he mistakenly believed they would never truly let him go. A heavy thud sounds as he strikes a wall, realizing he was kicked out empty-handed.
Walking through a stone hallway, the brown-haired man wonders what the Whitgreen family is so afraid of.
Emerging in the corridor, the silver-haired Duke Whitgreen and his blonde knight block the path.
Standing ominously, the Duke questions which finger the man used to handle the dangerous medicine.
The blonde knight looks on while the silver-haired Duke's golden eyes glow with a cold intent.
Looming over the stone path, the Duke threatens to cut off every finger if he stays silent.
A sickening crunch followed by a loud "ah" sounds as the Duke's boot crushes the man's hand.
More rhythmic crunches sound as the Duke moves to the next finger despite the man's cries. Desperate and broken, the man grovels on the floor. Promising to tell the Duke everything. A loud, pained "ah" sounds as fresh blood splatters against the dark stone ground.
A rhythmic thud sounds as the blonde knight questions his role while the Duke works alone. Annoyed by the noise, the Duke tells the knight to save the man if he wishes.
Blood drips from the man's mangled hands as the Duke warns him of a long, hellish life.
Standing over the groveling prisoner, the blonde knight claims he only serves the Duke's interests.
A quick tap sounds as the blonde knight kneels down beside the trembling broken man.
A sharp metallic ring sounds as the blonde knight slowly unsheaths a small, glinting dagger.
The blonde knight's face remains partially hidden as a cruel, sinister smile spreads across his lips. A liquid splash sounds as the knight slices through the man's foot, expressing his disappointment.
Holding the man's face, the knight explains that cutting a throat is much simpler than fingers. The knight admits his own unhappiness if he doesn't personally take action against those who cause harm. With a chilling expression, the knight confesses his desire to kill the man for touching his girl. In the present, a sudden, heavy sea cough sounds from the shadows of the dark and dusty room. A dry, rhythmic chuckle sounds as the brown-haired man huddles in bed, descending into madness. Gasping in terror, the man realizes with absolute certainty that he will be killed eventually. Mutters fill the air as he blames those who ruined him and the woman he deems responsible. A maniacal chuckle sounds as he plots a dark outcome if the woman never leaves his sight. Sun shines on the temple courtyard as narrative text explains the delivery of donations via the priest.
The silver-haired priestess appears utterly bewildered while questioning if the offered item is truly rare.
Chibi Lydia hands over a heavy money bag, determined to appease her last remaining bit of conscience. Riding away in the carriage, Lydia triumphantly displays the lavender cloth she managed to steal. A soldier in a red uniform stands by the carriage as the door opens with a creak. Looking completely drained, Lydia admits that the temple visit has exhausted her very soul. Egret pats the red-haired girl's head, noting that the long journey home was perfectly fine. A grand, ornate chandelier hangs from the ceiling of the family's luxurious and well-lit residence. Returning home, Lydia collapses face first onto her bed with a soft and relieved landing.
Lydia smiles while lying on the bed, planning to recover through a warm bath and dinner. Staring at the bed curtains, a thought suddenly occurs to her as she begins to reflect. A formal portrait depicts the handsome blonde prince, Egret, framed by a garden of pink roses.
Lydia rubs her face in deep thought, recalling specific details she previously read in a book. The pages of an open book flutter, revealing text that hints at a clear and important realization.
Narrative text notes the shift in weather that signals the arrival of the early autumn season. Red and brown autumn leaves rustle gently against a soft, bright sky as the seasons change. Explains that a certain someone visited the temple to find the cause of his emotions. A girl with purple hair smiles as a prophecy regarding a fated meeting is carefully recalled. The blonde prince remembers meeting a brown-haired girl named Agrita as if guided by absolute fate. Lydia lies back with a smug expression, highly impressed by her own seemingly genius level of memory. An overhead view shows the Grand Temple of Love while questioning the prince's presence there. A soft clicking sound follows as Lydia looks away with a skeptical and very unimpressed expression. The scene captures the height difference between the blonde prince and the red-haired girl at the temple. Egret offers an incredibly embarrassing compliment, comparing the girl's vibrant red hair to a rose in bloom. A tiny figure thrashes under a blanket, letting out frustrated thuds over a cringeworthy and embarrassing memory. Lydia looks down with a blank gaze, reflecting on the prince's personal history of deep suffering. A close-up highlights the white and gold detailing of the prince's elegant and high-ranking military uniform. Lydia wonders why the prince didn't simply return the cloth and wrap it around her neck. She questions if it is truly an act of kindness to return a dropped item so personally. Chibi Egret wraps the lavender fabric around Chibi Lydia's neck after it fell to the floor. A bright window frame appears as Lydia concludes that her bad luck remains simply bad luck. A quick knock sounds at the door as Lydia hopes the prince possesses a very short memory.
A brown-haired girl peeks through the opening door, calling out to her sister with a smile.
Agrita enters the room, curiously asking how the long-awaited visit to the temple turned out today. Agrita watches with a confused expression as she hears a soft rustle from the bed. Lydia dramatically reveals the stolen lavender cloth, presenting her prize to her sister with great pride. Agrita looks at the fabric with curiosity while Lydia allows her to touch the magical item. Both sisters admire the cloth together, noting its cute appearance as they handle the lavender material. A view of the sunlit room accompanies questions about the difficulty of the recent temple theft. Lydia worries about her growing catalog of crimes, recalling how she almost failed to guess a password. Lydia laughs off the difficulty, insisting that her success in stealing the item is all that matters. A close-up shows a hand gripping the plain lavender fabric as the sisters continue their conversation. Sitting on the bed, Agrita questions if the cloth truly makes everyone fall instantly in love. Narration notes that the cloth appears unremarkable despite the magical power it is said to possess. Recalling the prince, Lydia asks her sister if she wants to see the effect for herself. Lydia drapes the cloth over her shoulders, her red hair flowing as she demonstrates the item. Agrita stares in silence, her heart beginning to race as she looks at her sister wearing the cloth.
Rapid heartbeats sound as Agrita covers her face, blushing intensely at the sight before her eyes.
Agrita lets out a soft gasp of awe, appearing completely mesmerized by her sister's striking appearance. Lydia looks at her sister with a cheeky smile, asking how the experiment felt just now. Agrita turns away with a deep blush, admitting she almost proposed to her own sister. Agrita gushes, claiming that she would have proposed to her sister if same-sex marriage were allowed. A question about whether the reaction was excessive echoes through the quiet and well-furnished room. They discuss the mysterious nature of the magic while handling the plain-looking piece of lavender cloth. The brown-haired girl pauses for a moment as if suddenly struck by a realization. Looking at her sister, Agrita expresses a simple and heartfelt desire to see her properly. A startled Lydia blushes deeply, reacting with shock to the unexpected and intense mention of a proposal. The atmosphere lightens as the proposal is revealed to be an interesting joke between the two sisters. Chibi Lydia wonders how to express the good effect she has achieved with the magical item. Surrounded by white lilies, Lydia feels her heart racing wildly as she considers her current striking appearance. A chibi version of the girl dressed as a nerd humorously compares the feeling to a drama. Agrita skeptically notes that she would likely be called a witch rather than a goddess in that cloth. Reflecting on the Crown Prince's past actions, they wonder if he burned the fabric for safety. Narrative text reflects on the Temple of Love and the grateful existence of its absurd magical treasure. Lydia decides to wear the fabric to attract the attention of her silver-haired brother Essie. The red-haired girl remains silent as she stares at the ornate patterns on the bedroom carpet. Lydia suddenly starts as she firmly declares a negative response to an unspoken or internal thought. Lydia announces her plan to use the fabric to seduce a villain while Agrita looks on. Blushing slightly, Lydia laughs nervously while agreeing that the bold plan is indeed the right move. Lydia wonders if the plan will be okay after witnessing the intense power of the cloth firsthand. Agrita shudders with disgust, refusing to allow a villain to be near her pretty and perfect sister.
Teasingly, Agrita asks Lydia if she is simply afraid of her brother Essie seeing her like this.
A thought bubble confirms the man's villainous nature as sunlight streams through the large balcony window.
Lydia fidgets with her feet, wondering if the prospect of a fated meeting is exciting or not.
Lydia looks up and compliments Essie's looks while Agrita reacts with stunned disbelief at the comment. The silver-haired boy with striking gold eyes, Essie, looks calm and handsome amidst the floral backdrop.
Agrita reflects on how Lydia was strangely indifferent to Essie's good looks from the very beginning.
Looking away, the red-haired girl admits she has never seen anyone who looks quite like him before.
A thought bubble questions what to do since her hair and eyes are not a simple black. Lydia sits quietly on the floor, her expression blank as she gets lost in her own thoughts.
Close-up of Lydia looking confused as if she is struggling to process the current conversation or situation.
She reflects on her inner identity while noting that colorful hair and eyes feel inhuman to her.
Stylized boxes depict handsome men as ornaments, noting they aren't even treated like actual human beings.
Lydia realizes she has always liked actors with colorful hair, even in her past life's memories.
Agrita holds the purple cloth, cautioning her sister that wearing it at any time might be dangerous.
Lydia agrees, worrying that rumors could lead to her being taken away to the distant capital.
Agrita concludes that Lydia should only use the cloth when she is alone with the dangerous villain.
Lydia feels conflicted, wondering if being alone with the villain is a situation she should actually help.
Sitting together on the bed, Agrita asks Lydia about her plans for the following day.
They realize with a start that tomorrow has already arrived as the night has slipped away.
The red-haired girl looks serious as she prepares to state her actual intentions for the coming morning.
An overhead view of the dark estate accompanies the declaration of a mission to rescue an escort.
The carriage wheels turn with a rhythmic sound as the journey to the next location begins.
Sitting side by side in the carriage, the sisters remain silent as they travel toward their destination. Agrita looks out of the carriage window, her expression thoughtful and filled with a sense of anticipation.
Sir Darbury, the blonde knight, is described as a near-perfect escort despite the restrictions on his duties.
Dark splatters illustrate a grim memory of a hostage crisis that occurred in a crowded banquet hall.
The blonde knight focuses entirely on protecting Lydia, inadvertently neglecting the safety of her sister Agrita.
A man with gray hair holds a knife to Agrita's throat, taking her hostage in a tense moment. Reflecting on her narrow escape, Lydia admits that without Essie, she might have actually died.
Looking at the knight, Agrita concludes that he simply served his duty and cannot be blamed.
A carriage wheel and step are visible as the narration introduces one more important detail. Using a cute analogy with milk cartons, the text explains that Ari must stay near Lydia. Lydia observes that Ari had no choice but to wake up early to meet with her.
A close-up shows the brown-haired girl rubbing her tired eyes, seemingly suffering from a lack of sleep.
Lydia considers that a personal escort would allow her sister to sleep well until much later.
Looking out the window, Lydia admits finding a talent equal to Sir Darbury is a difficult task.
She reflects that a permanent solution is needed for her sister's safety after she eventually leaves.
The narrative shifts to the magical lavender material, formally identifying it as the fabric of fascination.
The carriage passes through the stone-paved streets of a busy city under a bright, clear sky. Sitting inside the vehicle, the two sisters travel toward their next destination in expectant, quiet silence. Lydia's hand holds a document detailing the names and backgrounds of several prospective escort knight candidates.
Narration explains that the royal palace hosts at least 2 major swordsmanship competitions every single year. Additional contests occur during the Autumn Harvest Festival and other significant national holidays throughout the year. With rhythmic hoofbeats, the carriage moves along as text notes the high number of winners produced.
Lydia focuses on the list, narrowing down exactly where to find the best possible escort candidate.
She reviews the winners from the last 5 years of all official swordsmanship competitions held. Lydia notes that she does not belong to any particular faction as she studies the Free Knights. Identifying top talent is easy, but recruiting them for families is often a competitive, difficult process. Staring intensely at the paper, Lydia acknowledges that the competition for these elite knights is high. She spots a specific portrait, noting that one of the highly regarded participants was a female knight.
A chibi Lydia looks worriedly at the paper, realizing that her recruitment goal will not be easy.
Hissing like a cat, the red-haired girl reacts with shock and confusion to an internal thought.
The blonde prince explains that such talented individuals usually prioritize gaining a high status or wealth.
A silent question fills the air as the prince's hand rests near the hilt of his sword.
The magical lavender fabric glows softly, its power ready to be utilized for Lydia's secret plan.
Lydia looks proud and determined, promising to demonstrate an unusual situation because she has a way.
Narration mentions a proud article and notes the absolute impossibility of violating a personally signed contract. While Ari looks delighted, Lydia prays that letting the contract get in the way will be enough. A small figure stamps a document, sealing a deal with a firm and decisive red mark.
Lydia looks slightly mischievous as she considers her villainous plan, though she admits it's not small.
Text explains that many nobles treat escort knights as mere servants, subjecting them to rough treatment. Lydia thinks that her sister, Ari, is a pretty and nice angel compared to those nobles. As the wheels turn, Lydia rationalizes that serving someone kind would be a rewarding experience. One specific name on the winner's list stands out: Linda Affle, the only female knight mentioned. While walking, the red-haired girl states her need for a constant escort for her sister.
The trio moves through the city as they decide to head straight toward Miss Linda Affle's location.
Lydia's voice rings out with confidence, declaring her intent to enchant Linda Affle with the fabric. Surprised gasps follow as the group finally arrives and sees the person they were looking for. A red-haired woman named Linda Affle waves her bandaged arm, asking if they knew she was injured. The group is stunned as Linda explains her large injury will prevent her from swinging a sword. With a loud thud, the door closes as Linda tells them to return next year instead.
A heavy silence falls over the group as they stand among falling autumn leaves after the rejection.
Lydia screams in frustration while Egret tries to soothe her, and Ari laughs at her. Egret touches his chin thoughtfully, advising Lydia that she cannot expect success on her first attempt. Egret questions if silence is better than rejection, prompting Lydia to tell him to shut his mouth. The sound of footsteps accompanies the announcement that the next candidate is a man named Brand Villain. Walking ahead, Lydia reviews the list and tries to stay positive about the remaining knight candidates. Narration notes that Brand Villain is a highly talented player who won the swordsmanship title twice. Lydia believes Brand would be a helpful escort, even if he only took second place. A cheerful bell rings as they arrive at a cafe, signaled by the wooden sign hanging above. Brand Villain specifies a price of 100,000 gold, shocking Lydia and her companions. Close-up of the brown-haired knight as he clarifies that this payment is required every year. Lydia stands in stunned silence as a cough signals a firm rejection of the proposal. Brand Villain explains that paying such a sum is difficult for anyone, regardless of status. He notes that their shocked expressions haven't changed since he revealed the steep cost. Lydia puts on a fake smile, suggesting they sit and secretly plotting a magical intervention. She wonders how much of the contract he will accept while laughing to herself mischievously. Brand Villain refuses to lower the price, citing his brother's expensive medical treatment costs. Under a cloudy sky, someone asks for clarification regarding the staggering amount of money requested. Thoughts reveal his brother has an incurable disease and cannot live without the earned money. Brand Villain gestures for them to follow him as he continues to explain his situation.
Lydia pauses with a forced smile, her mind racing with a sudden new realization.
Thump, her conscience pounds as she realizes she is dealing with a tragic, drama-like story.
A wish for the brothers' well-being floats through the air against the overcast sky. Egret laughs nervously about their limited funds, while Lydia decides she needs a better candidate. A low rumble echoes, startling the red-haired girl as she looks around in confusion. A loud rumble resounds through the city streets as dark, heavy clouds gather overhead. The trio stares blankly into the distance as the atmosphere turns quiet and uneasy. Narrative text dismisses the dark clouds as a natural weather event unrelated to their plight. Snap, Lydia crumples her list of candidates, frustrated that things aren't going as planned. Trembling with suppressed rage, Lydia huffs while little stress ghosts hover by Iger. Ari and Egret watch Lydia with concern, worried about her sudden and intense frustration.
Text explains other candidates are unavailable due to immigration or tragic personal losses.
Lydia rages about the sudden influx of tragic backstories and wonders what to do. She looks at the paper, considering her magical cloth as a desperate last resort. Screaming in frustration, Lydia declares she will not let her humanity be buried away. The group stands in stunned silence, feeling the heavy weight of their failed recruitment attempt. Ari and Egret nervously suggest going to find a meal and taking a break. They walk away from the area, planning to enjoy a delicious lunch together. Lydia suddenly stops and looks back, her orange eyes wide with a sense of surprise.
The clock tower stands tall, signaling that the hour of noon is drawing very near.
A waitress offers them a window seat, but Lydia politely declines to choose her own.
Leading them to a table, Lydia reflects on the constant danger surrounding her sister. She reasons that staying indoors is safer, though windows remain a potential point of entry. They sit at a bar table, and Egret asks the girls what they want to eat. Crash! A loud noise echoes as the group looks toward the stairs in total shock. A black-haired man crashes onto the floor, groaning in pain after a violent impact. The black-haired man gasped for air, his face showing signs of a recent painful struggle. Lydia notices a man in a black mask looking around the room during broad daylight. Confused, she watches as the masked figure seems to realize he has been spotted. Kick! A foot launches off the floor as someone makes a sudden and rapid movement. Lydia and Ari scream as things unfold exactly as the red-haired girl feared.
Click, a hand firmly grips the hilt of a sword as tensions reach a peak.
Thud, a loud noise accompanies the groans of the intruder lying on the floor.
Chibi representations of the trio watch the fallen man in a state of quiet shock. Egret reflects on the intruder's incredible speed, which seemed almost invisible to the eye. A man wearing a red jacket gracefully steps through the shattered frame of a window. The man in red demands to know how they could dare to run away from him. Crunch! He steps on broken glass, reminding everyone that today is a significant Memorial Day. Lydia and the others stare at the mysterious newcomer, wondering who he is. A firm, rhythmic step echoes as Lydia notices a sword hanging from the stranger's waist. Looming over the fallen intruder, the black-haired woman in red jacket calls him a bastard. The woman scolds the thief for his poor timing and lack of foresight in picking a target. A sudden, sharp snap resounds as she delivers a powerful kick to the grounded intruder. Egret quickly shields the girl's eyes while a loud crunching sound fills the small cafe. Lydia admits she cannot see anything and asks what broke after hearing a strange noise. As Egret moves his hand, Lydia focuses on the scene and asks if he knows the man. Observers wonder if the woman is truly beating up the intruder amidst a barrage of insults. A commanding voice orders the woman to stop as the tavern's liquor supply remains untouched. Lydia realizes the red-shirted woman is famous as the fighter grits her teeth in anger. Lydia wonders if the woman's sword is a famous relic, while Ari asks for clarification. Egret suggests that if the identity is hidden, there might be more to the story.
They consider the possibility of a gambling ring disguised as an official swordsmanship competition. The narrative pauses for a title card as the sun shines brightly over the unfolding drama.
Text describes a secluded town on the hidden islands that is notoriously difficult to locate.
Coins fall as narration reveals a secret gambling arena hidden within the town's rear stadium.
Rumors suggest that high-ranking aristocrats oversee this illegal arena where people bet on lives.
Lydia reflects that the most elite fighters in this arena don't participate in standard contests.
She realizes the woman won 5 consecutive death matches in a lawless, bloody arena.
Excitement surges through Lydia as she determines that this woman is the perfect candidate.
With stars in her eyes, Lydia asks where she's from, catching Egret completely off guard.
Lydia reasons that a fighter from the hidden arena likely lacks a formal family affiliation. A mischievous smile spreads across Lydia's face as she confirms the woman's free agent status.
Lydia suddenly dashes toward the fighter, leaving her companions behind in a state of alarm.
The name Dylan rings out across the room as the scene shifts to the tavern's interior.
Lydia introduces herself formally as a member of the Woodgreen family, expressing her delight.
Dylan remains stoic as Lydia asks for a moment of her time to discuss a proposal.
A blood-stained stone lies on the floor, identified as the weapon that felled the intruder.
Admiring Dylan's power and precision, Lydia decides she absolutely loves the woman's combat style. Dylan provides a flat, immediate rejection, stating clearly that the conversation is not okay. A metaphorical pumpkin looms over the group, signaling Dylan's cold and unyielding personality. Dylan explains that she has no interest in speaking with any member of the aristocracy. Staring at broken glass, Lydia begins to consider the deep-seated prejudices of the hidden participants. Narrative text explains that fighters from the lawless arena hold a grudge against the ruling class. They view aristocrats as bored gamblers who treat human lives like disposable entertainment. Chains rattle as Lydia realizes she looks like just another rich gambler to Dylan. Lydia coughs to hide her nervousness as she realizes how difficult this recruitment will be. Despite the hostility, Lydia maintains that Dylan's gender and skill make her the ideal choice. She finds Dylan's bold and violent method of handling thieves to be an attractive trait. Looking around the tavern, Lydia desperately searches for a way to bridge the social gap. Lydia realizes the crowd prevents her from using the magical fabric and needs a private conversation. She bites her lip in concentration, plotting a way to isolate Dylan from the public eye. A waitress apologizes to a customer while Lydia stands in the background with a realization. A sudden spark of inspiration hits Lydia as she finds the perfect excuse to leave. Lydia warns Dylan that the local security forces will arrive at the tavern momentarily. Dylan looks skeptical, wondering why she should care about what just happened with the thief. Pinning the intruder with her boot, Dylan asks if his presence even matters to her. Dylan pauses, noting that while the thief isn't her problem, it's certainly Lydia's. She challenges the noble to prove that the man is actually a thief in her house. Dylan stares intensely at Lydia, waiting for a response with a look of cold suspicion. The narrative text observes that the man refrained from stealing while the security forces were present. Trembling on the floor, the black-haired thief lies empty-handed and caught before he could properly escape. Lydia observes that without physical evidence, the security forces will rely entirely on her verbal testimony. Dylan looks down at the red-haired girl, coldly asking what it is she wants to say. With a bright smile, Lydia offers her testimony to ensure the fighter's actions remain legally justified.
Under a dark sky, the scene outside the tavern emphasizes the weight of her promise to testify.
Lydia claims the man jumped at her, painting Dylan's violent intervention as a protective and necessary act. The red-haired girl insists that her testimony will prove Dylan was simply stopping a dangerous criminal.
An empty table sits as narration notes security forces naturally favor the word of an aristocrat. Looking at their shoes, the black-haired woman asks how the girl proposes to handle the situation. Lydia's request is simple. She wants to talk in a quiet place instead of facing security.
Granting her request, Dylan notes that 5 minutes is all the time she is willing to spare.
The two women stand in the tavern, the deal struck amidst the wreckage of the failed robbery.
As the scene transitions, a final thought confirms that the arrangement sounds good for everyone involved.
Chibi security officers lead the thief away while the group moves toward their next private destination.
Dylan admits she accepted the proposal because it was helpful, but also because Lydia is beautiful.
Lydia's eyes widen in shock as the woman bluntly states her preference for liking pretty girls.
Blushing from the unexpected compliment, the red-haired girl manages a stuttering thank you as they leave.
Arriving at a large house, Lydia reflects on her embarrassment, while the scene shifts to the interior.
Sitting in a plush chair, Lydia hopes that Henri's beauty will win over the mysterious fighter. While Dylan and Henri speak privately, Lydia and Egret wait patiently in the main living room. Glancing over at his companion, the blonde man asks if she truly believes the plan is working.
Lydia looks toward the door, wondering if the conversation between the two women will yield success. Egret reassures her that the outcome now depends on Lady Grace, as Lydia has done her part. A confident finger points upward as the narration declares that everything is going to work out. Lydia asks if Egret is doubting the success of the plan or her ability to manage it. Clearing his throat, Egret asks if Dylan's true reason for being famous is known to the group. Lydia is puzzled, recalling that the woman is primarily known for her 5 hidden championship victories. Narrative text describes a famous incident where Dylan broke the wrist of an arrogant, mocking nobleman's son. The black-haired fighter stands alone in the dark, her shadow long as she reflects her violent history. Shocked by the revelation, Lydia notes that the violent encounter became a legendary anecdote in society. Egret questions how a commoner could attack an aristocrat and still walk free without any consequences.
Chibi Dylan stands between guards as text explains she was lucky to have a sympathetic witness.
Another aristocrat with a grudge against the victim testified that the man simply fell down alone.
A chibi scientist explains a cruel law allowing aristocrats to kill commoners on the spot without trial. Egret explains that the noble tried to retaliate, but the knights never reached a point of confrontation. Lydia realizes that public conviction was impossible, pushing any private retaliation out of immediate force.
Heart pounding with excitement, Lydia admires Dylan's strength and confirms she absolutely loves the fighter spirit.
A voice from the kitchen area asks if that is the extent of the famous fighter's stories. Egret explains that Dylan brutally broke the aristocrat's wrist to the other side as Lydia cheers. Lydia dismisses the danger, claiming Henri wouldn't provoke her and is worth the risk anyway. The blonde man stares at her in silence, perhaps questioning her logic or her sudden obsessions.
A mysterious, faceless man in a white shirt and tie appears in a soft floral flashback.
Egret lets out a soft laugh, wondering how a brother and sister can be so different.
Lydia snaps out of her thoughts and asks if he said something, but he quickly denies it.
Her feet tap rhythmically on the floor as Egret asks if she is feeling anxious about Henri.
Lydia watches the door, trusting that Henri leaving Dylan alone is a sign of safe communication. The pair stands in stunned silence, a heavy and awkward atmosphere returning to the quiet room.
Thud, Lydia punches Egret in the stomach, accusing him of bringing up stories just to scare her.
The pink-haired Henri peers out from behind a door, watching the interaction with wide, curious eyes.
Henri rushes to Lydia's side, joyfully announcing that she has successfully completed her difficult task.
While the girls celebrate, Dylan admits he feels overwhelmed by the strangely wholesome and positive atmosphere.
Lydia notes that while they have a verbal agreement, her family will soon finalize a contract.
Formally appointing Dylan as her escort, Lydia questions if his current footwear is suitable for duty.
Dylan declares that he always honors his word and accepts full responsibility for the lady's protection.
He offers his life as collateral, causing Lydia's heart to beat with a loud, resonant thump.
Dylan's intense gaze remains fixed forward as he processes Lydia's favorable opinion of his stern character.
A blonde-haired man greets the group, addressing Dylan as a former acquaintance from his past life.
Lydia and Henri are taken aback, shocked to discover that the two men already know.
Dareberry Sack casually notes the time passed while Lydia remains confused by the unfamiliar name used.
Lydia reflects on Dylan's appearance and considers how his skills will benefit their ongoing family plans.
Seeking clarification, Lydia asks if the two warriors truly share a history with one another.
Watching the fire, Lydia contemplates the brief glimpse into the past she witnessed during the encounter.
Lydia asks why Dylan initially feigned ignorance regarding his prior connection to the blonde-haired man. Closing his eyes, Dylan clearly finds the line of questioning bothersome as he lets out a
Debris Sock maintains a polite but awkward smile as the silence stretches between the rival swordsmen. Dylan observes that they are now colleagues, acknowledging the shared burden of their new employment.
Extending a gloved hand, Dylan formally greets Danbury Sack and acknowledges their new professional relationship.
The two men shake hands firmly as Danbury Sack expresses his mutual feelings regarding their meeting.
Lydia and Ari watch the performative handshake with skepticism, sensing the deep tension between them.
A large bubble summarizes the group's realization that the two men were likely legendary rivals. A scenic view of the town's architecture passes by as the group travels toward the manor.
During the carriage ride, Dylan reflects on his past, noting he was much taller back then. Text reveals Dylan is 26 years old as he expresses his disgust with their current predicament.
Danbury Sack, aged 24, tells Dylan to keep his mouth shut if he has nothing nice.
Dylan retorts that their bickering is unsightly for others, while Danbury calls him a mere novice. Inside the carriage, Ari notes their synchronized rhythm despite being enemies, while Lydia looks ahead. A sudden change in weather brings the first few drops of rain onto the greenery.
The carriage speeds along the stone road as a heavy downpour begins to soak the landscape.
Watching the dark clouds through the window, Lydia observes that the rain has finally arrived.
Dylan remains skeptical, suggesting that the light drizzle hardly qualifies as a proper rainstorm just yet. Lydia holds her hand out to catch the droplets, insisting that the rain is intensifying rapidly. She clarifies that her observation of the weather is based on fact, not just the mood. With a loud screech, the carriage wheels stop as they finally arrive at the estate.
The grand manor looms in the background as the carriage comes to a halt.
Lydia and Ari look out from the dry interior, confirming the rain is now a downpour.
The carriage door opens with a slow creak as Danbury Sock shields Lydia with his coat. Dylan mimics the gesture for Ari while Lydia spots a figure waiting outside the entrance.
A lone, white-haired man stands motionless in the courtyard despite the torrential rainfall outside. Lydia recognizes the man as Essie, surprised to see him standing out in the open weather.
Danbury Sack calls out a warning to Essie, noting that the weather is becoming increasingly severe. Lydia notices something impossible. The man is completely dry despite standing in the heavy rain.
Narration explains that an invisible barrier is acting like a transparent curtain to block rain.
Lydia asks if he is using magic as she approaches her brother within his dry perimeter.
She assumes he simply forgot his umbrella, unaware of the powerful defensive spell he maintains. Essie drapes a coat over Lydia, affectionately telling her that he came to welcome her home.
Lydia blushes at her brother's attentive care, feeling a wave of warmth despite the cold storm.
Lydia asks how he knew to meet her. Essie saw the carriage approaching from afar. Maintaining the magical shield around them both, Essie suggests they finally head inside together. Looking at the group left behind, Essie catches her attention with a sharp, magical tick-tock.
Magical protection shields the group from the torrential rain as they head toward the mansion.
Outside the mansion, the blonde man and Dylan shake out their damp coats while shivering slightly. A heavy downpour continues to fall around the group as they gather near the entrance gate.
A loud ba-dump echoes as Lydia gazes at her brother, feeling overwhelmed by his protective presence.
Walking closely together, Lydia feels a resonant ba-dump in her chest while following her brother's lead. Sunlight returns to the grand manor as the heavy rain fades and then stops completely. Glistening droplets cling to the leaves, yet the wet ground is already dry the next day. Lydia stands by the window watching the clear sky as the weather remains calm and bright. Narrative text explains that Ari and Dylan became fast friends, opting for comfortable, informal speech. Stepping onto the balcony, Lydia notes that Dylan preferred a more relaxed and informal way of communicating. Looking through the trees toward the estate, Lydia admits that she anticipated certain results from her plan. Presenting her new guard, Lydia introduces Dylan as Ari's bodyguard who will be staying with them. Essie stares blankly, his golden eyes showing no emotion regarding the arrival of the black-haired fighter. A silent atmosphere fills the office as Essie continues writing, acknowledging their presence with a quiet nod. Lydia sweats nervously, realizing that Essie is indifferent to Dylan's arrival despite her high expectations. Maintaining a stoic expression, Essie simply nods in acknowledgement without offering any further verbal response. A young man with brown hair expresses his sheer amazement at seeing a woman swordsman. A sudden movement occurs as a black-gloved hand grips the hilt of a sheathed sword. In a blur of motion, Dylan pins the young man against the wall with her sheathed blade. Looking fierce, Dylan demands to know if the young man intends to repeat his insulting observation. Angrily, Dylan asks if he would specifically call a man a male swordsman instead of just a swordsman. Watching the one-sided confrontation, Lydia internally apologizes to Alex while acknowledging his pitiful state. A low growling sound fills the hall as Lydia advises Alex to be more delicate to survive.
After the incident, Lydia comforts a sobbing Alex while he grovels on the floor in despair. Dylan quickly adapts to the mansion lifestyle, maintaining a disciplined and composed demeanor during her stay. A sudden shatter rings out as narrative text mentions Dylan must also adapt to Ari's danger. Dylan quickly shields Ari from falling debris while Lydia watches the chaotic scene in shock. Glass shards litter the floor as text notes these dangerous incidents are becoming a regular occurrence.
Ari laughs nervously while Lydia looks on with a mixture of concern and utter exhaustion.
Surveying the broken glass on the carpet, Lydia wonders why everything in her life is so rushed. With a lighthearted ha-ha, Ari sheepishly admits that she might just be unlucky lately.
Lydia realizes that Dylan's serious nature makes her innocent despite the constant chaos surrounding their group.
Resting her hand on the balcony, Lydia suspects the constant trouble isn't just a matter of luck. She reflects that as long as Dylan understands her role, the underlying issues can be managed.
Feeling the gentle breeze, Lydia closes her eyes and enjoys a rare moment of peaceful solitude.
Lydia observes that Dylan has exceeded all expectations, proving her worth as a protector despite the drama. Thinking about her success, Lydia prides herself on being an excellent judge of a person's character.
With a self-satisfied smile, she awards herself extra points for successfully managing the complicated household dynamics.
Lydia contemplates the unsolved core problems but feels satisfied that she is actively working toward a solution. Lydia stands poised in her white heels as she prepares for the next phase of her plan.
A quiet rustling sound accompanies her thoughts as she leans her head on her hand.
From the garden below, Lydia is seen standing on the balcony under the bright daytime sky. A promotional illustration for a different romantic story features a woman and man in a workshop.
Narrative text outlines the plan to meet at the garden fountain at night with the silk. Lydia imagines dragging Essie toward the fountain to facilitate the planned meeting with the other girl. Lydia hopes to orchestrate the encounter so it appears to be a completely natural and accidental meeting.
Lydia considers the simplicity of her plan, confident that it will work without any further complications.
Standing by the fountain at night, Lydia wonders if the choice of location was too dramatic.
A soft ah-ah sound accompanies the romantic tension as Ari and Essie lock eyes. The night sky remains peaceful as narrative text explains the atmosphere is perfect for the silk. Lydia nods knowingly as she considers the success of her carefully laid plans.
Beneath a bright full moon, she reflects on the typical tropes found in romance novels.
A romantic silhouette underscores the narration about destined meetings taking place in moonlit gardens. The scene shifts to the bright morning as Lydia leans pensively over the balcony railing.
A quick clatter sounds as Lydia taps her fingers, worried the rain will ruin the garden.
Lydia looks out with a small smile, privately thinking that the current scenery is quite dull.
She observes the lush greenery, feeling an odd ache since deciding to use the enchanting silk.
Lydia wonders if her internal restlessness is anticipation or excitement, but concludes it is purely unease.
A sharp click echoes as Lydia clenches her hands, trying to identify her growing sense of dread. She dismisses her worries, confidently asserting that her plan is too simple and clear to fail.
Lydia reflects that her plan is simple and clear since she has already verified the silk's power, but she pauses, wondering if there is something else she should worry about before stopping herself.
In the clear blue sky, a lone bird flies past the trees with a happy chirp.
Lydia feels a mental shock, wondering if her mood is the result of the butler's constant complaints.
The butler arrived early to question her about her dangerous encounter with Dylan yesterday. Looking like a loud performer, the butler bombards Lydia with questions about why she did something so dangerous and what would have happened if she got hurt, making her tremble.
Exhausted by the morning lecture, Lydia internally screams while wondering who actually started this mess. A sudden realization strikes Lydia, and she immediately blames Danbury Sack for her current predicament.
Looking out at the balcony, Lydia vows to pay him back despite the lack of opportunity.
Lydia stretches her arms out wide with a sigh, realizing she has found the solution.
She laughs off her worries, concluding her heartache was just the result of the butler's mental terror. Lydia looks skeptical as she remembers the blonde man's playful and teasing attitude from earlier. A sharp knock-knock sounds at the door before Ari announces her sudden arrival. Ari rushes into the room while Lydia asks what could have possibly happened to her. Grabbing Lydia's hands, Ari excitedly promises to show her something interesting despite her disheveled dress. Looking toward the hallway, Lydia skeptically asks what could be so fascinating at this hour. Ari beams with pure excitement, explaining that watching the ongoing fight is incredibly interesting. Lydia's expression darkens with intensity as she repeats the word fight with a sharp, focused glare.
Ari drags Lydia along the ornate carpeted hallway, eager to reach the training grounds quickly.
The scene shifts to the vast, open stone courtyard of the estate's training arena. Arriving at the arena, Lydia and Ari witness a man held at sword point.
A loud cheer echoes through the courtyard as the spectators announce that Dylan has won.
Lydia watches in stunned silence, barely able to recognize the fierce warrior before her as Dylan.
Dylan stands tall with her blade drawn as her defeated opponent bows deeply in respect.
Watching from the sidelines, Lydia wonders why Dylan is already training so early in the morning.
Lydia and Ari stand together, observing the impressive display of swordsmanship with varying degrees of interest.
Derberry Sack explains that witnessing Dylan's skills last night made him curious about her full capacity.
The group watches the training session intently, noting the high level of skill displayed by the warrior.
Derberry Sack asks Ari if his story is true, and she confirms it while Lydia secretly praises his cooperation.
Lydia watches the proceedings with a sharp gaze, her attention fixed on the black-haired swordsman.
The sound of clashing metal fills the air as swords swing in a blur of fast motion.
In the center of the arena, Dylan faces another opponent while the sun shines down brightly.
A collective shout of encouragement for Dylan to win rises as she prepares for her next strike.
The opponent falls to the ground in defeat as the crowd notes Dylan has won yet again.
Derberry Sack looks on with a proud smile, observing that Ari seems quite fond of Dylan.
Walking away, Ari giggles while Lydia wonders if her preference for the warrior was that obvious.
Derberry Sack smiles to himself, privately acknowledging that Dylan's fighting capacity is truly impressive.
Dylan stands with her back to the group, simply acknowledging the praise with a quiet thought.
Narrative text notes that all the truly strong knights in the mansion are currently very busy.
Several guards grovel on the ground, proving that none of them are a match for Dylan's skill.
With a mischievous grin, Lydia realizes that no one can beat Dylan except for one person.
Derberry Sack reacts with sudden shock as he is confronted with a completely unexpected question.
An arm reaches up as a voice announces that another person is ready to fight.
Lydia playfully goads the blonde man, pushing him toward the center of the training grounds.
Stunned by the sudden turn of events, Derberry Sack stares ahead with wide, sweating eyes.
Lydia giggles mockingly while the blonde man looks back at her with a flustered expression.
Bystanders chatter about Derberry Sack's irritation as they realize he must continue fighting against Dylan.
With a confident smile, Dylan notes the long time since their last serious sword duel.
Cheering loudly, Lydia encourages Dylan while secretly plotting revenge against Derberry for his earlier snitching. The crowd laughs as Derberry looks bewildered by the lady's sudden, blatant favoritism for Dylan.
Derberry feels utterly helpless as the butler's earlier lecture continues to haunt his current mental state. Resigned to the challenge, the blonde man decides there is no other choice but combat.
Dylan and Derberry face off in the center of the arena, the tension rising quickly.
Both warriors draw their blades as a signal announces the beginning of the intense fight.
The two swordsmen stand poised on opposite sides of the stone courtyard, ready to clash.
Ari listens as Lydia claims the final result of the duel does not actually matter.
Lydia's true motive is revealed as she simply wants to see the blonde man humiliated.
Standing in the arena, Derberry Sack trembles slightly as he prepares for Dylan's ferocious onslaught.
A sharp, ringing clash of metal erupts as the two fighters exchange a series of blows. Lydia reacts with visible annoyance as the final outcome is announced in Derberry's favor.
A loud collective cheer from the spectators fills the air following the blonde man's victory.
Derberry wipes his brow and asks Lydia if her blatant bias was perhaps a bit much.
Grabbing a clean towel, the blonde man prepares to clean his face after the victory.
Narrative text explains that Derberry successfully defended against Dylan's powerful and fast-paced sword strikes.
Dylan looks frustrated, her brow furrowed as she struggles to find an opening in his defense.
The tip of a blade rests dangerously close to the black-haired woman's throat during the exchange.
Narrative text clarifies that Derby managed to exploit a rare opening in Dylan's combat stance.
Dylan kneels in defeat as the blonde man holds his sword pointed directly at her neck.
Spectators praise both fighters for their excellence, though they acknowledge Derberry's superior speed today. Lydia looks incredibly disappointed, having hoped to see the blonde man take a sound beating. Walking over, someone praises the blonde man for the significant improvement in his martial skills.
Dylan smiles while mentioning that Derberry's past performance was once considered quite pathetic.
Dylan asks if her increased strength allows her to target the young master's collar next time.
The group discusses titles as Dylan wonders if she should address Derberry more formally now.
Derberry flails his arms in protest while Lydia observes his hilariously over-the-top reaction.
Lydia wonders why Dylan would choose such provocative words during their lighthearted post-fight conversation.
Dylan leans in to whisper a secret about Derberry's mysterious arrival at the mansion.
Narrative text suggests that there are many hidden stories the group has yet to learn.
In a chibi-style scene, Derberry enthusiastically swings his sword, eager for another fight. Inner thoughts reflect on Dylan's loss, acknowledging the unexpected turn of the morning's events. A hearty burst of laughter follows as the blonde man is teased for almost running away. Looking toward the arena, Lydia suspects the blonde man is hiding a very exciting secret.
A sudden sharp snap sounds as Lydia reacts with intense curiosity about the hidden information. As they run off to fight again, Lydia shouts for them to finish the story. Lydia cheers for Dylan again, still secretly hoping to see the blonde man get defeated. A narrative bubble ponders the implications of Dylan using such a formal and respectful title. Text reveals that Dareberry first arrived 5 years ago before Essie even received his title. A young white-haired boy named Essie stands holding a small puppy inside a cardboard box.
The puppy peers out from the box with a blank, slightly grumpy expression on its face.
Guards gather to watch the rematch while Lydia feigns a lack of interest in the proceedings.
Leaning on her hand, Lydia contemplates the exciting mysteries that the group is clearly hiding.
Lydia cheers for Dylan while wondering if she should just ask Ari for information.
Lydia watches the duel, deciding it's better to hear Dareberry's story directly from the man himself.
A sharp clash of steel rings out as Lydia resolves that she doesn't need to know everything.
Dylan lands a forceful kick on Danbury's stomach, prompting a pained grunt from the blonde man.
Night falls over the mansion, the clock finally striking 10 in the evening.
Inside the ornate hall, a narrative box announces that the time has finally arrived.
Walking down the hallway, Lydia tells herself to stay calm as Ari waits in the garden.
Looking out at the trees, Lydia notes that Essie has returned to his room but remains awake.
Lydia hurries along the carpeted floor, determined to go and fetch Essie immediately.
A series of soft, quick knocks sound against the dark, patterned wood of the bedroom door. Opening the door, the white-haired man recognizes his visitor and addresses her simply as his sister.
Essie asks what is wrong, while Lydia struggles to find the words to explain her sudden appearance.
Standing by the window, Lydia hesitantly suggests going for a late-night walk together.
Lydia brightly claims the night air is cool, privately admitting she is desperate for ideas.
With a gentle and knowing smile, the white-haired man agrees to the woman's sudden request.
Shocked by his easy compliance, Lydia wonders why he didn't question her rash suggestion at all.
Walking together, Lydia notes how calm Essie seems, wondering why he isn't even slightly flustered.
They continue their stroll through the quiet mansion as Lydia contemplates her brother's unusually composed demeanor.
Lydia laughs to herself, thinking she'll never see him flustered because she'll likely run away first.
Lydia walks in silence, her expression turning somber as they move deeper into the mansion.
Clutching her chest, Lydia wonders if her heart is still aching from the butler's harsh morning lecture.
Descending the stairs, the red-haired woman begins to feel an unfamiliar wave of nervousness washing over her. A close-up reveals the striking golden color of the white-haired man's focused and calm eyes.
Essie reaches out and gently takes Lydia's hand as they walk down the stairs together. A firm and steady grip secures their hands together, emphasizing the white-haired man's sudden protective gesture.
Lydia looks away with a slight blush, her face warming from the unexpected physical contact. As they walk, Lydia realizes she didn't grab the handrail out of fear of falling down. Lydia tries to pull her hand back, but Essie maintains a very firm and unyielding grip.
The tall spires of the mansion stand out clearly against the starry, dark blue night sky.
Lydia notes the bright moonlight makes it a perfect night to test the power of the silk. Walking behind him, Lydia feels a strange sensation and wonders why she is acting so weirdly.
The full moon shines brightly above the estate, illuminating the garden and the mansion's white stone walls.
The pair stops at the bottom of the stairs, their figures casting long shadows on the ground.
Nearing the fountain, Lydia suddenly finds herself unable to move her legs for some unknown reason.
A sharp gasp escapes Lydia's lips as she covers her mouth in a moment of sudden realization.
Essie mentions that he just remembered a memory from when they were both much younger. Over a background of blue flowers, the memory of playing hide-and-seek in the garden returns. Smiling wistfully, the white-haired man reflects on how very young he was during those past days.
Lydia reacts with comical shock, realizing Essie was only 4 and shouldn't remember those early events. Looking at the tall trees, the man confirms he still remembers his hiding spot very clearly.
Essie chuckles, reminding Lydia that she once fell out of a tree while trying to find him.
A simple text box declares that this particular memory is part of Lydia's shameful dark past.
Narrative text notes that during the incident, Essie was 4 while Lydia was already 8 years old.
A flashback shows a young Essie in a tree. Lydia notes she was mentally an adult then.
Young Lydia's hand grips the tree bark as she wonders what she was thinking as a child. Struggling against the trunk, the young girl desperately tries to climb up and catch her little brother.
Frustrated, young Lydia wonders how a small child can climb so easily while she remains completely stuck.
Narrative text explains that back then, the young girl had completely overlooked a very crucial fact.
A chibi Essie gives a thumbs up, labeled as having agilely climbed the tree with ease.
Labeled as the shame of primates, a chibi Lydia sits defeated with a banana on her head.
Inevitably, the young girl's foot slips as she loses her footing on the grassy ground.
Lydia falls backward with a look of pure shock as she plummets toward the earth.
A sharp slam echoes through the air as she finally impacts the ground beneath the trees. Dazed and defeated, the young girl lies motionless on the grass while her head spins. Overwhelmed by absolute humiliation, Lydia's face turns a bright red from her intense and burning embarrassment. A narrative box explains her shame as she lies still, wishing to forget the reality. Snapping back to the present, the red-haired woman blinks in surprise as a realization hits her.
Lydia walks through the hallway with Essie, reflecting on the memories of their shared childhood days.
A close-up captures the detail of Lydia's floral dress and the white-haired man's dark boots.
Essie smiles gently, noting that crying would have left him with nowhere left to hide.
Their hands remain firmly intertwined as they continue their late-night walk through the quiet grand mansion.
Lydia observes her companion, thinking to herself that someone was definitely crying their eyes out then.
In a flashback, a worried young Essie asks his fallen sister if she has actually died.
The young girl lies in silence, sweat beading on her forehead as she remains completely frozen.
Turning away, the young white-haired boy addresses his sister with a voice full of growing concern.
Lydia peeks through one eye, checking to see the reaction of her younger brother after her fall.
A soft rustling sound comes from the bushes as the girl calls out for her brother.
The young boy breaks down into loud, bitter sobs as he rubs his tear-filled red eyes.
Shocked by his sudden emotional outburst, the young girl sits up quickly with a bewildered expression.
Panicked, the girl tries to comfort the crying child who is distraught over her supposed death.
Essie admits he thought she was dead and cried bitterly, marking his first time crying. Essie smiles with a radiant, sparkly aura, showing no trace of the tears from his youth.
Lydia looks down at her ribbon, the memory of their childhood bond lingering in the air.
A close-up highlights the white-haired man's striking, focused golden eyes as he gazes at his sister.
Clutching her chest, Lydia realizes her heart is beating incredibly fast from the intense, quiet moment.
Looking at her with concern, the white-haired man asks his sister what is currently bothering her.
Startled from her daze, the red-haired woman quickly asks him what he just said in confusion.
A sharp flicking sound accompanies Lydia as she suddenly pulls her hand away from his grip.
The pair stands together in the vast hallway, the moonlight casting long shadows across the floor.
Lydia decides to head back first, her voice sounding slightly hurried as she turns to leave.
Looking out from a distance, the woman notes that Ari is already waiting for her. Gripping her dress tightly, Lydia struggles to maintain her composure after the surprising and emotional encounter.
Lydia asks Essie to go to the fountain alone while she makes her sudden, hasty exit.
Looking over her shoulder, the woman claims she forgot something very important at the garden fountain.
Lydia urges the white-haired man to try and find the forgotten item on her behalf. Standing alone, Essie watches as his sister walks away, his expression remaining unreadable and calm. A single bubble softly begs for a moment of his time as the scene begins transitional. Essie agrees, telling Lydia to be very careful on her way back and not to fall.
The sound of footsteps echoes through the hall as the two siblings finally go their separate ways.
A long shadow stretches across the carpeted floor as Lydia walks deeper into the dark mansion. Lydia begins to pick up her pace, hurrying through the halls as her long hair flows. A confused butler looks up from the landing, wondering what is causing the sudden, frantic commotion. The butler shouts for the ladies, startled by her sudden, high-speed dash through the mansion's corridors. Standing alone and bewildered, the butler watches the space where the red-haired woman just disappeared. Lydia runs with intense determination, her face a mask of focus as she ignores the butler. The red-haired woman's dress billows out as she rounds a corner, fleeing from the earlier conversation. A close-up captures her fast-moving feet as she continues her desperate escape into the mansion's depths. A heavy, echoing slam resounds throughout the hallway as a door is forcefully shut behind her. Leaning against the wooden door, Lydia gasps for air as she tries to recover her breath.
Sweat drips down her neck as Lydia clutches her heart, struggling with her racing, frantic pulse.
A soft and quick tap echoes as white shoes rest upon the ornate red carpet. A delicate hand reaches out against a soft pink background adorned with faded purple flowers. Lydia's eyes fill with tears of distress as she clutches her chest in deep emotional pain.
A soft rustling sound accompanies the red-haired woman as she sits dejectedly on her grand bed.
Lydia covered herself with a blanket and cried until she finally slept. Lydia wonders why she cried so much and if her body has suddenly become very sick. Gazing at the window, Lydia ponders if anyone else would cry simply from feeling physically ill. Letting out a tired groan, the red-haired woman collapses onto the bed, complaining her head hurts. Lydia decides she must check the mirror, fearing she won't even recognize her own transformed reflection. Peering into a handheld mirror, Lydia gazes in disbelief at her own swollen and puffy face. A sharp creak sounds as a pair of dark laced boots steps onto the patterned carpet. Entering the room, the blonde-haired maid announces she has arrived to clean the ladies' private chambers. Shocked, Ari asks what happened to her eyes. Lydia asks if it looks that bad. Ari promises to bring ice immediately, while Lydia realizes her swollen face must be serious. A close-up reveals Lydia's red and puffy eye as she touches her cheek with concern.
With a clink, the blonde-haired maid presents a light blue bag filled with cold ice cubes. Applying the ice, Lydia is asked if something happened as she holds the cold bag firmly. Lydia claims she just had a bad dream while looking at the flowers by the window.
The blonde-haired maid smiles warmly, noting she heard the cold ice helps a person sleep better.
A simple and polite thank you fills the air as light shines through the arched window. A soft rustling sound follows as the maid prepares to hand something over to the lady.
Ari presents a piece of cloth, stating that the Duke requested she bring this item.
Frozen in place, Lydia's eyes widen in absolute shock as she stares at the offered cloth. A jagged narrative box asks why this specific item has suddenly appeared in her room now.
A playful, pink personified piece of silk strikes a sparkling pose amidst a flurry of hearts.
Lydia's gaze remains intensely focused, her shock evident as she stares at the mysterious fabric piece.
The red-haired woman tells herself to think again while the maid looks on with a smile. A moment of realization hits as Lydia recognizes the mysterious fabric as being the legendary enchanting silk.
Lydia asks for confirmation that Essie really told the maid to bring the enchanting silk to her.
The blonde-haired maid confirms that the Duke spoke to her about the item the previous night. Ari says he called it something she forgot. Lydia repeats the word in utter confusion. Lydia nervously wonders if the item was left at the fountain where she met her brother. Recalling the previous night, Lydia remembers using the excuse of a forgotten item at the garden fountain.
Lydia wonders how the silk became the forgotten item since the maid was clearly wearing it then. Sitting on the bed, Lydia decides she will have to ask Ari for the full explanation.
A sharp and loud creak echoes as a heavy wooden door is slowly pushed open again.
A soft step resounds as a black shoe crosses the threshold into the brightly lit corridor.
Turning to see her visitor, Lydia is told by an unseen speaker that she is perfectly on time.
The gray-haired butler smiles pleasantly, stating he has something important to discuss with the young lady. Panicked, Lydia begs him not to say anything, but the butler firmly refuses her desperate request.
A sharp swish sounds as the gray-haired butler coolly adjusts his dark glasses with a gloved hand. Lydia imagines bumping into the butler, wondering if his age is the cause of this behavior. Looking down sternly, the butler addresses the lady with a dark and very intimidating aura of authority.
The butler begins a rhythmic lecture with a microphone while Lydia cries out in absolute mental exhaustion.
Musical notes float through the air over a background of repeating text from the butler's nagging.
A desperate plea for help stands out against the backdrop of the grand and silent mansion.
Exhaling sharply, Lydia sighs in relief that she has finally escaped the butler's long, grueling lecture.
Lydia notes lecturing is a talent, albeit a devilish one, while her spirit seems to leave her.
A final soft creak sounds as a door is opened, shifting the scene once more to another.
Waking up, a brown-haired girl is surprised as a man addresses her simply as his sister.
Entering the room, the red-haired woman greets Dylan and her maid with a pleasant morning. Lydia stops in her tracks, her golden eyes narrowing with a look of pure confusion. Her attention is drawn to a glowing, pixelated spider crawling across the ornate red carpet. Smiling pleasantly, Lydia politely asks the black-haired man to leave the room for a moment. A heavy thud sounds as the door closes, leaving the two women alone together inside.
Ari urgently explains that the magical enchanting silk seems to have finally broken today.
Looking thoughtful, the blonde-haired maid laments that the item simply does not work anymore. Recalling last night, Ari remembers wearing the silk while waiting for the Duke's arrival.
Essie appeared as planned, his golden eyes glowing under the moonlight near the garden mansion.
Ari explains that he immediately identified the silk as his sister's and requested it. The white-haired man insisted she hand it over, leaving her stunned by his strange request.
Alone now, Ari recounts how the Duke simply walked away after taking the silk.
A simple diagram illustrates a figure standing by the fountain, wondering what could have happened. Absorbing the information, Lydia wonders if that truly explains the situation regarding the mysterious silk. Ari insists there must be more to it, begging her sister to hear her out. Remembering his gaze, she notes how cold and inhuman he felt during their brief encounter.
Lydia reflects on her own past experience, feeling like a mere mannequin while wearing it.
Ari sighs, wondering if the white-haired man truly didn't care about her at all. Lydia dismisses the idea of the silk being broken, certain that such a thing is impossible.
The blonde-haired maid ponders why it failed, knowing she never dropped it into the water.
Ari emphasizes she never stepped on it, her eyes widening as she recalls every detail. A sudden sharp shout for her sister echoes through the room, cutting through the heavy tension.
A vibrant illustration showcases the main characters as the story of the lady continues on.
A soft sigh escapes the red-haired woman as her spirit seems to drift away in exhaustion. Seeing her reaction, Ari panics and clutches her hands together in a state of shock. The maid asks if her sister is okay, while Lydia calmly says she is perfectly fine. Patting her hands gently, the red-haired woman urges the blonde girl to simply calm down. While listening to the maid's story, Lydia realizes she is grappling with her own inner thoughts.
Despite the strange turn of events, a sudden and unexpected sense of relief washes over her. Lydia pauses, questioning why she would feel such a confusing sense of relief right now.
She rejects the feeling, believing she should instead feel completely defeated and frustrated by this.
Lydia wonders if her head injury has permanently warped her ability to perceive normal human emotions.
Turning back with a smile, Lydia asks for confirmation regarding the broken state of the silk.
Ari smiles brightly and asks her sister to wait as she prepares to shoma.
A delicate hand grips the soft purple fabric of the enchanting silk, lifting it into view.
The red-haired woman holds the shimmering fabric, her face glowing amidst a flurry of white daisies.
Ari watches with wide eyes and blushing cheeks, completely captivated by the magical sight.
The two women stare at each other in a long, silent moment of awkward and confused tension.
Breaking the silence, Lydia suggests that perhaps they should try using the magical silk once more.
Looking up from the carpeted floor, the blonde-haired maid asks for clarification on what to try. Lydia suggests repeating the experiment to see if any different results occur with the enchanting silk.
Ari excitedly agrees, suggesting they try it multiple times while listing various new plan ideas.
The red-haired woman considers covering the silk with another piece of fabric to hide its presence. Looking out the window, Lydia decides that this new approach might be the better option. Outside, the grand mansion stands quiet under a clear blue sky as the morning sun rises.
A narrative box explains that Lydia spent every passing day thinking over the situation repeatedly. Clutching her white dress, she wonders about her actions and her true feelings from back then.
Sitting alone on the plush red sofa, the red-haired woman remains lost in her deep contemplation.
Closing her eyes, Lydia questions the true reason behind the bitter tears she shed earlier. Gazing out at the trees, she realizes that her deep thinking has finally reached a conclusion. Reclining on her bed, Lydia reflects on her escape from the garden, attributing it to a sudden, biting sense of jealousy. A close-up of the red-haired woman's eye reveals her intense internal struggle as she confirms her jealousy is definitely real. Lydia contemplates the emptiness felt when loved ones prioritize others, while a small cat named Essie turns away in the background.
The brown-haired girl calls out for Essie the cat as she approaches the small, fluffy creature on the patterned floor. Clutching her pillow, the red-haired woman admits she felt disappointed when she allowed her sister Ari to meet the Duke. Lydia experiences a sudden, profound sense of calm as she finally identifies the true reason for her recent emotional turmoil. In a moment of resolve, she decides to toss away her past, foolish self and says a final, firm farewell. Her thoughts linger on the ornate carpet as she questions the specific reasons behind the tears she shed all night. Fiddling with her hands, the red-haired woman realizes that her overwhelming sadness was actually rooted in a deep sense of emptiness. Lydia acknowledges the truth, admitting to herself that she cried simply because she felt hollow and utterly disappointed by the events. In a simplified style, the red-haired woman admits she feels disappointed about every aspect of her current complicated situation. A dark diagram illustrates her tragic past lives, detailing her deaths at 21 and 22 by her psychopathic brother's hand. Looking out the window, Lydia justifies her grief, believing anyone in her precarious situation would be crying their eyes out. With a simple nod, she convinces herself that shedding a few tears is only natural given her dark and repetitive fate. Resting on the sofa, the red-haired woman concludes that all her questions are answered and everything is finally solved. Although her personal dilemmas feel resolved, a lingering, thoughtful smile plays on her lips as she rests her head comfortably. A soft sniffling sound echoes from behind the heavy door of the grand room, interrupting the quiet and peaceful atmosphere. Crying and wiping her eyes, the brown-haired girl asks her sister what to do, fearing she has ruined everything. Narrative boxes explain that she made up her mind to try her plan again 3 or 4 more times. Peering cautiously, Ari watches the white-haired man as she prepares to make her move within the brightly lit room. Entering the study, she uses the excuse of needing an important soup recipe to gain the Duke's direct and undivided attention. Whenever the white-haired man moves through the mansion, the brown-haired girl makes a point to pretend they met by coincidence. Determined to be near him, she discards her dignity to ensure they share meals alone together while waiting for Lydia. Sparkling light surrounds her hair as she reflects on the results of her constant, diligent efforts to stay near the Duke. Lydia recalls the white-haired man's terrifying threat to paralyze anyone who dares to appear before his eyes ever again. Ari asks if she is about to die, while Lydia coldly suggests there is no good in remaining alive anyway. She imagines a romance novel scenario where the pair bickers constantly before eventually falling into a deep, passionate love. In her fantasy, the two characters gradually grow closer, despite not having noticed each other during their initial snowy encounter.
A cold rain falls as a narrative box reminds the reader that the genre of this world is actually thriller.
The white-haired man's golden eyes glow ominously as a warning states that touching this psychopath leads only to death.
A heavy silence fills the ornate room as the red-haired woman continues to process the grim reality of her situation.
Patting the brown-haired girl's head, Lydia vows to face the truth now that her sister has been ignored and threatened. She accepts that the magical silk is completely useless on the Duke and decides there is no need to understand why.
A soft rustle sounds as the brown-haired girl grips her sister's sleeve and offers a quiet, tearful apology for everything.
Ari cries as she admits that despite being saved, she feels she hasn't been able to provide any help.
Drawing her sister into a warm hug, the red-haired woman reassures her that everything is fine despite her constant hiccups.
A moment of silent reflection follows as the two women hold each other within the grand and quiet mansion room.
Looking down at her dress, the red-haired woman remains lost in thought about her next move in this dangerous game.
Lydia finds the silk's failure on the white-haired man to be an entirely unexpected development that she could not have anticipated. Continuing to comfort her sister, the red-haired woman wonders how she can truly believe the harsh reality of her failed plan.
She is forced to conclude that her legendary enchanting silk is currently useless for achieving her goals regarding the white-haired man. Pressing her hands together, Lydia silently prays for someone to show up and help her resolve this difficult and confusing situation.
A sharp click sounds as the door opens and the blonde-haired maid enters to address the lady and her sister.
Peeking into the room, the blonde-haired maid announces that an invitation has arrived specifically for the red-haired lady's attention.
Surprised, the red-haired woman asks where the invitation came from while still patting her sister's head to comfort her.
A close-up reveals Lydia's narrowed and determined gaze as she focuses on the mysterious news brought by the blonde-haired maid.
A white envelope is presented, held firmly and sealed with a traditional high-quality red wax crest that signifies its royal origin.
Opening the letter, she notes the royal seal and learns that the content is intended to persuade her to join a party.
Lydia puzzles over the fact that the invitation was sent only to her, leaving her confused about the sender's true intentions.
A rhythmic clopping sounds from outside as Lydia looks toward the window, her mind racing with the implications of the invitation.
A narrative box explains her desire for a change of mood amidst lush trees.
A rhythmic clatter sounds as she enters the carriage to begin her journey right away.
Reflections reveal that Essie originally does not attend social events like the one she is heading to. Safety concerns dictate that the brown-haired girl, Ari, must remain at home instead of joining. A soft clatter sounds while Lydia admits she wants to relax despite her dislike of parties.
The steady clatter of the carriage continues as she travels toward the Grand Royal Palace.
With a soft sigh, the red-haired woman accepts the failure of her plan and its meaningless hardships.
Lydia notes that her efforts at least resulted in gaining Dylan's loyal service as a bodyguard.
Passing buildings echo with a clatter as she admits she is still feeling quite sad.
The massive stone palace looms under a bright sky as the morning sun rises higher.
Arriving at the destination, she announces that they have finally reached the royal grounds.
Walking beside Dylan, the red-haired woman wonders if they have arrived far too early today.
A series of footsteps sound as Lydia suggests they should head inside the building immediately.
A sudden, sharp stop sounds as a white-gloved hand reaches out to get her attention.
Surprised, Dylan looks on as a guard explains that those carrying swords cannot enter.
Lydia realizes that personal bodyguards cannot follow them inside, as only the Emperor's guards are permitted.
Addressing her as Darbury, Dylan explains she must leave her weapons outside to enter together.
A thoughtful hum escapes her as she considers the implications of entering the party alone.
Dylan questions if she typically makes enemies, while she insists she would never do such things.
She considers her history in deep thought, questioning if she truly avoids making enemies at all.
Turning toward the blonde man, the red-haired woman tells him to simply enjoy the party.
Rhythmic footsteps sound as Dylan and another guard walk away, leaving Lydia at the entrance.
Approaching a royal-looking man, Lydia asks for clarification on whether the social event has started. Looking down at her dress, the blonde-haired man confirms that she is correct about the timing. Pondering her next move, a quiet hum sounds as Lydia remains lost in deep thought. Gazing toward the trees, she wonders about the specific location of the legendary royal garden.
Steady footsteps sound as she decides to walk until the party begins before heading inside.
Lydia admits that her current thoughts might sound entirely ridiculous given the grand garden setting.
A contented sigh sounds as the red-haired woman finally relaxes amidst the beautiful blooming flowers. Marveling at the scenery, she reflects on how extraordinary and massive the royal gardens truly are.
Her eye narrows in a sudden realization as she notices something unexpected nearby.
A confused noise sounds as the blonde-haired man spots Lydia and reacts with utter surprise.
Startled, the red-haired woman jumps back as she comes face to face with the high-ranking prince.
Confusion reigns as she stares at the prince, her mind filling with countless unanswered questions.
Bowing deeply, Lydia greets the majesty while wondering why he is in this specific spot.
She reminds herself that the prince naturally lives in the palace despite her current shock.
Nervousness washes over her as she realizes how vast the palace grounds are for this meeting.
A narrative box continues her train of thought as she processes the prince's unexpected presence.
Lydia wonders about the prince's terrible luck as they continue their awkward and unplanned encounter.
The blonde-haired man offers a gentle and warm smile while looking toward the red-haired woman.
Feeling a sudden wave of pity, she questions why he keeps crossing paths with her.
Memories of a dark past haunt her as she recalls their previous and difficult first meeting.
Sunlight filters through the trees as the two figures stand silently across from one another. A quiet sneak sounds as she notes he could have ignored her in a crowd.
Panicking, Lydia realizes being alone with him is a major problem as he addresses her directly.
She continues to dwell on his misfortune as they remain in the quiet, secluded garden. The prince remains calm and pleasant, his eyes closed as he enjoys the peaceful garden atmosphere.
He points out that she must have freaked out and saw her pretending to be calm.
A sympathetic sound escapes her as she acknowledges His Majesty's observation while feeling quite bad. Asking if she is here for the party, the prince listens as she hopes to end this. The blonde-haired man asks if she is planning on taking a walk before the party starts, and the red-haired lady confirms his observation is correct. Standing in the royal garden, Lydia politely confirms her walking plans to the blonde-haired prince. The blonde-haired man asks the red-haired woman if there is any particular spot she especially likes. She wonders why he keeps asking her questions when she has been feeling pity for him, noting that he is asking far too many questions. Lydia blathers about how the garden is big and feels good to walk through, noting the plants are carefully cared for by very skilled gardeners. Blushing, the prince wonders if she is thinking about dropping the conversation, while she questions if he even hired the gardeners herself. Looking down at his feet, she thinks that his current attitude doesn't seem to match her previous assumptions about his behavior. Lydia wonders if he doesn't think of her as his dark past, though she clearly remembers how he looked around during their first encounter. A thought bubble suggests she will end the conversation if he does not, and she decides they should head to the hall. Lydia thanks him for his care and excuses herself since the party is about to start, promising to see him later. The blonde-haired man acknowledges that it is time for the social event to finally begin. A speech bubble against the blue sky suggests that they should meet each other in the palace hall. Rhythmic footsteps sound as the blonde-haired man begins walking away through the royal garden grounds. Resting her hand against her face, the red-haired woman silently watches the prince walk away. She is confused as he walks toward the grass instead of the hall, noting that he is not even following a pathway. Steady footsteps sound as she wonders if he actually intends to come to the party in the hall at all. Lydia questions why he suggested meeting there if he is walking away, or if he was simply just being polite. Footsteps sound as Lydia decides to walk around a little more since he is heading in the wrong direction. Her intense stare follows the blonde man as she admits she still wants to attend the party herself. Calling out to His Majesty, the red-haired woman tries to get his attention from afar. The blonde-haired man turns around with a surprised expression as he hears Lydia calling him. A speech bubble against the blue sky asks the prince if he knows the hall's location. Lydia approaches the prince to ask if he truly knows where the party hall is located. A speech bubble against the sky repeats the question about the specific location of the hall. The prince confidently claims he knows where it is while a soft laughing sound escapes him. Lydia gives the prince a flat, sideways glance as the blonde-haired man avoids eye contact with her. A sharp startle sounds as the prince realizes he is walking in the entirely wrong direction. A moment of silence follows as a tiny Lydia processes his complete lack of direction. A soft scuff sounds as the blonde-haired man stops moving along the grassy garden path. Lydia tells him he is going the wrong way and points him straight ahead toward the party hall as he begins to turn around. A sudden whoosh sounds as the blonde-haired man turns around while Lydia notes that way is also the wrong direction. Looking directly at him, Lydia asks the prince if he is actually lost right now. The blonde-haired man remains silent and stares blankly as he processes her direct and blunt question. A soft chirp sounds from the trees as two birds huddle together on a branch. A narrative box explains her realization that his sense of direction is even worse than the novel suggested. Lydia considers how serious his problem is while the embarrassed prince stands nearby within his massive royal garden. A sudden, sharp startle sounds as the prince gasps, his green eyes widening in pure realization.
Lydia concludes his previous odd behavior was due to being lost, not their difficult first meeting where he seemed to avoid her.
A whimpering sound follows as a narrative box confirms that the prince was simply already lost.
Steady footsteps sound as Lydia addresses the prince once more while walking across the green garden grass.
Reassuring him, a speech bubble against the sky promises to keep his embarrassing secret to herself.
Waving his glove, the prince tries to calm her while a small puppy silhouette whimpers nearby.
Lydia clears her throat with a soft sound as she looks away from the embarrassed man.
Blushing, the prince recalls a memory of a man in bed telling him he has to live a long life.
Lydia announces she will help the prince and suggests they head toward the hall together. She reflects that ignoring him would only delay the inevitable discovery of his situation by other palace staff members eventually.
Walking steadily, Lydia notes that she will be late to the party if she keeps strolling around here.
A beat of sweat sounds as Lydia wonders if she should just leave him to handle it himself.
A sharp smack sounds as Lydia slaps her mouth, regretting her blunt and straightforward words.
Walking away, Lydia questions if she was too straightforward and considers if she should comfort him. Over a view of the palace grounds, Lydia's inner monologue reflects on the ridiculousness of realizing a prince got lost.
Lydia tells the blonde prince he need not worry, as he promises never to reveal her secret to anyone. Looking surprised, Lydia wonders why he isn't worried as he continues to reassure her of his silence.
Surrounded by a floral background, Lydia ponders if his lack of concern means that he truly trusts her.
She continues to study the blonde man's face, wondering if he simply does not care about her words. Blushing slightly, Lydia admits to the blonde man that his calm demeanor makes her feel somewhat embarrassed.
A soft shh sounds as the blonde man smiles, noting she has only ever seen him in shameful situations.
Lydia insists it is her pleasure to help, while the blonde man asks if she is really being sincere. The scene shifts to the Grand Palace exterior as Lydia begins to explain her perspective on perfection.
Lydia explains that a person's flaws, like getting lost, make them more perfect and approachable than a flawless wall.
The blonde man listens intently, the focus narrowing on his neck and the fine details of his royal attire. A soft ha escapes the blonde man as he laughs at Lydia's unique and kind way of thinking.
Walking along the path, he asks if his flaws make him more perfect, and she confirms that is right.
He asks if she is happy, expressing his relief as they walk together toward the Grand Palace entrance. The towering spires of the palace stand tall against a clear, bright sky during the afternoon. Footsteps sound with a rhythmic thud as the pair approaches the massive, ornate doors of the palace's inner hall.
Lydia remains silent and contemplative while she walks beside the smiling blonde man toward their next destination.
The blonde man maintains a gentle, content expression as they move deeper into the heart of the royal palace.
A sudden creak sounds as someone opens a door, followed by a confused pardon from an off-screen voice.
Midst the bustling atmosphere, Lydia asks for clarification because she could not hear what the blonde man just said. Leaning close, the blonde man promises he will never forget how she helped him back in the garden.
Footsteps echo as the blonde man walks away, leaving Lydia standing alone in the center of the vast hallway.
A narrative bubble signals a flashback to an earlier time during the grand social event.
Lydia rubs her face in a nervous motion, wondering to herself if she is being far too sensitive today. The grand ballroom ceiling glows with light as low mumbles and whispers fill the air from the crowd below.
Silhouettes of guests mingle while a voice from the crowd calls out to Lady Lydia.
Lydia greets a countess, expressing her delight at seeing the woman again after such a long time apart.
The countess asks Lydia if she has been doing well while they stand upon the ornate red carpet.
Lydia confirms she is well and asks about the count, to which the woman replies that everyone is fine.
Whispers continue as another guest approaches, greeting a princess and asking about her well-being.
Laughter and joyful ho-ho sounds echo through the room beneath the massive, glittering chandeliers of the palace ballroom. Surrounded by whispers, Lydia smiles politely as guests compliment her dress and ask where she found it.
A man offers wine, but Lydia privately thinks that talking to everyone has already left her feeling exhausted.
Looking out toward the palace curtains, Lydia notes that while everything seems fine, something feels off.
A narrative card explains that today's party officially commemorates the anniversary of the palace's inauguration.
Narrative text clarifies that the event is actually a place for nobles to exchange influence using taxpayer money.
Looking at the expensive floral decorations, Lydia reflects on her strange feelings regarding the waste of tax money.
Walking with a quiet pitter-patter, Lydia decides she would normally never attend such a party and seeks a rest.
Lydia pauses and looks over her shoulder as someone calls out to her in the crowded hall. The silver-haired man presents the prepared wine, and Lydia thanks him as she accepts the offered glass.
A soft slide sounds as Lydia takes the glass, thinking she might just get drunk to endure the event. A sudden bump sounds with a thud as someone hits Lydia, murmuring an excuse as they passed.
A sharp splash sounds as the red wine jolts violently out of the glass in Lydia's hand.
A wet splash sounds as wine drenches Lydia's white ruffles, leaving her standing in shocked, messy silence.
A narrative bubble exclaims in horror at the ruined dress as red stains spread across the fabric.
A dark-haired woman in a red gown asks if she is all right, drawing Lydia's suspicious attention.
The dark-haired woman offers an apology while covering her mouth, though her eyes appear bright and watchful.
Lydia stares intensely, her inner thoughts beginning to form as she evaluates the woman's true intentions.
Narrative text explains that Lydia is highly sensitive to how others look at her to gauge their true sincerity.
Silhouettes of the crowd blur as Lydia reflects on how the experiences of her previous life shaped her intuition.
Narrative text reflects on her identity as an adopted child and the feeling of being a parasite.
A subtle and satisfied smile spreads across the dark-haired woman's face during the social event.
Chibi Lydia wonders if the woman before her is the type to make enemies of everyone.
Two simple figures stand in the gloom while Lydia continues to question the woman's true nature.
Lydia considers that while the spill happened, she will not simply let it pass in silence.
Smiling brightly despite her ruined dress, Lydia reassures the guests that everything is fine and no problems exist.
Standing behind the curtains, Lydia asks for the name of the woman who bumped into her.
Erin Isaac introduces herself and offers a deep apology, which Lydia waves off as a mere accident.
Watching the silver-haired waiter, Lydia thinks to herself that she can simply change into another dress later.
The silver-haired waiter suggests that their meeting is a fortunate coincidence and invites Lydia to share a drink.
Hesitating for a brief moment, Lydia responds to the waiter's offer while looking at her dress. Lydia smiles to herself, thinking that a drink might make the other woman feel less guilty.
Lydia hands wine to Erin, mentioning that someone had recently recommended the quality of the palace vintage.
Lydia raises her glass with a cold smile, preparing to toast as the wine sloshes slightly inside.
A loud splash sounds as wine spills over Erin's dress while a startled shout escapes her.
Looking at the red stain on the other woman's gown, Lydia privately celebrates her perfect hit.
Lydia shouts in fake outrage at being splashed, while Erin apologizes profusely for the second wine incident. Acting distressed, Lydia blames her own clumsiness on a long dress and asks if Erin is all right. Clenching her stained dress, Erin insists on apologizing and even offers to pay for Lydia's ruined attire. Watching the wine drip from the hem of the dress, Lydia calmly tells Erin that payment is unnecessary. Walking away, Lydia reflects that an accident is the perfect excuse to avoid further social repercussions. Lydia continues to walk, thinking that making a scene would only lead to Erin making a fool of herself.
Guests whisper among themselves about how brazen it was to act that way toward another person.
Radiating a false sense of mercy, Lydia tells the guests it was an unintentional mistake before leaving. The crowd reflects on how kind Lydia seems while she walks away, feigning total innocence. Sunlight streams through the palace windows onto the ornate red carpet of the empty grand hallway. A soft rustle sounds as someone follows the dark-haired woman through the quiet palace corridors. A sharp click-clack sounds as footsteps echo through the grand and empty halls of the palace.
The rhythmic tapping of heels continues along the red carpet as the pursuit draws closer to its target.
Turning her head in alarm, Erin reacts as the sound of footsteps suddenly catches her attention.
A sudden flash of white light fills the scene as the confrontation between the women begins.
A loud thud sounds as Lydia slams Erin against the wall, prompting a panicked question of identity.
With a stern expression, Lydia demands to know the real reason for Erin's behavior earlier that day. A close view reveals Erin's startled and nervous expression as she is pinned against the palace wall. Lydia wonders if the stranger is acting out of jealousy despite the fact they have never met before. Standing over the stained hem of the dress, Erin demands to know what Lydia is doing. Lydia pins Erin against the wall, ordering her to explain why she intentionally bumped her hand. Trembling against the wall, Erin tries to claim it was an accident and that she didn't mean it.
Lydia addresses her by her full name, Lady Erin Isaac, causing the dark-haired woman to look quite shocked.
Leaning in close, Lydia asks Erin if she truly looks stupid enough to believe her lies. The grand palace architecture remains silent as Lydia presses for an honest answer regarding the sabotage. Clenching her hands against her stained chest, Erin remains silent as her secret begins to crumble.
Looking away, Erin admits she did it just because, which only leads to further questioning from Lydia.
Sobbing loudly, Erin blames Lydia for the fact that the white-haired man ignored every single letter she sent. Lydia is caught off guard, wondering if the man Erin is referring to is actually Essie. Erin cries over the week of embroidery and the letters she wrote, all of which were completely ignored. Looking nervous and hesitant, Erin continues to rant about the immense efforts she put into reaching the man. Ornate lamps glow softly against the curtains as Lydia pauses the heated conversation in total confusion.
Lydia demands to know why the white-haired man ignoring another woman's embroidery has anything to do with her. Screaming in absolute frustration, Aaron reveals that everything happened because Lydia refuses to get married to him.
Staring in disbelief at the accusations, Chibi Lydia asks the dark-haired woman for clarification.
Aaron shouts that Lydia's lack of marriage prospects forces Essie to neglect his own happiness.
Bewildered question marks surround Chibi Lydia as she mentally questions what on earth is happening.
Blushing with intense frustration, Aaron rants that everyone who sends Essie letters understands the situation.
Clenching her hands, Aaron screams that Lydia is an annoying obstacle standing in Essie's way. A sudden, sharp movement follows as the sounds of retreating footsteps echo through the empty hall.
Looking down at her stained dress, Lydia is left with a sudden wobble sounding in shocked silence. Gazing into the distance, Lydia reflects on being called annoying and an obstacle to Essie. Standing alone on the ornate red carpet, Lydia calls out into the now silent, empty hallway. The scene shifts as narrative text introduces the balcony located just outside the Grand Hall.
Having already changed her clothes, Lydia stands on the balcony staring blankly into the night sky.
Gripping the stone railing, Lydia thinks about how Aaron's biting words continue to haunt her mind. Under the moonlight, Lydia wonders if she truly hinders Essie's marriage by being his dependent sister. Recalling Aaron's tearful outburst, Lydia realizes many other women likely share this same resentful opinion.
Looking down with a heavy heart, Lydia privately knows that others misunderstand their true family dynamic. A loud boom sounding, Lydia slams her fist onto the stone railing in absolute frustration. Screaming into the night, Lydia releases her pent-up anger at the sheer unfairness of the situation.
A heavy silence returns to the balcony as Lydia reflects on the injustice of the rumors.
Lydia imagines a fake scenario where Essie's murderous gaze is her true reason for avoiding marriage.
Rubbing her face, Lydia hopes her survival doesn't depend on Essie accepting love letters from strangers. Sitting on the balcony, Lydia notes that Essie's coldness toward others has nothing to do with her.
Wind rustles through her hair as Lydia feels a mix of indignation and irritation toward the gossip.
A quiet pause follows as a soft breeze blows through the trees surrounding the palace balcony. Glancing sideways, Lydia admits to herself that she can actually understand why people feel that way. Looking out at the gardens, Lydia acknowledges their unique sibling bond creates a marriageable age complication.
Gazing at the window frame, Lydia concludes it's reasonable for outsiders to think she hinders Essie.
Leaning her head against her hand, Lydia admits that this painful perspective is not entirely irrational. Narrative text emphasizes Lydia's misery as she stands alone, weighed down by the burden of expectations. A memory surfaces showing Lydia and the white-haired man standing together under the bright afternoon sun. The white-haired man's gentle smile in the flashback contrasts sharply with Lydia's current somber nighttime mood. Closing her eyes, Lydia reflects on how she never expected the night to end so tragically.
Chibi Lydia wonders why her tear ducts are acting so sentimental compared to her stoic past.
Sitting dejectedly, Lydia recalls staying strong even when she knew how tragic her previous life was. Looking at her tear-stained pillow, Lydia remembers how she used to hide her sadness from everyone. Wiping her eyes, Lydia decides she cannot afford to waste her tears on such needless drama.
Sighing deeply, Lydia laments how her plan to relax at the party has completely fallen apart.
Clasping her hands together, Lydia suddenly stops her self-pity as a new realization begins to dawn. Lydia's sadness vanishes as she shifts into angry mode, feeling speechless at Aaron's sheer audacity. Thinking of Aaron running away, Lydia wonders if the woman is actually just incredibly stupid and delusional.
A thud-sounding chibi Aaron falls while Lydia reminds herself that she is Essie's sister.
A flash of realization strikes as Lydia thinks Aaron has forgotten her proper place as a stranger.
Lydia holds her chin, questioning why she didn't maintain the high ground during their heated confrontation. Looking toward the palace windows, Lydia decides to forgive the girl simply because she is younger.
A soft creak sounding, a door nearby slowly opens and catches Lydia off guard in the dark.
Looking over her shoulder with wide eyes, Lydia is startled by the unexpected presence on the balcony.
A rhythmic thud sounding, a pair of dark boots approaches Lydia on the moonlit stone floor.
The blonde prince stands before her, and a startled Lydia wonders why His Highness is here now. Sweating nervously, Lydia realizes with a jolt that she has run into the blonde prince once again. Stepping closer, the prince explains he heard about the commotion and regrets not being there earlier. Walking toward the balcony edge, the prince mentions his absence, while Lydia remains standing in silent surprise. The blonde prince asks if Lydia is all right, and she assures him she is fine. Lydia realizes the prince intentionally sought her out based on her signaling the balcony occupancy.
Lydia thanks him for his care while privately thinking he should not worry about her.
Lydia wonders if the prince feels responsible because the incident occurred at his palace party.
Blushing slightly, the blonde prince gazes at Lydia with a gentle and appreciative expression.
The prince compliments Lydia's appearance, saying the dress she is wearing really suits her.
Lydia thanks His Highness and impulsively claims he is the most handsome man present tonight.
Lydia immediately regrets her impulsive compliment, wondering if she has had too much to drink.
A sudden gasp sounds as the prince laughs and asks if she truly meant it.
Lydia flusteredly explains that he would be handsome even if he took the outfit off.
The prince jokes about his appearance but admits he is happy to hear her praise.
A quiet look follows as Lydia stares at the prince while he smiles warmly.
Lydia admires his perfectly sculpted face, thinking that even the night cannot overshadow his beauty.
The prince addresses her formally, and Lydia acknowledges him with a polite and respectful response.
He asks if she remembers her help in the garden, and she confirms she does.
A soft chuckle sounds as the prince laughs while Lydia looks at him in confusion.
The prince observes that Lydia behaves differently now than she did at the temple previously.
Lydia feels nervous, mentally noting that she had a valid reason for her past behavior.
He expresses anticipation for seeing what she will be like during their next meeting together.
Lydia is left wondering why the prince's mention of a next time seems so mysterious. A soft rustle sounds as the prince turns his attention fully toward Lydia on the balcony.
The prince hopes she will give him a chance to return her kindness in the future.
A soft breeze sounds as a quiet moment passes between Lydia and the blonde prince.
He encourages her to contact him for any help she might need at any time. Looking down with a gentle smile, the prince reiterates his desire to be of assistance. The scene shifts to a wide view of the grand palace architecture under the stars.
The white-haired man suggests they leave and notes that Lydia has changed her dress.
Lydia explains she changed because the previous one got dirty, and the man accepts it.
A sharp click sounds as the white-haired man asks if she frequently makes new enemies.
The white-haired man looks slightly stressed as he reflects on the events of the evening. He explains that he spent his time arm wrestling with the guards while waiting for her. A soft creak sounds as the chibi man admits he is tired from the competition. Lydia remarks that his time sounds fun, and the white-haired man offers a simple agreement. A sudden pause follows as Lydia remains lost in her own thoughts during the rite. Recalling the encounter, Lydia finds it strange how normal the prince seemed to be acting. Lydia questions if there truly was nothing special about her interaction with the blonde prince.
A loud thump sounds as the carriage jolts slightly while traveling along the dark road. The horse-drawn carriage moves through the night, leaving the palace grounds far behind them now. A soft rustle sounds as Lydia recalls how deeply shocked she was by his behavior.
Narrative text notes how the gentle breeze and lights created a misleading sense of romantic tension.
A close view highlights the prince's blushing face, emphasizing the ambiguous mood of the moment.
Narrative text reveals that the prince's ambiguous words made Lydia feel a sense of fluttering excitement.
Resting her chin on her hand, Lydia stares out of the window in deep, silent contemplation. A sharp snap sounds as Lydia clenches her dress, reacting to the memories of earlier.
Cold sweat drips as Lydia admits to herself that the prince's behavior genuinely freaked her out. Narrative text explains that another couple's arrival on the balcony broke the air of ambiguity.
Lydia looks startled as the romantic tension is suddenly interrupted by the presence of others nearby.
Lydia flusteredly rejects the prince, claiming she has no interest in love at this moment. The chibi prince looks heartless and cold after being unexpectedly rejected by the red-haired woman. Lydia panics over her potential execution for rejecting the prince, while a resident confirms her fears. Lydia huddles against the carriage wall, shivering as she thinks about how the earlier encounter gives her chills, prompting the white-haired man to ask if she is cold, though she flatly denies it. A heavy sigh sounding, Lydia stares forward while privately acknowledging that the arrival of another couple on the balcony finally snapped her out of the awkward moment. A rhythmic clacking sounds as the carriage continues its journey through the night, with Lydia convincing herself that the prince didn't actually mean anything by his ambiguous words. A sudden, loud thump sounding, Lydia recalls the prince's polite expression of wanting to return her favor and concludes there was absolutely no hidden romantic meaning behind his offer. Recalling the encounter further, a heavy thump sounds as Lydia decides the prince's anticipation for their next meeting was merely a standard, polite way of saying goodbye. Lydia looks down thoughtfully, realizing it wasn't just a half-hearted parting, and that the prince genuinely seems to look forward to seeing her again in the future. Amidst the floral background, Lydia remembers how the prince looked at her with hearts in his eyes back at the temple, causing her to blush as she reflects on the moment. Lydia considers how the enchanted silk likely gave the prince a different impression of her, noting that she can essentially toggle her own magical, sparkling appearance at will. Rhythmic clacking sounds accompany the carriage as Lydia leans back, admitting to herself that she would have been just as curious about someone if she didn't know the truth behind the silk. The white-haired man observes Lydia closely and asks if she has ever experienced a situation like that, prompting her to ask for clarification on what he means.
A soft, contemplative sound follows as the white-haired man explains he is referring to the act of misunderstanding someone, while Lydia looks at him with a confused expression.
He bluntly suggests that she might have just been delusional and started blabbering despite the other person not having any actual romantic feelings for her in the first place.
Lydia envisions a chibi version of herself being rejected by a dismissive prince, reacting with an irritated groan as she drinks from her cup and processes the man's harsh theory. A quiet sound of deep thought follows as the white-haired man rests his hand on his chin and hums while considering the topic of romantic misunderstandings further. The white-haired man gazes at Lydia with a calm and slightly amused expression, his eyes fixed on her as they continue their conversation inside the moving carriage. Narrative text notes that he might not be as handsome as a dreamy and entrancing prince. The white-haired man is a tall and good-looking individual walking through a rose garden. Lydia reflects that he must be completely ignorant of how famous he is to others. Narrative text questions if popularity leads to arrogance and shared feelings of disillusionment like hers. A series of loud gulps sounding, chibi Lydia spits out her drink in shock while remembering how she got delusional and awkwardly rejected the prince earlier. The white-haired man looks at Lydia with genuine curiosity and asks how it is even possible for her to misunderstand something as simple as that. Lydia asks if he is absolutely sure about his assessment, and he firmly confirms his stance as they face each other in the carriage. He confidently claims he has never misunderstood someone like that, and suggests that the truth of a person's feelings should be obvious just by looking at them. Lydia thinks about how he's answering like a love expert, which irritates her enough to tell him that he is the reason she feels so annoyed right now. A sharp, dismissive sound follows as Lydia turns away, clearly fed up with the unsolicited advice. A quiet, intense stare sounds as the man watches Lydia in silence, causing her to eventually turn back and snap at him to ask what he wants. The white-haired man suggests that if she ever wants to successfully win someone over, he is more than willing to provide her with professional love counseling. A smug smirk sounding, the man boasts that he can read other people's intentions better than anyone else, making him the perfect person to help her. A rhythmic clacking sounds as the carriage horses gallop forward, while Lydia's voice echoes from inside, politely but firmly rejecting his offer to share his supposed talent. A soft chuckle sounds as the man insists she never knows when she might need him, while Lydia laughs and reiterates that she truly has no use for his counseling. Looking out the window, Lydia mentally scoffs at the idea of love counseling, thinking that there is no room for romantic developments in her current situation. A weary sigh sounds as Lydia resolves that her only priority is to survive and stay alive, leaving her with absolutely no time to think about love. Chibi Lydia aggressively pulls a puppet of her past self, thinking that she has no interest in getting married or being tied down by another person's expectations. A silent moment passes as the focus shifts to a dazed and empty black-haired puppet. A sharp, dismissive fling sounding, Lydia rests her chin on her hand and admits to herself that she never actually cared about romantic matters in the first place. Narrative text reveals that Lydia became aware of her tragic future at the age of 17. Recalling her past, younger Lydia looks shocked as narrative text explains that survival became her top priority, causing her to stop thinking about romance entirely. Surrounded by roses, narrative text notes that Lydia has avoided the opposite sex ever since and purposefully ignored anyone who displayed romantic feelings for her. Flashback text emphasizes that she remained indifferent to others, regardless of how popular or desirable they were to the rest of the world around her. Chibi Lydia dismissively pats a man's head while he confesses his love, thinking that her older soul makes everyone her age seem much younger and less mature. Lydia continues her internal monologue, concluding that she doesn't care about the attention of elders. A soft, thoughtful sound follows as Lydia recalls that she dated normally during her school years, meaning she doesn't lack romantic experience compared to others. Lydia remembers that everything changed when she entered university, where the threat of a stalker overshadowed any possibility of pursuing a normal romantic life. A sudden, sharp whoosh sounding, Lydia realizes with a start that the person she is remembering is the same individual who caused her demise. A dramatic visual emphasis highlights Lydia's question about the true reason for her current behavior. Realization strikes as Lydia notes she died at the hands of a stalker in her past life, making it perfectly logical that her interest in romance would completely disappear. A heavy thud sounding, Lydia settles back into her seat in the carriage, reflecting on the fact that everything that has happened to her has its own underlying reasons. Lydia's thoughts return to the balcony, understanding why her reaction was so unexpected and disconnected.
She reflects on how even a popular and charming prince like the blonde one failed to move her heart, leaving her feeling nothing but a sense of profound awkwardness. Lydia concludes that while looking at handsome men is objectively pleasant, her own heart simply doesn't flutter at all, which she admits is a strange but unchangeable fact. Strangling a puppet of her former stalker, Lydia vents her frustrations about his lingering impact. She reflects on how his presence left her with no time to consider trivial matters. Flings the puppets away, the red-haired woman expresses her hope that her tormentor finally perished. A rhythmic clacking sounding, the carriage travels as Lydia decides the man deserves to suffer.
The scene shifts to the grand mansion standing peacefully under the early morning sky.
A weary sigh sounding, Lydia collapses face down on her bed while overwhelmed by sheer exhaustion. Lying on the mattress, she admits to herself that she is completely and utterly exhausted. Lydia jokingly thinks her future is as dark as her vision while lying face down. She resolves to escape reality for today while cursing the uselessness of the enchanting silk. Cursing her reincarnation and the psychopath involved, Lydia remains collapsed on the bed in frustration.
Gazing out the mansion window, Lydia decides that everything in her world is completely ruined.
She tries to convince herself her aching heart is only because she was just yawning. Sitting up on her bed, Lydia laments that she is the only person currently suffering. Rubbing her eye as morning light enters, Lydia wakes up with her usual gloomy thoughts.
A soft melodic chirp sounding, birds greet the new day outside the mansion's arched window.
Slumping back onto the mattress, Lydia complains to herself about how harsh her reality is. Despite her current despair, the red-haired woman determines to turn her life around once again. Imagining herself in a dark costume, Lydia wonders if she must become an angel instead. Lydia worries that if she fails now, Ari might actually lose her own life. Her reincarnation remains a secret as she acknowledges that her path to escape is distant.
A weary sigh sounding, Lydia sits on her bed feeling gloomy every time she wakes.
Her fingers twitch against the mattress as she admits she really needs to eat breakfast. Lydia remains lost in deep thought while sitting on the edge of her large bed. Lydia calls out for the maid, prompting Bessie to peek through the door and answer. Serving breakfast on the couch, Bessie kindly tells the red-haired woman to take her 10. Lydia eats, thinking it is far more convenient to dine within the comfort of her room. Looking at Dylan's portrait, she attributes her current stress to his presence in the mansion. A soft clinking sounding, Lydia feels relieved that Dylan can protect Ari in her stead. Contented while eating her meal, Lydia looks forward to being lazy for a while longer. A crisp crunch sounding, Lydia compliments the maid on the delicious and fresh vegetable salad. The blonde maid smiles warmly as she watches her lady enjoy her morning breakfast meal. Bessie mentions finding a suitcase in the room yesterday, catching Lydia completely off guard. Looking at the sliced meat, Lydia struggles to remember owning any suitcase in her room. A sudden, sharp spray sounding, Lydia spits out her food when Bessie mentions the closet. Bessie coughs shyly and explains she only wanted to clean while the lady was away. Harsh coughing sounding, Bessie pats the choking woman's back while asking if she is okay. Bessie offers a glass of warm water and tells her not to drink the cold. Worriedly watched by the maid, Lydia frantically gulps down the water to recover her breath. A heavy gulp sounding, Lydia suddenly remembers the suitcase and begins to panic internally. She recalls that back then, she didn't know the truth about Agrita and Ari. Lydia remembers her original plan to run away and hide her fully packed belongings away. In the past, the red-haired woman carefully packed her clothes and valuables for her escape. Chibi Lydia is shown hiding the heavy brown suitcase deep inside her bedroom's large closet. Lydia collapses in despair, realizing her secret preparations have finally been discovered by the maid. Holding her glass with a trembling hand, she berates herself for being so incredibly forgetful. Lydia insists she is fine now and tells Bessie that she has stopped her coughing. Bessie curiously asks when the lady managed to pack everything so thoroughly in that suitcase. Sweating profusely, Lydia wonders if she should just unpack everything to hide her original plans. Bessie's expression turns ominous as she suggests the suitcase looks like preparation for running away. The blonde maid begins to address her lady once more in the quiet bedroom setting. A sudden, quick tap sounds as Bessie reassures her lady and tells her to just say the word. Sitting on the couch, the blonde maid mentions that Lydia always wanted to visit the family estate. Lydia's dazed expression fills the frame as question marks float around her confused and sweating face. A soft chuckle sounds as Bessie recalls how everyone found young Lydia absolutely adorable in the past. Lydia searches her memory, wondering if such a thing actually happened during her own childhood years. A sudden realization strikes as Lydia admits she completely forgot everything about her past life's childhood. Narrative text explains how Lydia prepared for a family trip to the estate during her younger years. Younger Lydia packs a heavy trunk, recalling how she was once caught by the estate maids.
The scene shifts as she reflects on how her true motives back then weren't about the trip.
Seated before the maid, the red-haired woman admits to herself that she cannot reveal the truth.
Recalling a laughing white-haired boy, she thought she would eventually be removed from the grand house.
A younger version of the red-haired woman peeks cautiously through the opening of a heavy wooden door. Narrative text explains how her father's business trip allowed people to assume she was simply excited. Bessie adores her lady, while Lydia notes how her current suitcase is being innocently misinterpreted by her. Sweating profusely, the red-haired woman feels relieved she managed to escape any further questioning or suspicion.
Laughing softly, Lydia suggests she should have been honest, admitting lying has seemingly become a natural habit. A sudden, quick whish sounds as Lydia claims she doesn't actually need to visit the estate.
Looking down, Lydia worries that if she doesn't make excuses, the maid will continue urging her.
Lydia is visibly startled when the blonde maid suddenly asks if the Duke has been informed yet. The red-haired woman reacts with shock as the question echoes throughout the quiet and grand room.
Bessie laughs, suggesting Lydia hasn't told him because she simply doesn't want to bother the Duke.
A moment of frozen panic takes over as Lydia stares wide-eyed in a state of absolute disbelief. A rhythmic gulping sound follows as Lydia, dazed like a fish, hears she should just go anyway.
Bessie encourages her lady to enjoy a vacation and help the busy Duke take some time off.
Internally screaming that the maid is entirely wrong, Lydia remains speechless with her mouth hanging wide open. A soft melodic chuckle sounds as the blonde maid smiles warmly at her thoroughly confused mistress.
Overwhelmed by the misunderstanding, the red-haired woman expresses her silent frustration through a very dramatic face.
A sudden metallic clatter sounds as the fork drops from Lydia's hand onto the patterned carpet. The grand mansion stands tall and bright under the clear blue sky of the early morning. A quiet moment of transition passes as the scene shifts toward the final preparations for their departure.
A firm command sounds, ordering the estate servants to move the lady's luggage to the waiting carriage.
Outside, horses stand ready as workers ensure every piece of luggage is prepared for the long journey. Lydia presses her hand against the window, staring out with a look of profound and total disbelief. A weary sigh sounding, the red-haired woman wonders how her current situation turned out like this. Her fingers rest against the cold glass as she watches the bustling activity in the mansion courtyard. The luxurious drawing room remains empty and still after the morning's intense and quite confusing conversation.
A sudden, messy spill sounding, Lydia is shocked to hear they are departing for the estate tomorrow.
Narrative text reveals that Essie heard the news from Bessie before he approached the dazed lady.
A rhythmic, messy spill sounding, tea stains Lydia's dress as the schedule is confirmed by the boy.
Wiping her mouth, Lydia questions the speed of the departure while fearing for her own survival. The afternoon light reflects off the garden fountain as the time for the trip quickly approaches.
Lydia wishes she could clear things up, but realizes she is already trapped by her own lies.
Bessie offers a new suitcase, while narrative text explains the lady's need for a believable excuse. Lydia reasons that being misunderstood is better than being caught trying to escape in the night. Resigning herself to the situation, the red-haired woman decides not to offer any more complicated explanations. Walking down the stairs with a guard, Lydia wonders if she is being too hasty right now. A weary, heavy sigh sounds as Lydia prepares herself to face the upcoming journey ahead of her. Ari rushes forward to greet her sister as Lydia calls out her name quite warmly. Their hands clasp together as the brown-haired girl wishes her older sister a safe and pleasant trip. Smiling softly, Lydia tells her younger sister to take good care of herself while they are apart. Lydia assures her companions that she will stay safe as they prepare for a major transition. Tearfully, Ari decides to return home since the mansion will be empty during Lydia's journey. With her original plans falling apart, Ari bids Lydia a sincere and caring farewell. Lydia affectionately kisses Ara's cheek while ensuring Dylan is included in their parting well wishes. Lydia warns her friend to stay vigilant even with Dylan present to offer his protection. A quiet request follows for Ari to send word once she reaches her final destination safely. Crying softly, Ari implores Lydia to reach out immediately if she encounters any future trouble. A sudden, soft rustle sounding, Lydia confirms her understanding as they share a final, lingering connection. Narration reflects on the bittersweet sadness of parting from the one person Lydia truly trusted. Lydia contemplates how a final hug would make this separation feel like a permanent, painful goodbye. A quiet agreement is reached to burn the enchanted silk and move forward from the failed plan. Comforting her, Ari admits it might be a long time before their paths cross again.
A soft chuckle sounds as the blonde man expresses disappointment over the sudden need to part ways. Standing together, Lydia and Dylan watch the scene with a mix of exhaustion and silent skepticism.
A bright, cheerful expression crosses the blonde man's face despite the heavy mood of the morning. The atmosphere shifts as the focus moves away from the emotional departure toward a new chapter.
A quick clacking sound echoes through the trees as the journey toward the territory begins. Rhythmic clacking sounds accompany the two carriages as they travel along the road toward the southwest.
The bustling market square stands as a testament to the prosperity of this flourishing land.
A rhythmic clacking sounds as narration explains this prosperous territory is a vital trade hub.
Once a fertile land for settlers, the territory has grown into a highly productive region.
History reveals that the first Duke Widgreen developed this place after receiving his title.
Under the first Duke's leadership, the Ladig region expanded its territory and increased its population.
A sharp creak sounding, the narrative notes this wealthy territory is a prime source of income.
The carriage moves through the region that outsiders view as a literal cash cow for them.
Arriving at the destination, Essie helps Lydia step down from the carriage within their territory.
A grand mansion sits in a peaceful area, tucked away from the noise of the castle.
Lydia looks startled when a loud voice suddenly addresses them with formal titles from nearby.
A soft patter sounding, Essie and Lydia wait to see who is greeting them so enthusiastically.
An older, mustached man welcomes the new Duke home, noting the length of their journey.
Gathering in the courtyard, the man asks how long it has been since their last meeting. The man laments that he would have prepared better had he received advance notice. Laughing nervously, Lydia apologizes for the surprise and acknowledges the man's shock at seeing them. Narrative text identifies the man as Lucas Bifrin, the official in charge of managing the territory.
Lucas is revealed to be a distant relative, specifically an 8th cousin of the in-laws family.
Despite the family connection, the narrative clarifies that Lucas is essentially a stranger to them. For the past 15 years, Lucas has been the one solely responsible for overseeing the region.
Essie listens impassively, as he has previously only known the territory through Lucas's written reports.
A cheerful greeting follows as Lucas welcomes them to the mansion with a wide smile. When Lucas mentions planning a grand welcome party, Lydia frantically insists there is no need. The long journey finally concludes as the siblings prepare to settle into their remote home.